chaos of satisfying customers and engaging new employees came Mrs. Brewster, who bustled in virtually unnoticed until she confronted the couturier. Farrell had just finished showing a small collection of new designs to Isabel Wesley, a recently widowed, comely young woman who had given every indication that she'd be dismissing her mourning weeds for more fashionable attire as soon as Ives's couture could outfit her with a new winter wardrobe. "Why, Mr. Ives," the plump, rosy-cheeked milliner coyly exclaimed in a sweetly chiding tone, "I didn't expect to find you outfitting Mrs. Wesley with new garments so soon after her husband's demise, but then, considering the advancing age of her dearly departed and the fortune she has recently inherited, I guess you and your fortunes have proven too much of a temptation for the young widow." Farrell's smile was frail at best. Barely had the comely widow left than he had found himself encountering another, but this one was neither youthful nor handsome. In fact, she was a definite pain in the derriere. "Good morning, Mrs. Brewster." "Thelma, please," she interrupted, twittering with ingratiating laughter. Her eyelashes fluttered flirtatiously as she swept her gaze away. As many times as she had insisted upon a less formal address, she had heard no similar request from him, but, of course, the man was ever so busy. He probably hadn't yet realized his oversight, and she dared not hint that he should, lest he think her forward. Thelma Brewster was in the process of returning her gushing attention to the handsome man when her gaze swept past a familiar figure sitting at a desk at the far end of the hall. Immediately her eyes returned, prompting her jaw to drop precipitously as she gaped in shock. News of Nell's untimely death had reached the city, and, hard upon it, had flown rumors of Jeff Birmingham's possible involvement in siring the girl's son and stealing her tongue by taking her life. Since then, the city had been hanging on tenterhooks, awaiting further word. Speculations ranging all the way from tales of Geoffrey's arrest and subsequent confession to morbid stories of Raelynn's own fate at Oakley had careened haphazardly throughout the city streets. To see the lady sitting calmly absorbed at some task did much to relieve Mrs. Brewster's anxiety, but such a sight gave birth to a whole host of new questions. Mrs. Brewster's generous bosom expanded as she marched in a straight line toward the end of the hall, taking upon herself the task of assuring the young beauty that all would be well, that the world she had entered wasn't really as crazy as it truly seemed at times, and that the true culprits, she dared not lay any names to them, would be brought swiftly to their due reckoning. Mrs. Brewster was ever ready to help anyone in need, and this poor, poor child was obviously in desperate want. "Merciful heavens, child, what are you doing here so early in the morning?" the milliner blurted, and, when Raelynn looked up from her work, hastened on with a volley of conjectures, giving no pause for the girl to reply. "My dear, are you well? Do you think you should be here? If you don't mind my saying so, you do look a touch pale. Of course, I can certainly understand that you have your reasons, what with all the recent goings-on at Oakley, and everyone around these parts thinking that Mr. Geoffrey is as Perceiving what the blunt woman's conjectures would be, Farrell leapt forward, as if jolted by a bolt of lightning. "Mrs. Brewster, you shouldn't believe all the rubbish you hear. Mrs. Birmingham has graciously consented to fashion some new gowns for me, and at this very moment is hard at work at the task. If she looks a bit pale, perhaps it's because she's—" He glanced aside at Raelynn, who seemed both distressed and astounded by what had been on the tip of the milliner's tongue. He truly hoped she'd forgive him for revealing her secrets, but the milliner's thoughts had to be diverted from an outright accusation and censure of his best friend, not feeling entirely herself these days, in view of her condition and all. Thelma Brewster clasped a hand to her stout bosom and stared up at him with mouth agape. "You don't mean to say—" In the face of her awestruck amazement, Farrell was immensely glad he could nod and answer in the affirmative. Yet when he thought of how fast word of Raelynn's pregnancy would spread from this one source, he almost cringed. "I mean, Mrs. Brewster, that Mr. and Mrs. Birmingham are going to be parents." Now, suddenly aflutter, the milliner lifted a plump hand and fanned her face as if she were about to swoon. "Oh, my! Oh, this is all too much for me. Mr. Geoffrey's wife working here at your shop while she's— Oh, this is highly irregular. What will people say?" The woman looked at him pleadingly. "Dear Mr. Ives, do tell me I'm dreaming. Why, I can't believe Mr. Geoffrey would actually allow this." "Oh, but he has, most graciously, in fact. Mrs. Birmingham is a very talented couturier in her own right, and being a devoted friend of mine, her husband has allowed her to help me for a time." The woman placed a hand to her brow as if faint from the wonder of it. "Did I say it was early? Perhaps I'm still asleep, and this whole affair is merely the peculiar workings of my imagination. You did say that Mrs. Birmingham would be working for you, didn't you? And that she's expecting a baby? And that Mr. Geoffrey knows and is permitting all of this?" "You're not dreaming, Mrs. Brewster," Ives assured her dryly. "Not dreaming." The milliner slowly repeated the words as if in a daze. "Perhaps I should go lie down and consider this situation until I'm able to sort it out in my mind." Farrell didn't want to seem overly eager for her departure lest he appear callous, but in good manner he lent as much assistance as he possibly could toward that end. Upon ushering her to the front door, he nodded, dutifully listening to her disjointed verbiage and entreaties not to work an expectant mother overmuch. When the portal was finally closed behind her, he turned to find a cup of coffee being offered him by his long-established assistant. "You look as if you need this," Elizabeth observed with a sympathetic smile. "Lord, save me from that woman," Farrell muttered before draining the cup. Leaning near, he lowered his voice to an incredulous whisper. "Did you hear what that ghastly woman almost said to the wife of my best friend? Why, if left to her unruly tongue, Geoffrey shall soon find himself being strung up on the nearest tree." His assistant smiled up at him. "You handled the matter amazingly well in spite of your annoyance, Mr. Ives." Her softly spoken encouragement took the edge off his temper, and Farrell met her gaze with eyes glowing with something more than appreciation. "Thank you, Elizabeth. You've made me feel better already." He took her elbow. "Come, let us do the same for Raelynn." "Raelynn?" Elizabeth queried in surprise, looking up at him wonderingly. "Not Mrs. Birmingham?" His large hand moved across her shoulder in a caress so light that it caused Elizabeth to wonder if she had imagined it. "Between the three of us, my dear, it will merely be Raelynn, Elizabeth, and Farrell. Our friendship allows us that privilege, don't you agree?" Her soft lips curved upward approvingly. "Yes, indeed, Mr. Ives." "Farrell," he corrected warmly. "We've been through too much to bother with formalities, Elizabeth. Remember, I was there pacing your front porch like any anxious father when Jake was born." "I've never forgotten that, Farrell," she confessed, looking at him with something akin to adoration. "In the years that have followed, I've realized that I never thanked you properly for what you did that night, and I'd like you to know now just how grateful I was at the time to have you there. Emery wouldn't have been had he still been alive." "Emery was a fool, my dear. I hated the way he abused you," Farrell replied, and then instantly chided himself for being so frank. "I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I shouldn't have said that." "No need to apologize, Farrell," she assured him mutedly, unable to meet his gaze. "You were always far kinder to me than Emery ever was. He tried so desperately to be wealthy and polished, mainly, I think, to prove that he was every bit the man you were. In his failure, he made himself miserable." The couturier carefully let his breath out in a pensive sigh and decided it was time to reveal a secret he had carefully hidden throughout the years he had known her. "If he was jealous of me, Elizabeth, then the converse was equally true." For a moment, she gaped up at him, thoroughly confused. "But why? Emery couldn't even make a go of our farm, but you had everything. Why in the world would you have been envious of him?" "He had something I desperately coveted." Her darkly winged brows gathered in deepening bemusement. "What was that?" "You." Elizabeth searched his face with something closely akin to amazement. "Me? I've been in love with you almost from the first." He now scoffed at his many attempts to dismiss her from his mind. "I sought desperately to be a gallant friend to Emery, so I said nothing to you before you married him. Afterwards it was just too late to speak of it. I've often wondered if it wouldn't have been better for us all if I had just told you right off. Emery wasn't satisfied just to have you. He wanted the world besides. I'm not sure when he came to the realization, but he knew in the end how much I wanted you." "You never said anything, even after he was killed." "I couldn't bring myself to tell you because I thought you hated me." "I've never hated you, Farrell. I was merely afraid of myself and what I might do if I relaxed my vigil." Elizabeth swallowed, trying to gather nerve to make an admission of her own. "You see, I've been in love with you since well before I married Emery." Now it was the couturier's turn to be surprised. "You certainly kept it to yourself well enough." "As did you." His hand squeezed her shoulder fondly. "Don't you think it's about time Jake had a father?" I've never stopped loving you, you know." Elizabeth tilted her head aslant as she gazed up at him with a gentle smile. "Are you asking me to marry you, Mr. Ives?" "Aye, Mrs. Dalton. As soon as you're of a mind, whether it be this hour, this week, or this month, but I pray that I may not have to wait until next year." "Are you sure?" Farrell faced her squarely, and pressing her palms together, covered them with his own larger hands. "I would have asked you long ago if I would have had some inkling that you'd consider my proposal, but I was thoroughly convinced you'd turn me down." Elizabeth's eyes caressed his handsome face. Had they been alone, she might have reached up and lovingly stroked his cheek. Foolish, foolish man. When the last of the seamstresses, the new employees, and the errand boy had made their departure for the day, Farrell Ives hung the close sign on the front door of his establishment and, with a sigh of relief, turned the key in the lock. It had been an unusually busy day, and Farrell had definitely had enough of mollycoddling, spoiled, insipid little misses and haughty dowagers who thought they could control him by merely jangling their weighty purses in front of his nose. After a day such as this, he was wont to reminisce upon his good fortune during his boxing days, but of course that pastime was better suited for younger men, not one who had passed 10 and 3 years of age, and who, merely for pleasure now, only sparred with his friends. Throughout most of the day, Raelynn had worked at her desk, out of the way of the normal flow of customers. Though she hadn't actually conversed with any of the clientele, she had nevertheless recognized several who had attended the ball at Oakley, and several other social events to which Jeff had escorted her in recent months. But the women seemed too embarrassed to make their way to her desk. From the brief snatches of whispered conversation that drifted to her ears, she had become mindful that word of her presence in the shop was already making its way about town. More than a fair sampling of ladies had apparently come to the shop for no other purpose than to settle in their own minds the question of whether such outrageous claims were actually true. For after espying her, they had left the shop in an excited dither, no doubt anxious to pass on the news. In view of the fact that she was married to the most handsome and exceedingly wealthy Geoffrey Birmingham, Raelynn could imagine that, for them, her presence might have been tantamount to the heroine of that quaint children's tale, Little Cinder, deciding she preferred the hearth near the ashes rather than a life of ease in the palace of Prince Charming. As for herself, nothing could have been farther from the truth. Grateful though she was that Farrell had allowed her to remain detached from the busy bustle of the place throughout the day, Raelynn knew her isolation couldn't continue. She was also of a mind to wonder how her presence might affect the couturier's business, especially once her figure began rounding out. When, at the end of the workday, her employer escorted Elizabeth to her desk and began leafing through her sketches again, Raelynn broached her concerns, yet the man put her at ease immediately. "Don't worry about the clientele, Raelynn," Farrell replied. "We'll deal with them as the opportunity presents itself. As for these," he indicated the drawings with a broad sweep of his hand, "I've never seen anything quite like them. Your lines are exceptional." He held up one that he especially favored. "For instance, this gown would easily complement a woman of excellent figure, yet I believe it would also be kind to one less favored by nature." "I hadn't really considered that aspect of it," Raelynn admitted, pleased by the man's enthusiasm. "I just thought the gown would flow better that way." "Your illustrations come vividly alive, even on parchment." Farrell indicated another sketch, wherein the figure, garbed in a ball gown, was caught as if in the midst of a waltz, with the skirt swirling around the slender form, and a meager glimpse of an ankle showing above an undulating hem. "This one doesn't just look like it's being worn. It gives one the feeling that it's actually being enjoyed." Raelynn was aware that her drawings were different than other fashion sketches. Indeed, she had made a point of making them unique. Other artistic designers simply presented the front and back views of the garments they created without bothering to draw a figure of a woman. But she hadn't really cared for that bland way of drafting fashions, and had sought instead to illustrate beautiful ladies in partial scenes and to incorporate a feeling of life within those sketches.
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on Side 2 of this cassette.
Had descended upon her in the form of several former hopefuls who had crowded around her to ask snide questions, the most pointed being, "How in the world did you ever manage to entrap Geoffrey Birmingham in marriage?" Perhaps her face had registered her deepening dismay, for it wasn't long before Jeff had left his friends to come to her rescue.
With a debonair grin that had vividly defined the taut depressions in his cheeks, he had made a show of claiming her for the benefit of her antagonists, settling a hand possessively upon her waist as he bent near her ear, and whispered much too softly for the other women to hear, "Would you like me to save you from these malevolent witches, my dear?" To which she had eagerly nodded and smiled. His gallantry had extended itself in the form of kissing her hand before he had tucked it safely within the crook of his arm, and had turned to the other women to make their excuses. Had he been a knight in shining armor, he could not have looked more wonderful to her at that moment. Barely an hour later, when they had been about to climb into the landau, she had found herself once again the recipient of the inquisitive stares of the spiteful three. After handing her in, Jeff had taken a place beside her on the seat, and had dropped the leather panels over the windows, ignoring the liberally accommodating gap that had been left between the frame and the shade. While the women had craned their necks to peer inside, Jeff had pulled her close and, to her utter amazement, kissed her in an overtly sensual fashion. In one way, Raelynn had been entirely grateful for his favor, and yet, in another, regretful, for the fires he had lit had been difficult to quench even after she had retired to her virginal bed later that night. But that task had hardly been as arduous as calming the tumultuous cravings now tormenting her. After tasting passion's appeasement to the fullest extent, she was now fully conscious of what she was yearning for, no less than her husband's amorous attentions. Could a man who had been so caring and tender with her during that difficult period of abstinence turn so completely about-face and callously murder a young mother with a baby at her side? The question flared without warning in her mind, as if to accuse her for her irrational condemnation of her husband. If indeed Jeff was capable of such a monstrous crime, and some dark demon truly lurked behind that gallant facade, then wouldn't he be a man tormented by the wickedness lurking deep within him? Wouldn't she have glimpsed some evidence of those malevolent characteristics in him in some brief, carelessly unguarded moment? Was he such an accomplished actor that he could hide a vile nature so adeptly beneath a facade of gentlemanly refinement? Although he had ranted at Nell and expressed his desire to throttle the girl, was he more evil than other men who might have done the same thing in a moment of irritation without meaning a word of it? Raelynn realized of a sudden that she had great difficulty rationalizing a man of Jeff's integrity being capable of such a despicable murder. That dark side just didn't seem to exist in the man, and she was an utter fool for ever doubting him. 17. In the ensuing days, Raelynn became more and more involved in discussions initiated by Farrell and Elizabeth as to what fabrics, trimmings, cordings, and other embellishments would go well with her designs. To some degree, the loneliness that assailed her throughout the long hours of night was assuaged during the day by her work. No one knew, of course, how desperately she yearned to see Jeff, yet she was beginning to think he didn't care to see her. If he had, then surely by now he would have done so. Indeed, the way things were beginning to look, it wouldn't be long before their marriage was over. It was on a Friday afternoon when Raelynn glanced up from her work and espied Gustav Friedrich entering the shop with his usual disdaining arrogance. This he liberally bestowed upon the doorman, who had stepped in behind him in an effort to question him. After all, Friedrich was well known and unattached, which seemed primarily the cause for the cordial inquiry as to whether he had come to the right establishment. It was too late for Raelynn to hide, and with seemingly steadfast dedication, she bent her attention to her sketches. Elizabeth drew Farrell's notice to the German's entrance, motivating the couturier to excuse himself forthwith from his customer, Isabeau Wesley. As he approached the doorway, he waved a hand to dismiss the doorman, but by that time, Friedrich had espied Raelynn in the adjoining hall, and was already sweeping off his hat as he moved in her direction. "Your pardon, Mr. Friedrich." Farrell's icy tone could have frozen both the Ashley and Cooper rivers in the middle of summer. "Since this is a shop catering entirely to the fair ladies of our city, I must ask why you've come. I certainly hope it isn't to make trouble for Mrs. Birmingham again. I'd hate to upset my customers by a show of violence." He smiled stiffly before he added, "But if I must, I must." Offended by the man's intimidation, Gustav peered up at the taller man, a feat that required a definite tilting of his bald head. His eyes were icy hard, his lips tightly compressed, and his nose pinched as if he smelled something putrid. "I do not see why my visit should concern you, but I wish to speak with Frau Birmingham." That is why I have come. Now please step out of my way. The German's haughtiness sorely nettled Farrell. He had definite limits as to the people he would indulge, and Gustav Friedrich was not one of them. I'm afraid Mrs. Birmingham is presently working on some designs for a special customer of mine, and I'm reluctant to see her interrupted until they're finished. What I have to say to Frau Birmingham will only take a moment if you will permit me to pass, Gustav stated crisply. Then, because he was himself well versed in coercion, he warned the couturier, I have not come to offend either Frau Birmingham or you, sir, but I will make a scene if you do not let me talk with her. Farrell's hackles rose. Quite willing to make a commotion himself, he almost caught the stout fellow up by the scruff of the neck and the seat of his pants. But he was brought up short by the realization that aggression of that sort would likely drive the man to seek Raelynn out after the shop was closed. And although Jeff had men watching Elizabeth's house, Farrell still worried about the time it would take for help to reach the women. Thoughtfully, he glanced down toward the area in which he had ensconced his newest assistant. The burly janitor had moved within close proximity to Raelynn, and though the man had dusted the bookshelves and furnishings in the area earlier that morning, he was presently doing so again. In view of the fact that she had such a capable protector near at hand, Farrell could hardly see her coming to any harm by a one-armed man. I'll give you a moment to speak your piece with Mrs. Birmingham, he informed the man brusquely. And then, Mr. Friedrich, I must insist that you make your departure as swiftly as possible. Inclining his head in a curt nod, Farrell stepped out of the man's path. Raelynn had decided that if she had to face Gustav, she would feel much safer doing so behind her desk. When the man halted before the massive piece, she lifted her eyes with deliberate slowness to meet his gaze. Then, without a flicker of an eye or a twitch of a lip, she returned her attention to the sketch she had been working on. Did you come here with some specific purpose in mind, Mr. Friedrich? Merely to see how you are faring, Frau Birmingham. Why? The blunt question seemed to perplex the German, and he struggled to find an appropriate reply. I only wish to express my sympathy for what happened to that young girl on your husband's plantation. It is a terrible tragedy that one so young was killed there in such a merciless way. I worried that you might come to some harm too, until I heard that you had moved into Charleston. I can only commend your decision to leave your husband. My husband believes you had something to do with Nell's death. Raelynn peered up at the man to view his reaction as she asked outrightly, Were you somehow responsible for her murder, Mr. Friedrich? The blue eyes flared, and for a moment Gustav blustered in hot indignation. Your husband is only trying to cover his own foul deeds by casting the blame on me, but I am innocent. Leaning back in her chair, Raelynn met his gaze directly. Frankly, Mr. Friedrich, I believe you're far more capable of murdering a young girl than my husband is. You see, I haven't forgotten that you gave only tacit consent to shoot me after Dr. Clarence became incensed by the news that my husband was dead and refused to tend your shoulder. Oh, but that was merely a ploy to force the good doctor to reconsider. I would not have actually let Olney kill you, mein Liebchen. Tossing her head up with a derisive scoff, Raelynn derided, If you really think you can make me believe that rubbish, Mr. Friedrich, then you're fooling no one but yourself. I have no doubt that you meant it. Gustav clasped his hat to his breast in plaintive appeal. I say to you truly, Frau Birmingham, it was merely a ploy to bring about the doctor's change of heart. How can I prove to you that such was the case? Laying down her quill, Raelynn lifted her slender shoulders in a casual shrug. You could start by forgetting that I exist. Ho, 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 ho. Gustav tried his best to make light of her answer. You are not so easily forgotten, mein Liebchen. It would be impossible for me to do so. Then there's no real reason to continue this discussion. I must get back to work, she stated bluntly, taking up her quill again. She leaned forward over her work and tried desperately to concentrate on the drawing she had been in the process of completing. Mr. Ives is paying me to work, not to chat with people. Then may I have your permission to visit you at your new residence, Frau Birmingham? She never looked up. I don't think that would be very wise, Mr. Friedrich. But why not? He chortled, and sought to convince her of the rightness of his request. You are lonely, Frau Birmingham, and so am I. Is it not right that the two of us should consider each other in our solitary plight? Raelynn condescended once more to look up at the man. Bracing her elbows on the desk, she rested her chin on the slender fingers she had entwined to form a bridge. Mr. Friedrich, may I remind you that I am a married woman. It would be highly inappropriate for me to accept a visit from any man as long as I'm wearing this ring." She fluttered the thin digits of her left hand, drawing his notice to the massive diamond that glittered there. Until Geoffrey asked for its return, she would continue wearing it in the hope that in the not-too-distant future all would be well between them. "Now, Mr. Friedrich, if you'll excuse me, I must get back to my work, so I'll bid you adieu." Thus dismissed, Gustav marched irately away from her desk and was just approaching the entrance when the doorman swept open the door again, this time to admit Jeff. That worthy strode briskly into the shop without interruption. It was a rare occasion for Geoffrey to be out and about in less than natty attire, especially when he came to Charleston. But at the moment he had all the appearances of having been interrupted from work, for he wore no hat or coat, his waistcoat hung open, and the sleeves of his shirt had been rolled up midway his forearms. What was more, ink splotched the second finger of his right hand. Nevertheless, Raelynn was struck by his sun-burnished good looks, much as she had been at their first meeting. She didn't quite understand the almost imperceptible nod he gave the doorman, but that broad-shouldered fellow reciprocated in kind and gently pulled the door closed behind the newest visitor. Raelynn realized her heart was gathering speed with a rushing excitement, and her cheeks were growing warmer by the moment. She fully expected Jeff to come to her desk, but he seemed much more intent upon claiming Gustav's attention. Settling his arms akimbo before the man, he lifted a dark brow in an unspoken question. The German sneered in rampant distaste. "It was a pleasure seeing your wife again, Herr Birmingham, but I cannot say the same for you." "The feeling is mutual, Herr Friedrich," Jeff managed to assure the man through a marked rigidity of his lips. It was the best substitute for a smile he could offer the man. "Have you also come to visit your wife?" Jeff swept the man with a derisive perusal, and when his reply came it was permeated with sarcasm. "If you were about to leave, Herr Friedrich, I wouldn't want to delay you, even if I were to see a reason for explaining my business to you. Now, good day to you." Jeff turned his back crisply upon Gustav and, in so doing, deliberately ignored the presence of his wife in the adjoining hallway. Jeff couldn't remember ever performing a more difficult task. The urge to go to her was so strong, and it was only by dint of will that he faced Farrell as that one came forward to greet him. Raelynn's hopeful smile faded rapidly as her husband shook hands with the clothier. Bowing her head in a blend of embarrassment and shame, she stared at her sketch through blurring tears. In an effort to screen her face from the other occupants of the shop, she lifted a trembling hand to her brow, but that hardly helped to halt the flow of droplets that began to pelt her drawing. Hurriedly rising from her chair, she turned aside and, with bowed head, brushed past the janitor as she hastened toward the back door. Never looking back, she remained incognizant of the green-eyed gaze that turned in her direction and followed steadfastly through the back window until she had gained the privacy of the tall garden hedge behind which the privy was located. Only in the privacy of that cubicle did Raelynn dare release the flood of grief that nearly choked her. She sobbed harshly in overwhelming misery, feeling as if her life had plummeted into a dark crevice near the pit of hell. She had no idea what had brought her husband to the shop, but it was all too obvious that his business had nothing to do with her. He hadn't even felt inclined to offer a civil greeting. Farrell had also witnessed Raelynn's departure, and he faced Jeff in deepening concern. "Don't you think you were a bit hard on her, Geoffrey? I may be wrong, but I think Raelynn was crying when she left." Jeff released a troubled sigh. Though Raelynn's tears had caught at his heart and nearly driven him in the garden after her, it had only been by a firm resolve to remember his primary goal that he had managed to steel his emotions against any outward display. Still, watching her scurrying away in absolute misery had been much like having his vitals drawn out. The pain had wrenched him to the very marrow of his being. "I must allow Raelynn to understand full measure what it will be like if we go our separate ways," Jeff replied with stoic control. "Quite simply, I have to let that become a reality for her, as painful as it may be for both of us. I'm afraid that a few days of my absence or reticence won't be as effectual in bringing that realization into fruition as a good fortnight or two would be. If not for Friedrich's visit, I would never have come here today." "You certainly got here much sooner than I expected," Farrell admitted, having felt immeasurable relief when he had espied his friend. "How in the devil did you find out about the Toad's visit so soon?" Jeff allowed the couturier a Spartan smile. "I have a whole league of men working for me, all the way from your shop to my shipping company. When the doorman signaled the vendor whistled to the carpenter working several doors down, and so on and so forth, until the livery that I've hired for the month came to fetch me. You sure are going out of your way to make Raelynn think you're taking this whole damn business rather casually, Geoffrey, when nothing could be farther from the truth. You may cause her to think there's no hope for the two of you. Without some assurance, she may decide to sail back to England. Though as fearful as I am of that possibility, it's a chance I'll have to take. I swear you're the orneriest man I've ever come across, Geoffrey, Farrell retorted, and then stretched his own eyebrows upward briefly as he reconsidered. Besides myself, of course. You can tell, Raelynn, I miss seeing her. You're going to leave just like that without talking to her? Farrell asked incredulously. Yep. Barely had Jeff issued that concise answer and made his departure than the doorman swept open the portal for another mail, this one an English lord. Farrell immediately recognized his lordship as the one who had attended the ball at Oakley with Mrs. Brewster, but he had cause to mentally sigh, for he was beginning to wonder if he would ever get back to his customer. "Good afternoon, my lord," he greeted graciously in spite of his growing vexation. "May I be of some assistance?" Lord Marsden inclined his head in a succinct nod. "As a matter of fact, I was hoping you'd consent to offering me some help." Farrell was somewhat bemused. "If I'm able, my lord. How may I be of service to you?" "If you'd be so kind as to share with me the name of your tailor, I'd be most appreciative, sir. I was no less than impressed by the fine clothing you wore at the Birmingham's ball." His lordship bounced on his toes as he stretched his chin upward in a museful vein. "Made me realize just how desperately in want my own clothes are. Indeed, sir, I wouldn't be at all reluctant to the idea of looking like a changed man once I return to England. In regards to my clothes, that is. Would you be of such a mind to help me, sir?" "Certainly," Farrell replied, and chuckled softly. Clothes might make a world of difference for the inner man, but they'd fall well short of enlivening the fellow's bland face. Half turning, Farrell lifted a hand to claim Elizabeth's attention and made his request. "Could you please write out the name and address of my tailor for his lordship, my dear?" The nobleman smiled in appreciation. "This is most gracious of you, sir. I shall never forget it." "My pleasure to be of service, my lord." Lord Marsden glanced inquisitively about the shop. "You seem to have a thriving business here, Mr. Ives. The ladies certainly seem eager to see your latest creations. I overheard several talking at another table while I was having my lunch today. They were quite profuse with their compliments." Farrell was having difficulty hiding his growing impatience. Helping his lordship was not as important to him as assuring a customer that he had not forgotten her. He could only wonder how long it would be before Isabel Wesley would stalk out in an angry huff, never to be seen again. Lord Marsden cleared his throat as he begged for another favor. "May I also ask, sir, if the same tailor makes your shirts? I noticed how well made they are when you shed your coat and waistcoat before entering into an arm-wrestling match with the sheriff at the Birmingham's ball. Of course, your prowess at such a game impressed me as well." "Thank you, my lord. You're very kind, but I must disappoint you in that respect. You see, Mrs. Dalton makes my shirts, and I'm afraid I keep her far too busy here in the shop to allow her time to make them for other men." "Mrs. Dalton, you say?" Lord Marsden's brows gathered thoughtfully. "Did I hear it rumored about town that Mrs. Birmingham was letting a room from a Mrs. Dalton?" "Mrs. Dalton is my assistant here," Farrell replied without appeasing the man's curiosity, and laid an arm about Elizabeth's shoulders as she came with the tailor's address. "She is also my fiancée." Since no further explanation seemed forthcoming, Lord Marsden took the note from the brunette. "I shan't keep you any longer, Mr. Ives. I know you're busy." "I do have a customer waiting," Farrell acknowledged, casting a worried glance over his shoulder at Mrs. Wesley. Elizabeth had been keeping the young widow's interest piqued by showing her the newest collection of sketches. Even so, he felt a pressing need to get back to her. Lord Marsden lifted his head again to a lofty level and, as seemed his habit, bounced on his toes as he glanced around. "I say, I heard from several sources who know such things that Mrs. Birmingham is working for you in some endeavor. Under the circumstances, she might think me rude if I didn't pay my respects. I'm afraid Mrs. Birmingham is presently indisposed and won't be able to talk with anyone at this time. In fact, at this very moment she's not even in the shop." "Then please give her my regards," Lord Marsden bade courteously, and took his leave with, "Good day to you, sir." Once the door had been closed behind his lordship, Farrell released a sigh of relief and returned to his earlier discussion with Isabel Wesley. To his delight, He was informed that the widow had taken advantage of his absence and selected several more gowns from Raelynn's drawings. Entirely engrossed in showing off the fabrics that would complement not only the fashions but the widow's beauty, Farrell remained oblivious to Raelynn's return. Only later did he notice that her eyes and nose still bore evidence of her weeping. He yearned to assure her of Jeff's deep concern for her, but in keeping with his friend's purposes, he could not bring himself to break such a trust. Instead, he strove to keep Raelynn busy and her mind well occupied throughout the course of the day by urging her to finish several more sketches. A fortnight passed quickly for Raelynn, mainly because Farrell was forever urging her to create more and more gowns, giving her hardly enough time to think about her depressing situation, even when she climbed to her small bedroom at night. She had already completed a number of sketches that had elicited his praise and evoked the interest of his customers. This particular morning, after discussing a variety of fabrics that could be used for her newest designs, she had returned to her desk and had become absorbed in finishing another fashion plate when she heard a familiar feminine voice imbued with light-hearted mirth drifting from the front of the shop. Her heart rallied with sudden joy as well as an overwhelming sense of relief that she hadn't actually been ostracized by Geoffrey's family, a possibility that she had begun to suspect. Eagerly lifting her gaze, Raelynn found her diminutive sister-in-law almost hidden beyond the couturier's tall, broad-shouldered form. Despite her limited view, Raelynn could see that Heather's condition had been modestly masked by a light cape, and that the winsome beauty was wearing a fashionable bonnet, the ribbons of which had been tied charmingly beneath her lovely chin. At the moment, its feathers were moving in a negative direction as Heather declined the man's hopeful inquiries. "Absolutely nothing in my present condition, Mr. Ives," she replied, using the formality of proper names in spite of the fact that he was a close companion of both her husband and brother-in-law. While out and about, where ears were wont to listen to every little tidbit and tongues were wont to wag and enlarge upon actual happenings, she had always maintained that it was far better to be discreet. "Thank you, just the same." "Then should I assume that you haven't come to engage my talents?" he queried in a tone laced with fond amusement, "but to seek the company of your winsome sister-in-law." Farrell felt a small surge of regret that lately far too much of his time had been spent dealing with petulant, avaricious women instead of enjoying the company of close acquaintances, at the foremost of which he counted the Birminghams. It wasn't to say that he didn't enjoy being around a goodly number of his customers. Had he not been fast friends with both Brandon and Jeff ere they wed, he knew he would have still been inclined to enjoy a casual association with their wives. In spite of the gossips who had branded Mrs. Wesley as brazen, he would have accepted her presence any day over Mrs. Brewster's. At least Mrs. Wesley didn't let silly conventions stand in her way when she wanted something badly enough. Still, it was a rare pleasure to encounter two utterly beautiful women who cared far more for their families than for the luxuries of life. In light of that, he wasn't at all surprised to find Heather Birmingham in his shop. The petite woman dipped her bonneted head in a pert nod. "You assume correctly, sir, and if I may be so bold, I'd like to have a chat with Raelynn. She is here, is she not?" Cordially, Farrell swept his arm out to indicate the area which had become the domain of his newest assistant while she was in the shop. "She's there, awaiting your charming presence, madam." Raelynn moved forward to greet her guest, and was a bit surprised at her own nervousness. Still, she was of a mind to think that Heather bore her childbearing state with both an elegant grace and an unquenchable joy. Indeed, her beautiful face seemed to glow with a radiance that might have aroused more than a fair amount of envy from a number of ladies, not to mention bedazzling a few males who, often intrigued and yet bemused by the effervescence of some pregnant women, would have found it especially difficult not to admire this one. Laughing gaily, Heather gave Raelynn an affectionate hug, and then, upon stepping back, a quick inspection. She sighed, making much of her relief. "Thank goodness you bear no lasting marks after being dragged through the swamp." Raelynn almost cringed when she realized her sister-in-law had been informed of her foolish flight. "I wasn't precisely dragged, Heather. It was a bit more genteel than that." The sapphire eyes twinkled back at her. "I can imagine. Geoffrey has always been far more civilized than Brandon. I shudder to think how my husband would have reacted in a similar situation. I once ran away from him before our marriage, but I never got up enough nerve to do so afterwards. If I had ever dared wander off into the wilds like you, why, I've no doubt that he would have given me a tongue-lashing that would have made a scourging with a cat-o'-nine-tails seem tame." Heather feigned a shiver, Certain her husband's formidable temper would have literally been torched if she had shown such reckless disregard for her own life. "But I'm curious to know what set you to flight in the first place, Raelynn, and I thought if you'd be of such a mind, we might venture off to a nice, quiet eatery and talk over sandwiches and a spot of tea." Though her sister-in-law seemed blithely willing to ignore her status as a paid employee of Ives's Couture, Raelynn was hardly able to. "I'd love to go with you, Heather, but I must stay here and finish some new sketches I'm in the process of—" "Nonsense!" Farrell interjected, dropping what he had been doing nearby after overhearing her excuses. "I won't hear of you rejecting my favorite customer's request. It's the middle of the day, and as an expectant mother you need nourishment. Otherwise you'll be giving your sister-in-law the impression that I'm a slave driver, while my business would be positively ruined." Heather's smile twinkled back at him. "At last I know I'm appreciated." Farrell gave her a roguish grin before jauntily executing a clipped bow. "Madam, may I assure you that you're always greatly esteemed. Without your beauty and grace complementing my designs, I wouldn't be where I am today. May I continue my boasting by saying that presently I have within my shop 3 of the most beautiful women in the Carolinas, each of whom, with their elegant taste in clothes, has attracted a legion of customers to my shop." Heather eyed him in a teasingly aloof manner. "I'd feel much more honored by your praise, sir, if I didn't know you could charm the shoes off the little people, but being Irish myself, I can hardly be offended." Chivalrously, Farrell clasped the hand to his breast as if to pledge a solemn troth, and gave her a clipped nod that sufficed as another bow. "I'm immensely relieved to hear you say that, madam, but be assured, with you as well as with these other 2 winsome ladies whom I greatly admire, I would dare make no such claims unless they be true." Immediately, he took both women by the arm and set himself to the pleasurable task of escorting them toward the entrance. Raelynn barely had time to seize her bonnet and cape before he was whisking the dark green panel open for them. "Enjoy yourselves, ladies." "My heavens!" Raelynn gasped as the heavy portal closed behind them. "I'd be of a mind to think he was trying to evict me from the premises, if not for his alacrity in making up some of my designs." She checked the back of her gown, exaggerating her astonishment as she added, "It's a wonder he didn't catch my skirts in the door before he slammed it shut." Heather laughed in amusement and linked her arm through Raelynn's as they began strolling in the direction of the tea shop. "I hope you don't mind if I lean on you a bit as we walk, my dear. I swear this baby is trying to push her way through before I'm ready for her, but I dare not tell Brandon or he'll have me confined to bed." Raelynn glanced at her worriedly. "Do you think it's safe for you to be so far from Hearthaven when you're nearing your time and feeling that way?" "I may be taking a chance, true," Heather conceded, "but I had to talk with you about Geoffrey, and after the baby comes it will be difficult for me to get away." "Did Geoffrey urge you to come and speak in his behalf?" Raelynn asked, yearning for reassurances of his regard for her. Heather was clearly astounded by her question. "Certainly not, my dear. If you knew your husband better, you'd be aware that he takes care of his own business in his own way, in his own time. He doesn't need me or his older brother to handle such matters for him. He's quite capable of dealing with his own affairs entirely bereft of any help from others." She flicked her brows upward in a tiny shrug as she added, "As much as we'd be amenable to offering our services." "Then how did you know about my escapade in the woods?" "Cora told me, dear. She also informed me that you're with child." Raelynn groaned in chagrin and felt her own cheeks warm. "Just wait, she'll be telling the village crier next." Heather's resulting laughter proved contagious, and soon the giggling women were drawing curious stares from passers-by. But then their passage had already been duly noted by more than a few residents of the city and the outlying area. Lofty matrons seemed overtly shocked and held their chins haughtily elevated at the idea of a woman in the latter stages of her pregnancy appearing in public. Others were cynical, especially after hearing conjectures about a murderer in the lofty Birmingham family being allowed to retain his freedom even in the face of irrefutable proof. A few seemed genuinely bewildered by the amiable dispositions of the pair, when everyone was fully cognizant of the fact that Jeff and Raelynn had every intention of severing their marriage. Heather remained amiably unconcerned by the looks they were garnering, but Raelynn found the inquisitive stares far more difficult to ignore. After all, it was her marriage falling apart, and her husband people were wont to condemn. "Surely Charleston is far too large and busy a place for its populace to have so narrow a range of focus," she mused aloud, evidencing her irritation as they entered the tea shop. "Don't let them fool you into thinking they've singled you out, my dear. They're just as interested in the newly widowed Mrs. Wesley, Farrell and Elizabeth, and a whole host of others, including Brandon and me. Most of the gossips enjoy so little excitement in their own lives, they must enliven others' difficulties with harsh rumors and vivid conjectures, all of which may be utterly false. You'll find their sort in every city in the world. As you've correctly ascertained, Charleston is unquestionably no exception. The proprietress of the eatery greeted Heather in the friendly manner of a favorite patron, and soon they were being shown to a well-screened table in the back. Solicitously, the owner offered the available choices, and when the selections had been decided upon, disappeared and, scant moments later, returned with a pot of tea and a small platter of dainty sandwiches. Heather peeled off her gloves, laid them aside, and then poured tea for Raelynn and herself. Choosing a turkey and cress sandwich to nibble, she eyed her sister-in-law with close attention until she could no longer maintain her silence.
This is the end of this cassette. This program is continued on side 1 of cassette number 8. This is cassette number 8.
Heather peeled off her gloves, laid them aside, and then poured tea for Raelynn and herself. Choosing a turkey and cress sandwich to nibble, she eyed her sister-in-law with close attention until she could no longer maintain her silence. If I'm not mistaken, my dear, you seem a bit unsettled about this whole alienation of affection idea. Is there something you wouldn't mind discussing with one who'd promised not to mention a word of it to another soul? Raelynn considered Heather's invitation a long moment as she took a sandwich onto her own plate. Making no effort to eat, she reflected upon what she should say and, at length, released a pensive sigh. First of all, Heather, I'd like you to know that I'm very much in love with Geoffrey. Heather's lovely brows lifted briefly. That's not at all surprising, Raelynn. During the years I've been married to Brandon, I've heard rumors which have led me to affirm my suspicions that Geoffrey is now, and always has been, a favorite among the ladies. They absolutely adore him, old and young alike. Some women trip over themselves to indulge him. Mrs. Brewster gushes in nervous excitement in his presence, and has been simply a swoon over the man for untold ages. She seems convinced that he can do no wrong. At least she was before that nasty business with Nell. In fact, I really don't know how Geoffrey has managed to escape being the most pampered man on earth. Heather met the other's gaze with a tender smile. So tell me, Raelynn, what are you going to do about your state of affairs? Raelynn blinked as a sudden moisture blurred her vision. I'm afraid if things continue the way they're going, Geoffrey will be asking me for divorce. I can't sleep at night fretting about it. The black-haired beauty grew a bit perplexed. Now let's discuss this matter in more depth, lest I become thoroughly bogged down in confusion. Cora said that you had run away from Oakley soon after Nell's murder, and though she wasn't aware of the precise details concerning your move to Charleston, she assumed it was your own idea. Now you're telling me you're afraid Geoffrey might seek to sever your marriage. Heather bolstered enough courage to ask, under the circumstances, Raelynn, can you hardly blame the man? He was the one who sent me away, Raelynn admitted in a small voice. Heather's heart went out to the woman. Reaching across the table, she laid a hand consolingly upon the one that nervously fidgeted with a fork. I'm sorry, dear. I didn't realize Geoffrey had done that. I thought you had left on your own accord. At least that's what Cora had been led to believe. Well, actually I did at first, into the woods, I mean, but that was only because I was caught up in a nightmare wherein I kept seeing Geoffrey stabbing Nell. After Geoffrey found me in the swamp, we took shelter from the rain at Red Pete's cabin. Only Hyde held us at gunpoint for a while and claimed he had witnessed Nell's murder and that the murderer was none other than Geoffrey. What was I to think? After having my own life threatened by the scamp, I certainly had no doubt that Olney was capable of such a deed himself, yet he seemed genuinely convinced that Geoffrey had murdered Nell. Heather had anticipated Raelynn's apprehensions and thought she should share some of her own experiences. A few years ago, Brandon was suspected of killing Louisa Wells, the former mistress of Oakley. In fact, after her murder, Rhys Townsend actually came out and arrested Brandon. After living with the man for more than a year and coming to know him as a husband and the gentle, caring father of my son, I was sure that Brandon couldn't possibly have done such a brutal thing, even in a fit of temper. You and Geoffrey haven't had much time to become properly acquainted, but, for what it's worth, my dear, I'm convinced that Geoffrey doesn't have the temperament to kill someone unless his own life or some member of his family is seriously threatened. I know for certain he couldn't have killed Nell. It just isn't in the man. He's too noble. Aye, Raelynn agreed dolefully, and so confounded charming, handsome, understanding, and... So, Geoffrey? Heather suggested sweetly, and patted the other woman's hand consolingly. My brother-in-law has the most steadfast disposition of any man I know. He's neither boastful nor bashful, insecure nor arrogant, self-centered nor self-deprecating. If anything, he's equanimity personified. However, she added, lifting a slender index finger to make a point, that's not to say that he isn't fully capable of making decisions that could turn us all on our ears. He's no saint, nor, for that matter, a spineless whelp who'll take the worst of what you give him, contritely beg your forgiveness and coddle you while you're doing it. He has his pride, and if you can't bring yourself to trust him, then he'll let you reap the consequences. He's a man, after all, and he can be tough as an ill-treated hide, but that only makes me love and admire him all the more. Raelynn heaved a glum sigh. Since we've been married, it seems as if I've brought him nothing but trouble. I'm ever reminded that all this started because of me, because I couldn't bear to become Mr. Friedrich's little doxy. Nonsense, my dear. Trouble began brewing when Nell slipped into Geoffrey's bed, and that was long before you ever put in an appearance. Raelynn searched the beautiful face of her sister-in-law and felt led to question her about the incident. Did Geoffrey ever explain how that came about? He explained nothing. Then how? Heather smiled. Cora confides in me quite often, dear. She grew up at Hearthaven. Geoffrey needed a housekeeper whom he could trust and who could take charge in his absence, and of course we had Hattie, reliable as the salt of the earth. As for that particular night when Nell forced her attentions upon Geoffrey, it seems that nearly all the servants were awakened in one fashion or another after he hauled the girl out of his room with nothing more than a blanket draped about her. Kingston was promptly sent out to fetch Cora, who was given the task of finding clothes for the girl and packing her valise. From what I understand, Geoffrey issued a series of orders and returned to his room, from that point leaving his servants to deal with Nell. Kingston helped her into the waiting carriage, and from there Thaddeus drove her into Charleston, where he secured a room for her at an inn with funds Geoffrey had graciously supplied. Nell's babe favors Geoffrey to some extent, Raelynn murmured softly. Oh, Raelynn, dear, it's got to be a coincidence, Heather argued. Geoffrey would never have put on such a performance merely for the sake of his servants. Cora swore she had never seen him more outraged by an incident. She said that when she got to the house, Geoffrey was ranting something about that little slip of a girl should be playing with dolls instead of men. The story is that Nell woke him up out of a sound sleep, so there's no telling what she actually did to provoke his rage after she slipped into his bed, but I rather suspect that she didn't limit herself to just kissing him. Raelynn couldn't bring herself to even entertain the possibility that Cora had lied to Heather. Indeed, the housekeeper had probably reported the incident just as it happened. Then there was Kingston, whom Raelynn had heard harshly chiding Nell for what she had done close to a year before. The butler had laid the blame solely at the girl's feet, not Geoffrey's. Raelynn also imagined that when a man was as handsome and looked as enticing in clothes as her husband did, a girl like Nell, who had obviously nurtured a deepening obsession for him, might have proven herself quite brazen after launching her seduction. Since it was Geoffrey's habit to wear no clothes to bed, Nell might have liberally indulged her fantasies at least until that moment he awoke. Of a sudden, Raelynn felt a sizable measure of regret that she had ever allowed Nell to alienate her from her husband. I'm ashamed to admit it, Heather, but I haven't been a very trusting wife. I allowed the girl's accusations to come between Geoffrey and me, just as I allowed myself to believe he could be a murderer. Now that I've had some weeks to reflect back upon that bloody scene in the stables, I realize I never gave Geoffrey a chance to explain anything before I took off. He has a perfect right to feel offended by my lack of trust. Heather laid a gently consoling hand upon the others. At one time, I thought I hated my husband. I definitely feared him for a while. Raelynn looked up in shock. She had presumed the couple's marriage had been idyllic from the beginning. When the two seemed so much in love now, it was impossible to entertain any notion that they might have once been dissatisfied with each other. I had no idea. Even after marrying him, I thought Brandon was no less than a tyrant, Heather acknowledged, a distant smile curving her soft lips. But by the time we had sailed from England to Charleston, I was wont to think he was the most magnificent man the world had ever created. Though I was hopelessly in love with him by then, pride continued to hinder us. In fact, it wasn't until almost a full year after Beau had actually been conceived that we finally let down our barriers. Now, you and Geoffrey are having problems just as serious as we once had. I really hope that this kind of thing doesn't become a family tradition. She drummed her fingers lightly upon her distended belly. If it does, I pity the ones who'll follow in our wake. Raelynn almost shuddered to think what their offspring could reap if their woes were visited upon them. Let us trust that none of those whom we hold dear will be suspected of murder as Geoffrey and Brandon have been. Heather murmured her agreement before moving swiftly on to a less distressing topic. I truly wish, Raelynn, that you'd consider coming out to stay with us at Hearthaven until this rift between you and Geoffrey is mended. You'd be entirely welcome to remain as long as it takes for both of you to work out your differences. Touched though she was by the invitation, Raelynn shook her head. Thank you, Heather, but I just can't. I don't think Geoffrey would feel comfortable visiting you while I'm there. Besides, I'm loath to involve you and Brandon in this matter. But we're family, dear. We're already involved. Of course you are, but it just wouldn't be right for me to put myself between Geoffrey and his family, Raelynn argued. Looking decidedly downcast, Heather muttered dejectedly. Brandon said you'd refuse, but I just had to try. 18. Miss Raelynn! Miss Raelynn! Tizzy cried in an anxious dither as she scurried into the clothier's shop late one afternoon 3 days hence. Mr. Brandon's coachman's just arrived at Miss Elizabeth's, and he says that Miss Heather's gone into labor and that she's asking if you'd be of a mind to come out and help her through the delivery. Raelynn rose to her feet without delay and was just turning to search out Farrell to ask for his permission to leave when she saw him striding hurriedly toward her. Just go, he urged, motioning her toward the door. Don't worry about cleaning up your desk. Elizabeth can put everything away. Stay as long as you're needed. If something comes up that won't wait, we'll know where to find you. Now go, get yourself ready. You have a long ride ahead of you. I've done packed a valise for you, Miss Raelynn, just in case Miss Heather's baby takes its own sweet time getting here, Tizzy informed her. It's already in Mr. Brandon's carriage. If you're of a mind, you can leave right now. Thank you, Tizzy, Raelynn said gratefully, already scurrying. She snatched her cloak from the coat tree and dragged it on as she ran. In a moment, she was slipping out the front portal which the doorman was holding open for her. The coachman had pulled alongside the boardwalk in front of the shop and, in anticipation of her arrival, was there waiting at the open door of the conveyance. Afternoon, Miss Raelynn, he greeted, tipping his hat. I hope you don't mind rushing. Mr. Brandon was fit to be tied worrying over his little darling. Before I left, he said to get you there as fast as I could whip the horses into a frenzy. Thank you for coming all the way to Charleston to fetch me, James. I want to be there. She placed a hand in his massive gloved paw and accepted his assistance into the landau. Her slippered feet barely touched the coach steps as she made a hasty ascent. Settling back into the seat, she felt the carriage lurch as the servant climbed to a seat, and soon they were on their way. Once they left the outskirts of the city, James displayed a definite urgency as he cracked his whip time and again above the heads of the four in hand. The horses' hooves were nearly churning up the winding road, yet the servant gave no signs of relenting. Obviously, he had taken his master at his word. Twilight had settled over the land before James turned into the long lane leading to Hearthaven. At the far end of the oak-lined drive, the blazing lights of the large house cast a welcoming ambiance. Soon the landau was drawing to a halt before the steps, and Raelynn caught sight of Brandon hurrying across the porch to meet the approaching conveyance. When she scooted forward on the seat, he was there to swing open the door and give her a hand down. I'm glad you were able to come, he murmured, obviously relieved that she had seen fit to do so. Settling a hand beneath her arm, he whisked her across the porch. Heather said something about you two being sisters almost as much as Geoffrey and I are brothers. She got it in her head that she wanted you beside her, and there was no denying her request. He chuckled softly, but it lacked a carefree tone. I told James to drag you forcibly into the carriage if need be, but he only laughed and assured me that he'd bring you back without going to that extreme. Heather's not in any danger, is she? Raelynn queried anxiously, glancing up at her brother-in-law as he opened the front door for her. Perhaps it was only because she had been away from Geoffrey for more than 3 weeks, but at the moment she was struck with a keen awareness of just how tall her brother-in-law really was. But then she reminded herself he was no taller than Geoffrey. Hattie says everything is going along as it should be, Brandon informed her, but in the brief pause that followed, he released a wavering sigh. Since that could mean a whole plethora of things, her statement is hardly very soothing. Heather was in the grip of a painful contraction when they arrived in the master bedroom. Even so, she managed an anguished grin for the new arrival. When she finally could relax, she dropped her head back upon the pillow and, regulating her breathing again, rested a moment before reclaiming a genuine smile. In spite of the crispness of the weather, her hair was damp and a tiny dappling of sweat shone on her face. Yet she seemed oblivious to that and the pain she had just endured as she stretched forth a slender hand, inviting Raelynn to come near. "I'm sorry I couldn't greet you properly just now, but this baby has a way of demanding my full attention. My labor started some hours ago, so I don't imagine that it will be too long now before I give birth." Raelynn clutched the woman's thin hand fondly within her own and managed a wobbly smile. "James made sure I got here as fast as I could," she replied, and in spite of her concern, tried to sound amused by it all as she added, "I don't believe I've ever experienced a swifter ride." Heather groaned in mock chagrin. "I didn't mean for him to scare you to death, dear. I would have been content to wait another half-hour if need be." "Our offspring might not have waited that long," her husband interjected, moving around to the opposite side of the bed. Lifting a knee upon the mattress, he settled beside his wife and gathered her free hand within his much larger one. "You were having hard contractions when I sent James to Charleston to fetch Raelynn, and now they're coming with greater frequency. Frankly, madam, I don't know how much more of this I can stand." Heather and Raelynn smiled at his dry wit before his wife reached up to run a hand lovingly along his upper arm. "You'll do fine." "Doesn't help knowing I promised to stay with you until the end," Brandon confessed. "My knees are already feeling a little weak at the idea." "That was your suggestion, not mine," Heather accused sweetly. "I can manage without you." Brandon laid a gentle hand over the sheet that covered her distended belly. "Who's responsible for this baby?" "We both are," she acknowledged with a smile. "Then we'll both be here when she's born," he assured her, his green eyes gazing into hers. He brought her hand to his lips for a doting kiss. "Now, tell me, my sweet, how are you feeling now?" "I'm doing fine," she assured him, threading her fingers through his. She lifted sapphire orbs and perused his face with wifely concern. "How about you?" Briefly, Brandon held out his free hand before her as he boasted, "You see, steady as a rock." "Aye, and I'm my mother's uncle," Heather replied, chuckling as she caught the large extremity within her grasp. Barely a half-hour later, a servant softly rapped on the door, and when Brandon went to open it, a young black woman announced in soft tones, "Mr. Jeffrey's downstairs, sir. He just arrived." "Thank you, Melody. Tell him that I'll be down directly." Brandon closed the door as the servant left, and when he turned, he found himself meeting Raelynn's gaze. It seemed to him that she looked suddenly unsure of herself, but he had no idea how to put her at ease. He lifted his shoulders in a lame shrug. Farrell must have sent word over to him. "All the way to Oakley?" "Probably at Jeff's townhouse in Charleston." Brandon broke off abruptly, realizing he had just betrayed his brother's confidence. Seeing Raelynn's deepening confusion, he offered an excuse that was no real exaggeration of the truth. "Jeff has had a lot to do lately at his shipping company. He didn't want to have to ride in every day, so he let a townhouse from a friend." Raelynn opened her mouth to speak, but then closed it again just as quickly, realizing she was on the verge of tears. In view of the fact that Oakley was about an hour's ride from Charleston, she had consoled herself that her husband had had no time to come in to see her when he was so busy tending to his many business affairs. If, however, he had been in the city all this time, then she could only believe he had been deliberately avoiding her since she had started working at Farrell's. In fear of betraying her crumbling reserve, Raelynn cleared her throat and dared to put forth a question. "Has he been there long?" "I'm not exactly sure how long it has been now. Only a couple of weeks or so, I think. I've lost track." It seemed a trite excuse Brandon offered, but true. While he had been so wrought up worrying about what Heather would have to face during the birth of their child, he hadn't hardly thought about anything else. "Brandon," Heather called from the bed. "Yes, my love," he answered, moving to her side. He was grateful for her interruption, yet he also sensed she had something on her mind that didn't necessarily involve him. His wife clasped his large hand against her bosom and smiled up at him gently. "Go downstairs with your brother. I'd like to talk with Raelynn alone for a few moments." Brandon perceived that she intended to lay out the complete and honest truth before their sister-in-law, and that it would be better for all concerned if he removed himself. He did so willingly, preferring to leave rather than witness the tears that would likely be forthcoming. "Don't do anything while I'm gone now," he urged with wan humor. "I said I'd be here with you to the end, and you know I'll always keep my word." "Even if you pass out doing so," Heather teased, lifting her face to receive his doting kiss. "Me?" Brandon straightened and turned a pointing finger toward his own chest in an attitude of wide disbelief. At her grin and nod, he feigned a bruised countenance. "Why, madam, shame on you. I wouldn't do anything like that." "Of course not," she sweetly agreed, and squeezed his lean fingers before letting him go. When the door closed behind him, Heather beckoned Raelynn around again to the left side of the bed, near the spot where she lay. Raelynn readily complied, but at Heather's sudden grimace she reached out and clasped the delicately boned hands. "Can I do anything to ease your discomfort?" she asked anxiously, amazed by the small woman's tenacious grip. Unable to answer, Heather strained downward a lengthy moment until at last the contraction eased. Then she blew out a long breath and once more slowly inhaled. Regaining her composure, she smiled up at Raelynn. "It won't be too much longer now." "You wish to speak with me?" Raelynn asked gently. "Yes, dear. I just wanted to assure you that the reason Geoffrey is staying in Charleston has everything to do with you." "Me?" Raelynn laughed at the absurdity of such a notion. If not for the fact that she was so completely distraught, her actions might have seemed to mimic Brandon's earlier protestations. "But I haven't hardly seen him since I left Oakley. He came to Ferrell's shop briefly, but he didn't even glance at me. That doesn't mean Geoffrey hasn't been concerned about your welfare. All along he has had men watching over you to ensure your safety, mainly from Gustav. I haven't been informed of just where his men are located, but I believe they're fairly close to the areas where you're working and living. Geoffrey is staying in Charleston in case there's trouble." "It seems he's just as honorable as ever," Raelynn replied stiltedly. "Or is he just using me as bait to catch Gustav?" "Raelynn, dear, I truly believe Geoffrey cares for you. Otherwise, if that is true, then why hasn't he come to see me?" Raelynn interrupted, her voice weakening. "If you ask me, it's just a matter of manly pride. He can hardly be accused of leaving me to my own defenses if he has men watching over me when Gustav decides to come calling again with his ruffians." Heather tensed and pressed her hands against her stomach as another contraction rent her restraint. After a moment she gasped, "You'd better call Hattie. I think the baby's head is beginning to push through." Raelynn tore from the room and rapidly descended the stairs, calling for the black woman. Brandon charged out of the study like a man possessed, and as he bolted for the stairs, Raelynn stumbled to a halt, her eyes falling on the tall, handsomely garbed figure entering the main hall. As their eyes met, Jeff nodded a greeting and leisurely advanced to the stairs, there placing a booted foot upon the first step. Though the hall had suddenly come alive with servants rushing to and fro, carrying bundles of linens and buckets of water, Raelynn remained unaware of everything but her husband until she realized of a sudden that Hattie had passed her some moments ago. "Heather will be wondering where I am," she gasped. Whirling, she caught up her skirts and raced back upstairs. She didn't realize just how much she was trembling until she had closed the bedroom door behind her and leaned back against it. Of a sudden, her knees felt so weak they seemed incapable of bearing her weight. If not for the fact that she had clenched her teeth, she had no doubt that they would have been shattering by now. Chiding herself for allowing her husband to dismantle her reserve so completely, she forged an unsteady path to the bed, totally amazed by his debilitating effect on her. But that was not the worst of it, by any means, for her heart was thudding chaotically against the wall of her chest as if she had run a fierce race. At present, Heather was straining hard to thrust her child into the world. Brandon was beside his wife, his long fingers entwined with hers, appearing every bit as stalwart as his physical bearing conveyed as he murmured encouragements and dabbed at her glistening brow. Only Raelynn noticed that the large hand which gently wiped Heather's brow was shaking far more now than it had been. Indeed, it nearly matched the tremor in her own. "You're doing fine, honey child," Hattie encouraged as she busily prepared the bunting for the new arrival. Heather's head fell back upon the pillow as the spasm passed, and for a moment she panted as if thoroughly spent. Then she let out her breath in a sigh, composed herself, and glanced around, only then noticing her sister-in-law standing near the end of the bed. Heather held out her free hand invitingly, and Raelynn seized it, fighting anxious tears. Between Geoffrey and Heather, she didn't know if she'd ever be the same. "It's all right," Heather soothed, managing a brave smile. "It will all be over very, very soon. No need to fret now, dear. I'm doing fine." In another moment, Heather was grimacing and bearing down hard again. The baby's head finally pushed through, and immediately a muted, angry squall was heard, evoking laughter from all who heard. "Ain't got the volume, Mr. Bowhead," Hattie commented with a white-toothed grin. "This one sounds more like a dainty little girl to me. Very shortly, I expect, Miss Heather, you're going to be having yourself a look-see at your little daughter." Heather's head came up off the pillow again as she strove through the throes of childbirth. It wasn't long before the black woman was cackling in glee. "Sure enough, a fine black-haired little girl, and she's a real beauty, too."
"Oh, she is," Raelynn agreed, laughing. Of a sudden, she felt as if her heart would soar.
Hattie placed the squalling infant upon her mother's stomach and dispensed with the rest of the necessities involved in childbearing. Much awed by the miracle of birth he had just witnessed, Brandon thrust a finger through the tiny bloody fist of his new daughter, and immediately the baby stopped her crying and started making a sucking noise.
"Well, we know what our new little darling will soon be wanting," her father said with a chortle.
Hattie took the newborn to a corner of the room where she cleansed and swaddled her. Within moments, the tiny girl was lowered into her mother's arms.
"She's absolutely gorgeous," Raelynn observed proudly.
Heather gazed down upon the small, wrinkled face and laughed. Only a loving aunt would be so kind. Brandon rose from the bed and, crossing to the door, grinned back at his wife.
"I'm going down to fetch Bo and Jeff. They'll be wanting to see Suzanne, too."
Heather was absorbed in inspecting her new daughter and making sure that everything was as it should be. Hattie and Melody were tidying up the bedroom and repositioning the cradle near the bed. In the confusion, no one noticed Raelynn slipping out of the room and hastening down the stairs. She left through the back of the house just as quietly and hurried out to the privy, diligently seeking the privacy it afforded. She really didn't want Jeff to see her while she was so wrought up. At the merest thought of confronting him again, she had started shaking enough to make the trip to the privy a requirement. With her pregnancy came the necessity, and she definitely needed to go. She hardly expected Jeff to be waiting just outside the cubicle when she opened the door. She flushed red in embarrassment, as if he had never seen her scurrying toward a chamber pot in their bedroom. Nervously, she smoothed her skirts. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were waiting to use the convenience."
"I was waiting for you, madam," Jeff corrected. "I was informed that James brought you out from town, and I was wondering if you'd care to share my carriage on the return trip to Charleston. It would save James the trip in." Put that way, Raelynn couldn't see how she could refuse.
"Tizzy packed a valise for me just in case I'd be staying overnight. I'll have to fetch it."
"James gave it to me some moments ago, madam. It's already in my carriage," her husband informed her. "Once I pay my respects to the newborn and her mother, I'll be ready to leave. Will that be acceptable to you?"
Raelynn couldn't decide whether she should feel offended because he had taken her reply for granted, or if she should be pleased that he had gathered her belongings with his usual punctilious competence. "Yes, perfectly." Not daring to touch her for fear of what that would lead to, Jeff swept his hand toward the narrow path leading to the house. "After you, madam." Raelynn hurried along the well-worn trail, even in the moonlight shadows, feeling his unrelenting gaze following her. His long legs had no difficulty keeping up with her, and when she arrived at the door, he was there to swing it open. "Thank you," she replied, glancing up nervously. She was so intent upon eyeing him that she failed to notice where she was walking until her head met the sharp ridge of a door jamb the hard way. She stumbled back, completely stunned by the impact, and wished in mortifying chagrin that she had fallen into a bottomless pit somewhere. "Are you all right?" Jeff asked solicitously, lifting her chin with a knuckle to see the damage. She stood blushing furiously with a hand clasped over the swelling knot on her forehead, telling herself that it was perfectly sane for a woman to wish the earth would open and swallow her up. Her husband was trying to pull away her hand in a quest to see her battle scar, but she was too embarrassed to let him. "I'm fine, just leave me be, Geoffrey." "You're not fine," he argued. "There's blood dribbling through your fingers." Startled by his announcement, she yanked away her hand and stared at it in shock. It was indeed bloody, but what was even more disturbing was the fact that droplets began plummeting onto her bosom. "Oh, my gown! It's going to be ruined!" "It's a wonder your head isn't," Jeff quipped, gently dabbing a clean handkerchief to the small cut on her brow. He swabbed up the blood there and then,
with husbandly familiarity, proceeded to her bodice. His diligent swipes across her breast immediately caused Raelynn to forget her throbbing head, for she could feel her nipple drawing into a tight little nub beneath his casual ministrations. She lost any semblance of a ladylike poise, and clasped a hand over her breast, unable to ignore the hungrily throbbing peak. "Please, Geoffrey, just leave me be." "Your head needs tending, madam," he reasoned, "and at the moment everyone is busy in the house, so I'd be grateful if you'd just let me take care of it. I can take care of myself. You can't even see your head." "Oh, all right." Much like a petulant child, she plunked herself down upon a stool near the rear door and leaned her head back, still holding her breast within her hand. "Tend me." Jeff drew a bucket of water from the well, poured a small amount into a tin cup that hung from a hook, and brought it near. "You needn't act so offended, Raelynn," he rebuked gently, wetting the handkerchief. "I've done a lot more than handle your breast." It dawned on Raelynn that she probably looked more than a little ridiculous sitting there with a hand clasping the womanly fullness. Shifting uncomfortably, she lowered her arm to her lap. Just as quickly, she caught the glance her husband shot toward her bodice and looked down at herself, curious to know what had provoked his interest. Her nipple was still tightly puckered, and with a mortified groan she crossed her arms, drawing a low chuckle from Jeff. "It isn't as if you haven't seen such sights before," she fussed. "My memory needs refreshing," Jeff gave the excuse with a grin. "It has been a while." She wanted to quip something appropriately tart, but nothing came to mind. As it was, she endured the careful cleansing of her head wound, allowed him to bandage it, and then sought the covering of her cloak before following Geoffrey upstairs to the master bedroom. When they arrived, Beau was sitting on the bed beside his mother, peering inquisitively at the little creature his father was holding within his hands. The boy was asking numerous questions about where his new little sister had come from. Finally, Brandon settled his tiny little daughter in one hand, and, reaching across with the other, laid it on the blanket covering his wife's stomach, which was now noticeably flatter. "That's where Suzanne and you both came from, son." Beau pondered this a moment, before looking up inquisitively. "But how'd we get in there?" Jeff pressed a knuckle against his lips to subdue a chuckle as his brother looked at him with a pained expression. The elder Birmingham turned back to his wife and, clasping her hand, finally gave an answer. "Love put you and your sister there, son." "Love?" Beau asked, his voice imbued with an incredulous tone. "You mean the way Hattie loves fried chicken?" A hoot of laughter came from Jeff, who threw his head back and guffawed to the ceiling. His amusement proved contagious, and soon the whole room was filled with sounds of hilarity. Darkness had settled over the land by the time Jeff and Raelynn bade their farewells to the family and settled into the landau for the long ride to Charleston. Raelynn yearned for the trip to be shortened by an invitation to stay the night at Oakley, but it soon became apparent that her husband was not inclined to make such an offer. Though at first she felt tense and nervous sitting beside Geoffrey, the day's events had taken a decided toll upon her energy. Soon she was nodding off. She hadn't donned her bonnet for fear of ruining the ribbons with a fresh flow of blood from her head, which left her bruised brow rather vulnerable when it brushed up against the interior wall of the carriage. She came awake with a jerk and, in deepening mortification, straightened herself upon the cushioned seat, well aware that her maddeningly stoic husband was watching her with unrelenting persistence through the moonlit gloom. Only a few more miles had been traversed before Raylynn's eyes were drooping closed again. She never knew exactly when Jeff lifted her onto his lap and nestled her brow against his throat, for she had ceased her struggle against an encroaching sleep. She was just as oblivious to the kiss he placed upon the top of her head. Some time later, Raelynn became vaguely aware that she was being borne along through an area of darkness. She heard the sound of a door closing, and then muted voices seemed to drift upward from a deep well. A glowing lamp moved somewhere beyond her, casting elongated shafts of light and shadows across ceilings and corridors. A door's hinges creaked as a portal was opened and then closed. When a moment later she was placed upon a bed, she recognized a familiar squeak. She tried to wake when she heard Tizzy's sleepy voice, but much deeper tones banished the girl to her own room. Gentle hands plucked open buttons and others fasteners, and with a contented sigh, Raelynn turned her face upon the pillow as her baby rolled within her womb. The movements seemed obscure and distant, as if she only dreamt them, much like the inviting warmth of a large hand resting upon her cool stomach. She felt a nightgown being drawn over her head and, at long last, a blanket being tucked in around her. Then a lantern at the end of a long tunnel was snuffed, and darkness closed in around her as she sank deeper into a dreamy vortex from which she had no desire to rise. 19. Nearing closing time on a Friday a fortnight later, a tall, dapper figure of a man pushed open the distinctive green door of Ives' Couture and swept off his top hat as he approached the lone desk near the back of the seamstress's corridor. Raelynn was just tucking the last of her drawing supplies into a drawer when a manly shadow cast from the hanging fixture overhead fell upon her. She glanced up, fully expecting to find her employer with some question about one of her designs. Several moments earlier, he had taken Elizabeth upstairs to search for some new fabric samples he had left there, one which he especially liked and was considering using for a gown that Raelynn had finished sketching earlier that afternoon. When her gaze lit upon her own husband, Raelynn was struck by an avalanche of impressions closely reminiscent of those that had been instrumental in leading her to accept his proposal of marriage less than an hour after their initial meeting. His manly good looks were just as stirring, his smile with twin depressions in his cheeks just as engaging, his green eyes just as luminous as they had always been. The only detectable difference was within herself. She couldn't remember her heart beating as chaotically, even after he had scooped her out of the path of the onrushing coach as it now did. Surely no fear could have stirred such giddiness. Neither could that emotion have warmed her cheeks to the extent that she could actually feel them glowing. "We didn't have a chance to talk when I brought you back from Hearthaven," he murmured, "and I've been wondering how you've been feeling. Is your head better? I see no sign of a scar." He swept his gaze down the length of her as she moved around the end of the desk. Though she wore a charming dark green and blue plaid frock that served to conceal her condition, it was obvious nevertheless that she was with child. But then, when he had stripped her for bed after carrying her up to her narrow room at Elizabeth's house, he hadn't been able to mistake her small, rounding belly. He had noticed small movements there, motivating him to lay a hand over the gentle roundness and to feel his child moving within her womb. "No, as you can see, it's just fine now," Raelynn murmured, trying to curb her elation. "And I'm feeling remarkably well myself." More than a month ago she had departed his house, but there had been times since then when it had seemed like a year. Through all of her past debates over his guilt or innocence, she hadn't realized just how desperately she would come to miss her husband until a goading worry began to assail her, leaving her fearing that she might never see him again. That dread had taken deep root in her heart, and she had learned a harsh lesson about what it feels like to vainly pine for a man. If Nell had brooded over Geoffrey's aloofness as much as she had done within the agonizing weeks of their separation, then Raelynn could definitely understand why the girl had felt driven at times to demand his recognition. "None of the usual discomforts that accompanies pregnancy?" Jeff asked solicitously. "Nothing of any significance. Only a lethargy that still makes me want to sleep at odd and sundry times, but I can't very well do that while I'm working here." "No, I don't suppose you can." "How is Heather and the baby doing?" "I've been meaning to hire a livery and to go out and see them, but we've had so many customers ordering spring wardrobes that the three of us have hardly had time to take a deep breath." "Heather and the baby are fine," Jeff replied. "Suzanne has even managed to sleep from dusk to dawn several times, which of course delights her parents. Nursing a babe every 4 hours night after night can wear on a body after a while, I suppose. But then that duty falls entirely to the mother, regardless of her husband's efforts to help." Hesitantly, Raelynn approached a subject that had been worrying her of late. "I understand from recent comments I've overheard in the shop that we've now become the prime interest of gossip-mongers," she ventured, tracing a finger along the arm of a small French fashion mannequin which resided on her desk. She dared not meet his gaze as she probed. "I've even heard people saying that you've spoken to your lawyer and have initiated the termination of our marriage." A derisive snort attested to Geoffrey's feelings about that particular bit of hearsay. "Don't believe everything you hear, my dear, or, for that matter, only bits and parts of what you see. I'd never do that unless it became your desire." He tilted his head thoughtfully askant as her eyes slowly lifted to meet his. "Has it?" "No, of course not," Raelynn hastened to assure him with an uncomfortable little laugh. "I was just afraid it might be true, considering how vexed you were with me before I left Oakley." "Afraid?" Jeff repeated, wondering at her choice of words. Concerned, afraid, anxious, they all mean about the same thing, she stated gloomily. I agree, Raelynn, but are you telling me that you were actually concerned enough to be afraid? A wavering sigh escaped her lips. Jerkily, she nodded. Yes. Does this mean that you're suffering some doubts about my guilt in Nell's death? His blunt question brought tears to her eyes. Diffidently, she met his searching gaze. I haven't been able to come to any definite conclusions about what happened that night, if that's what you mean. At times it seems utterly foolish to even suspect that you could have had anything to do with that kind of brutality. And then I wake up from a recurring nightmare in which your appearance changes before my eyes. The demon you become makes me quail in fright. Jeff certainly hadn't been able to forget the night he had lain beside her at Red Pete's cabin, and had heard her tormented ravings. Rather than stir up past hurts, he considered it wiser by far to change the subject. I came here, madam, to ask you to have dinner with me. At Oakley? Did he truly mean to break his self-possessed reticence and allow her to enter his home again? Hardly daring to breathe, she awaited his answer, as if she were about to receive a sentence somewhere between life and death. At a restaurant here in the city, he informed her, and immediately wondered if the gentle radiance in her eyes had dimmed a slight degree, or if it had only been a trick of his imagination. If you're at all acceptable to the idea, we can have dinner out, and then afterwards I can escort you back to Elizabeth's. I'll hire a livery to take us there if you're not up to walking. At the moment, I'm without the landau. I had to send Thaddeus back to Oakley to do some errands for me. Raelynn wished fervently she would have had enough foresight to have donned a more elegant gown earlier that morning. I should tidy my appearance. Nonsense, my dear, you look as ravishing as always. His magnanimous claim did much to buoy her mood. Even so, it evoked a dubious laugh. Hardly that, Geoffrey. He glanced around. Do you have a cloak? It seems unusually moist and breathless outside, which leads me to surmise that a fog may be rolling in before too long. Raelynn indicated the coat tree where she had left her woolen wrap. The cloak is Elizabeth's, the cape is mine. From a nearby chest, she swept a pert cap that had been made on the order of a Scottish bonnet, and went to stand before a tall silvered glass where she proceeded to don it. Settling it upon her head at a cocky angle, she glanced at her husband again to reassure herself that he was still there, and ready and willing to be seen with her in public. He was there all right, looking back at her as he lifted her cape from the hook. Suddenly a smile. She gave no heed to what she was doing as she thrust a long hatpin through the deep blue velvet. She promptly regretted having diverted her attention as she rammed the point of the pin into her forefinger. Her startled cry quickly brought Jeff back to her side, but by then she had dislodged the stick pin and dropped it on the floor to clasp her bleeding finger in the palm of her hand before the tiny droplets could mar her gown. That was clumsy of me, she fretted, grimacing in pain. Let me see what you've done this time, Jeff urged, brightening her cheeks to a vivid hue. Mentally, she groaned in discomfiture. Why in heaven's name did she have to be so inept when he was around?
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on Side 2 of this cassette.
Let me see what you've done this time, Jeff urged, brightening Raelynn's cheeks to a vivid hue. Mentally, she groaned in discomfiture. Why in heaven's name did she have to be so inept when he was around? Taking her hand within his, Jeff drew her to a nearby washstand, which had proven a necessity for Raelynn when she sketched in charcoal. There he poured a small amount of water into the bowl. After soaping and rinsing her hand, he withdrew a clean handkerchief from his coat and wiped the slender digits dry as he gently implored, "You should be more careful, Raelynn." Vividly aware of his tall, neatly garbed presence so close at hand, Raelynn pressed a trembling hand to her brow in an attempt to hide her flushed cheeks. Her clamminess, as well as her finger, had been all but forgotten in the face of her heightening awareness of his all-too-manly presence. She was rather shocked to find that she was actually becoming physically stimulated. Her nipples tingled with a hungry yearning to be caressed again, not only by his hands and mouth, but by the slow, rhythmic strokes of his furred chest during the intimate rites of love. It was all she could do to ignore the throbbing urgency in her loins as she yearned to be joined with him and to soar once again to those lofty heights to which he had taken her so often. But of course, that was nothing more than foolishness. Best to cool your blood, she rebuked herself. If he had wanted you in that way, he'd have been around long before now. Jeff's features were sharpened with his own burgeoning desire to gather his wife up close against him and to kiss her with all the passion he had been holding in check since her departure. Only he knew of the agony he had suffered during their separation, but he heard Elizabeth's rapid footfalls drifting from the corridor leading to the upstairs apartment, and, close behind her, those of Farrell's. The approach of the couple left him with no other choice but to smother the awakening fires that had been so quickly and easily ignited. "What happened?" the brunette asked worriedly as she hurriedly entered the corridor and came toward them. "Raelynn, are you all right? I thought I heard you cry out." "I just stuck a hat-pin into my finger," Raelynn confessed shamefaced. "Thankfully, Geoffrey is taking care of it." "Well, he certainly doesn't need our help," Elizabeth replied cheerily, as she noticed a pink blush infusing her friend's cheeks. Struggling not to smile, she quickly retreated and behind her back motioned for Farrell to do likewise. "We'll just take ourselves back to where we came from." Jeff turned to meet the widow's sparkling gaze. "My wife and I will be having dinner out this evening, Elizabeth. You needn't wait up for her. It may be rather late before we return." "Oh, of course." The buoyant lilt in her voice evidenced her delight. "Don't worry about a thing. Just have a good time." "We'll endeavor to do such a thing," Jeff pledged with a grin. In the couple's absence, Raelynn rose on tiptoes to whisper near her husband's ear. "Elizabeth invited Farrell to supper tonight, and the way they've been mooning over each other lately, I'm definitely relieved to have someplace else to go. I would have felt like a third thumb, even if I'm your escort." A smile curved Raelynn's soft lips as her sparkling eyes met his. "I wouldn't have gone with anyone else, Geoffrey." Night fell quickly over Charleston as the Birminghams wended their way along the city streets. Thin wisps of fog had begun to drift up from the wharves into the narrow lanes and byways through which they passed. Soon it began rolling up around stately edifices and twining ghost-like through formal gardens. What postlights and lanterns could be seen in the distance were nothing more than vague auras of light glowing in the mists. Jeff had chosen an elegant French restaurant at which to dine, and though the couple drew the shocked attention of nearly everyone they passed as the maitre d' led them to a secluded table near a window at the back, this time Raelynn was much more receptive to the stares. Swept forward on her husband's arm, she graciously nodded to those who gaped at them in wide-eyed astonishment. "Does this meet with your approval, Mr. Birmingham?" the maitre d' inquired solicitously. "Very nicely indeed, Gaston, thank you." The head waiter stood patiently aside as Jeff removed Raylynn's cape. Upon receiving it, the man hurried away. After assisting his wife into a seat, Jeff took a chair close upon her right, and when the waiter appeared, ordered a bottle of wine and an appetizer. He had just taken his wife's hand to speak of an affair dear to his heart, when a tall, dark-haired man dared to intrude upon their privacy. "Your pardon, Mr. Birmingham. I don't know if you remember me from your ball, but I'm Lord Marsden." The man indicated the vacant place on Raylynn's left. "Would you mind if I sit a spell with you and your lovely wife and discuss a matter which has brought me all the way from England to the Carolinas?" Jeff had had every intention of courting his wife, but in good manner he could hardly refuse his lordship's request. Hiding his annoyance, he swept a hand to invite the man to join them. "Please be my guest." The waiter arrived with the wine and was promptly sent for a third goblet. After sampling the choice vintage and a sizable portion of the timbales of shrimp and spinach, which Raelynn had shared with him from her plate, his lordship complimented his host for his excellent taste in wine and food. "It must be a rarity to find a libation of this quality here. I certainly haven't been able to find the equal." "It depends on where you go and whom you know, my lord," Jeff replied. "But then, my ships import a lot of the wines the city serves." His lordship chortled. "No wonder you're so knowledgeable about where the best of it is located. Yes, indeed. Aside from their marvelous wines, I'm particularly fond of French cuisine. The sauces they use to enhance their dishes are simply superb. I became indoctrinated with everything French when I served as a royal courier to that country some years ago, but, of course, that was before their horrible revolution. When the peasants overran the country, they destroyed everything I enjoyed about it. Now France has a first consul who means to become emperor. Napoleon will be satisfied with nothing less. No sooner did we get a treaty of peace with him last year than we're back at war. Bloody confident he is, and it's no wonder, what with the scuttlebutt about there being spies in our camps, even near His Majesty's throne. Do you hear much about that sort of thing here in the colonies, sir?" "Carolinas, you mean?"
Jeff corrected, managing a brief smile. "We no longer consider this a territory under English rule. Yes, of course, a slip of the tongue, as it were. As to your question, we seem to be entirely removed from the happenings of the English court and the intrigue going on there. But I understand your wife is English. Has she not heard of the deceit practiced near the throne by some men?" "She has suffered mightily because of that very thing, your lordship," Jeff informed the man, reaching across the table to take Raelynn's hand. He wasn't surprised to feel it trembling within his grasp. "I believe it's still very much a painful subject for her. You see, her father was falsely accused of treason and died in prison awaiting his trial." "Oh, I'm dreadfully sorry," Lord Marsden replied. His dark brows gathered in deep concern as he conveyed his regret to Raelynn. "I hope I haven't offended you by speaking out of turn, madam. If I have, I humbly beg your forgiveness." "You could hardly have been cognizant of my distress, my lord," she murmured, graciously managing nothing more than a wan smile. "After all, you only know me as Mrs. Birmingham. My late father was James Barrett, Earl of Balfour." Lord Marsden fell back in his chair, his jaw sagging in surprise, but he quickly recovered and hastened to assure her, "My dear, although I knew your father distantly, I had great regard for him. At the time of his arrest, I was unable to equate the charges against him as anything having solid basis. The man was admired and respected by his peerage." "Nevertheless," Raelynn interrupted with quavering tones, "there were those among his peers whose guileful subterfuge brought about his demise. My father was confident that the culprits would be exposed by the very thing that he had within his keeping once he came to trial, but alas, he died in prison before he ever had a chance to reveal them as the deceitful men they were." Shadows moved behind Raelynn's eyes as she recalled the final haunting days of her father's imprisonment. He had been concerned for his family's safety, and for that reason, but it just might have been that demon's way of removing obstacles to get to me. In any case, Geoffrey and I will have to be far more wary of venturing out along dark, lonely streets until our assailant is caught. "Excuse me for asking," Reese said a bit hesitantly. "I know he's supposed to be your uncle, but by any chance, could it have been Cooper Fry who did this thing?" "No, I'm certain of that," Raelynn replied with confidence. "Cooper Fry is much heavier and a lot clumsier than our attacker, and if it's any relief to you, I don't consider him any uncle of mine." I remember you telling me that once, but I didn't know if you had possibly changed your mind since then," Farrell replied. When Elizabeth returned with the newly made bandages, Dr. Clarence was close upon her heels. After the physician examined Jeff's most recent wound, he rumbled, "Is this some more of Friedrich's doing?" "No, sir," Raelynn answered in a voice fraught with emotion. "This assailant was infinitely more dangerous than Gustav. He had every intention of killing us, and might have succeeded if not for Reese coming to our rescue." Dr. Clarence raised his eyes above his spectacles, and fixing them on the sheriff, gave him an appreciative nod. "It's always reassuring when we hear that our lawmen are watching over the people of this fair city. But then, I've never doubted Reese's dedication to that task." The sheriff finally offered more insight into his timely intervention. "My deputy was making his rounds when he espied a cloaked form following the Birminghams. He immediately came back to fetch me, but Charlie got turned around in the fog and couldn't locate them immediately. I struck out on foot, leaving Charlie to search elsewhere with the wagon." "Charlie likely saved Geoffrey's life," the doctor replied. "If he hadn't been so wary, you'd probably never have found them in time, and Jeff would be dead now." "And Raelynn," Reese added, and, when the old man's bushy eyebrows jutted upward in surprise, went on to explain, "The assailant tried to take her life too. I shot a knife out of his hand during one attack, but Raelynn has just informed me that that was his second attempt." The lawman shrugged. "I don't know if my shot wounded the man that seriously, but just in case, be on the lookout for anyone who might come to you or some other doctor sporting a hand wound. I'll spread the word around, but the scoundrel may well tend his hand himself. Something more serious might have brought the cad in screaming for us to save his life." When Dr. Clarence finished wrapping a bandage around his patient's head, he concluded soberly, "There's nothing more now that can be done. 'Twill only be a matter of waiting to see if Geoffrey regains consciousness. He has had a hard blow to the head and is likely suffering a concussion. Hopefully it's only a mild one if he is, but in any case he may be out for a while. Once he comes to, he'll be inclined to think the top of his head is about to come off, but with due rest, the headaches should eventually ease. At least that's my hope."
He faced Raelynn and lifted a crooked finger as he instructed her. "If you can, keep Geoffrey in bed. Don't let him chase after your attacker as he did with Gustav, and don't be taking him to Oakley, where I can't reach him in time if something happens. If Elizabeth doesn't object, let him stay just where he is. Give him plenty of water to drink. If the pain becomes too intense, slip him a little laudanum that I've left on the table there. But mind you, girl, not too much."
"I understand, Dr. Clarence," she answered mutedly. "I really appreciate the fact that you came out to tend him." She moved toward the chest where she had left her handbag. "If you'll just wait a moment, I'll pay you."
The physician held up a hand to halt her attempt. "No, child. Geoffrey can do that once he's on his feet again. I don't take payment until I know I've helped someone." He waved farewell. "I can see myself out." The sheriff hefted his bulk out of his chair. "Charlie and I will take you back, Doc." The physician paused in the doorway. "Thanks, Reese. My eyes don't work as well at night as they used to, and most definitely not in this blasted fog." Reese followed Dr. Clarence out, but as Farrell moved to the door, he paused to speak with Raelynn. "Geoffrey requires your attention here, so you needn't worry about coming to work in the morning. As much as I may need your help at the shop right now, I'd feel a far sight better knowing you're taking care of him."
"Thank you, Farrell. So would I." Choking up, she turned aside to hide the tears that promptly sprang forth. Her voice was heavily imbued with misery as she added, "Even if I went to work, I wouldn't be able to concentrate while fretting about Geoffrey. I pray no real harm has been done."
"Shh! Don't cry, Raelynn. Geoffrey is going to be just fine," Farrell murmured consolingly, laying a gentle hand upon her shoulder. He sincerely hoped what he predicted would come to fruition, and that he wasn't just letting his confidence in his friend's unswerving tenacity cloud his thinking. "There's not much that can keep your husband down. I know that from experience. We've been friends too long for me to doubt his fortitude. Why, he'll likely be hale and hearty on the morrow." Raelynn sniffed and, with a dainty handkerchief, hastily swiped at the wetness trailing down her cheeks.
"I hope so," she muttered thickly, finding it difficult to speak. "I know my heart would surely die should he succumb."
"You don't have to fret about any of that. Geoffrey's not going to die, and right now you're the best balm for him, so stay and take care of him."
A wavering sigh escaped her lips as she turned to him. "I wish now that I would have stuck a knife instead of a hatpin into our assailant's behind."
Farrell blinked in confusion as he sought to assimilate her statement in the realm of what a proper young lady would do under similar circumstances. "Excuse me, Raelynn? Perhaps my ears were playing tricks on me. Could you repeat that again?" Her cheeks reddened beneath his inquisitorial regard.
"Never mind, Farrell. It was nothing of any great import."
"But you said something about sticking a hatpin in your attacker's backside," the couturier pressed, his lips curving teasingly.
Mortified, she beseeched him, "Please don't tell anyone."
Laughter invaded his voice as he denied her request. "Oh, but Raelynn, this is too humorous to keep a secret. I commend you for your spirit." Obviously, this was one lady who had enough grit to help her man out when he was in danger. Not many women would have resorted to that precise method of revenge, but take heart. Only our closest friends will know. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go down and catch Dr. Clarence before he leaves. 'Twill do the old man good to hear about this. He'll surely laugh over it all the way home."
Raelynn responded with a mutinous pout. "Looks like you're making every effort to be our next town crier."
"Most assuredly, madam, most assuredly," Farrell managed through his guffaws.
Raelynn felt like slamming the door behind him, but she dared not for fear of discomforting Geoffrey with the noise. Instead, she quietly closed the portal and began to undress. Perhaps it was foolishness on her part, but she donned her prettiest nightgown, a garment that she hadn't worn since leaving Oakley. Heaving a disconcerted sigh, she turned the wick down in the lamp until the room was once again entirely enclosed in a flinty blackness. Then she crawled beneath the covers. For a time, she lay upon her back, staring toward the ceiling through the ebon darkness as she struggled to subdue an urge to snuggle against her husband. It soon proved a temptation she could not resist. Turning on her side, she pressed close against his long male form, and as had once been her wifely custom, lifted a sleek limb to rest across his hardened thighs. Her fingers swept upward along a corded arm, across a shoulder, and brushed a male nipple all but hidden amid crisp black hair. His breathing remained unchanged, and she grew bolder still,
slipping a hand downward over his taut, flat belly until she took possession of the torpid fullness. If she had held aspirations of awakening her husband from his stupor in such a manner, then Raelynn quickly realized that such an idea was no less than foolish. Heretofore, even from the deepest sleep, Jeff had always awakened fully aroused in response to her explorations. But that was too much to expect in his present state. His mind was held bound in a place where it couldn't be reached, and that worried her exceedingly. A sudden trembling took possession of her as she became inundated with all the heart-rending possibilities. He might die. He might never wake from his stupor. He might become a raving lunatic. And on and on and on. "Enough of this," Raelynn hissed angrily in the impenetrable gloom. "My husband will live. He must live." She was a child again. The tall glass-paned doors of her father's study stood open just behind her, and in the enveloping serenity of the carefully tended garden, she could hear her parents' muted voices, comfortably close, drifting out to the marble steps where she sat playing with her dolls. Nearby, birds were flitting from bush to tree, well out of the reach of her cat, Mischief, who cocked his head curiously as it watched them intently. Gathering her dolls in her arms, she tottered out across the granite terrace. Mischief followed along beside her, playfully pouncing here and there, fiercely attacking some leaf or bug it found along the way. The path led to a stone bench residing in a restful spot under a tree, and she crawled upon it to play. She called for a cat, wanting to dress it in doll's clothes, but Mischief wouldn't come. Sliding off the bench, she tottered along the lane, following to where she had last seen the fuzzy animal. Just ahead of her loomed the lofty, ornate wrought-iron gate that bordered her family's property. There was something behind it, something she especially sought. But what? The gate was unlocked. It squeaked open as she pressed her face between the bars. With an elated laugh, she dashed through and found herself in another garden. A butterfly fluttered past. She lifted her hand and ran after it. Bejeweled with color, it soared very high and swooped just as low, but always just out of the reach of her fingertips. A deep voice, laden with laughter, came from nearby. "You'll never catch them like that, little miss." She turned, meeting emerald eyes and a grin that awed her. Entranced by the black-haired young man, she approached and leaned her head far back to meet his smiling gaze. Like the gate, he loomed so tall above her that he seemed to reach to the sky. "Here now, let's get you home before your parents come looking for you." Strong arms swung her up and settled her onto his shoulder. Her perch was so high she squealed in fright and grasped a handful of his hair for security, but his hand held her tightly as he strolled along toward her home. It began to rain again, a gentle misting rain that dampened her curls and the black hair through which her fingers were entangled. Drifting upward from her dreams, Raelynn became vaguely aware of a large hand searching upward beneath her nightgown. She thought she was still dreaming until her thighs were gently urged apart and the explorations deepened. Her heart soared with joyful relief as gentle fingers moved with tantalizing slowness over her softly swelling flesh, eliciting within her womanly being a quickening excitement. Nothing but total darkness greeted her when she turned her head on the pillow. "Geoffrey?" "Aye, madam," a familiar voice answered huskily. "I'm here." "How do you feel?" "Horny." She giggled. "I was talking about your head." "I wasn't." He patted upward in search of her hand and, drawing it downward, enclosed it over the engorged flesh. "I see what you mean," she crooned, nuzzling his neck. "You feel very nice, very warm, in fact." "So do you," he breathed, as his long fingers continued to ply her silken flesh. "But you have too many damned clothes on for my liking." Raelynn readily sat up and shifted from hip to hip as she dislodged the tail of her nightgown. Whisking the garment up over her body, she dragged it off her head and, with an outward sweep of her arm, banished it into the sea of blackness beyond the bed. "Better," her husband muttered against her throat after resettling her close against him. Her fingers threaded through the hair at his nape as his lips traced downward, and he heard her gasp in delight as his open mouth found a nipple. Hungrily, he devoured the soft peaks, tasting their sweet nectar, licking, teasing, evoking small quickening tremors that seemed to shake her whole body. Jeff braced on an elbow above her, prompting Raelynn to complain. "This bed squeaks, and Elizabeth's bedroom is just down the hall. What if she hears us?" "Elizabeth is a widow, my sweet," he breathed, in the dark void, searching out her mouth with his own and murmuring against it. She'll understand a husband's need after so long a wait. Raelynn curled her tongue into his consuming mouth, sliding it over, around, and under his in a slow, sensual dance, all the while tasting the essence of the wine he had earlier quaffed. She turned upon her side to face him, and mentally groaned when the bed protested her movement. She retreated from his kiss to ask, "How can I face Elizabeth on the morrow, knowing she'll likely be aware of what we're doing together tonight?" Jeff sighed in frustration and sank back upon his pillow. The heavy draperies were tightly closed over the windows, forbidding even a minuscule ray of moonlight to penetrate the sooty darkness. It was impossible for him to see his wife's face, and he had no way of telling whether this was a true concern she voiced, or nothing more than a lame attempt to reject his advances. "Do you want me to stop, Raelynn?" "No, never," she whispered emphatically, lifting a leg over his hip. Her heel pressed between his buttocks as she anchored her now vulnerable softness against the lengthy shaft. "I want you. I want to be your wife, your lover, your mate for life. I want to feel you inside me, to be one with you, to bear your children, to possess you as you possess me, to touch you as often as I wish and to feel you quicken in my grasp. I need you, Geoffrey, most desperately." She slipped a hand downward between them, and in a fierce grip closed over the manly flesh, causing Jeff to catch his breath at the sweet, brutal intensity of her possession. Her open mouth teased his in provocative invitation as she began a slow, methodical seduction upon his body, plying every skill he had taught her until the warm flesh was nearly throbbing for want of more. Indeed, it was all Jeff could do to keep himself from being swept away by his growing ardor as she worked her will upon him. His lips merged with hers in a rapacious kiss that soon had them straining against each other. His hand returned to her womanly softness and found no resisting barrier, only a wifely eagerness to accept his intrusion and to comply with his rutting urges. Soon she was arching her back, thrusting her breasts upward as an offering, and nearly writhing with the ecstasy of the tumult he created within her as he teased the sensitive swell and, with slow, purposeful deliberation, caressed the silken flesh. "Oh, I've missed you so much," she gasped in a whisper, unable to bear the rushing excitement another moment without feeling him inside of her. Rising above him, she guided the hardened shaft into the moist cleft and settled down upon him, sucking in her breath at the heady bliss that began sweeping upward from the core of her being. Lifting her face to bask in this all-consuming ecstasy, she paused in quiescent stillness to luxuriate in the feeling of being one with him. She felt his long, beautiful hands moving over her naked body with mesmerizing slowness, but ever so much more pleasurable was the stirring warmth of him deep within her.
This is the end of this cassette, cassette number 9.
Raelynn felt Jeff's long, beautiful hands moving over her naked body with mesmerizing slowness, but ever so much more pleasurable was the stirring warmth of him deep within her. "You feel even nicer than I remember," she crooned, sweeping her hands upward over his chest. "You can sit upon my lap any hour or day you have a mind to, my sweet," he replied huskily. She brought his hands up to her breasts and pressed the fullness into his encompassing palms, nearly shivering in delight as his thumbs thrummed across her nipples. Rising up from his pillow, Jeff buried his face between her breasts as he clasped the soft orbs tightly against his lean cheeks. In the next moment, he became like a man driven by an insatiable desire, with predacious greed taking each nipple in turn into the warm, moist cavern of his mouth. Her slender fingers kneaded his shoulders as her hips began to move with slow, undulating strokes. Then his hands were clasping her buttocks, giving her driving momentum as he pressed her down upon the hardened shaft. A soft moan escaped her lips as his throbbing warmth began to surge upward within her, and she began to shudder as waves of bliss began to wash over her. Vaguely she was aware of the bed protesting their movements, yet there was no stopping now. Darkness became infused with myriad flashes of light that seemed to burst all around them, exploding in sharpening, scintillating ecstasy as they soared far beyond the galaxy into another universe entirely. Reality came winging slowly back, well after their awe over what they had just experienced together began to wane. They lay side by side, their fingers entwined,
his knee bent and tucked beneath her thighs, her head resting upon his stalwart shoulder. "I love you," Raelynn whispered. Geoffrey lay as if frozen, hardly able to believe what he had just heard. "And I've missed you so very, very much." "Will you come back to live with me at Oakley?" "Oh, yes, just as soon as you're able." "I'm able now, madam." Rolling toward him, Raelynn laid an arm about him and rubbed her nose against his corded neck. "Dr. Clarence said you shouldn't be moved right now." "I can move myself," Jeff protested. "Nevertheless, we'll remain here until I know for certain you won't suffer any repercussions after being waylaid." "It was that damn post that waylaid me," he argued. Raelynn giggled. "Now that you've become my captive, dear husband, I don't intend to let you go. You'll serve my purposes here in this bed until you can't wield your little finger, much less anything else." Jeff grinned into the blackness looming over them. For a man who had oft been teased about his backbone of steel, he gave in to his wife's coercion with an alacrity that evidenced his eagerness to submit himself entirely to everything she threatened, and a lot more besides. "We could stay for a day or two, at least until we've entirely exhausted this poor bed. Indeed, by the time we're finished with it, Elizabeth will be of a mind to buy another." His wife snuggled contentedly beneath his arm. "I thought you'd eventually reconsider." For another half-hour or so, their silence remained unbroken, allowing Raelynn's eyelids to sag closed. "Raelynn." Drowsily, she stirred against her husband, making every effort to open her eyes. "Yes, Geoffrey?" "I love you too." He waited for an interminable length of time, listening for some response. He hardly expected to hear a tearful sniffle. Rising above her, he pressed his hand gently alongside her cheek and, feeling the moisture trailing down it, asked in amazement, "Are you crying, madam?" "Yes," she choked through gathering tears. "But why?" "Because I'm so happy." Jeff fell back upon his pillow, dumbstruck by the oddity of her declaration. Would he ever understand this beautiful creature he had married well enough to recognize the difference between weeping for joy and crying in sorrow? "Oh, Elizabeth, I'm so very happy for you," Raelynn assured the woman in her kitchen on Saturday morning a pair of days later. Raelynn felt especially honored that the dark-haired beauty had thought enough of her to give her the news before revealing to another soul the fact that she and Farrell would be getting married. Already Raelynn was beginning to consider Elizabeth as dear a friend as her own sister-in-law, Heather. "Have you given him a date?" "No, not as yet. I had to discuss it with Jake first. He really likes Farrell, but one can never predict how boys will react when their mothers decide to remarry, especially when they're only 4. But I'm hoping we can be wed fairly soon. We've spent all this time apart, thinking the other didn't care. It's time we made up for all the lost years." Elizabeth was even more convinced of that particular rationale after waking several times to the distant rhythmic squeaking of her guest's bed. Suffering through those titillating episodes with a heightening perception of her own cravings had made her yearn for instant appeasement, and she had wondered how best to approach Farrell about the matter. Although he had said it would be up to her to set a date, he hadn't made any mention of that since. Presently she was of a mind to think that they shouldn't plan anything at all, just simply get married, but as yet she hadn't gotten up enough nerve to suggest a hasty wedding. "We want it to be a private affair, just intimate friends, you understand. Farrell holds Geoffrey in the highest esteem and will want him to stand up for him as best man, and, of course, I'll want you as my maid of honor." "I'd be delighted," Raelynn answered happily. Perhaps she was coming to know Elizabeth as well as she knew herself, but she sensed her friend wasn't entirely comfortable with the delay. Mentally acknowledging the possibility that she was being tempted to speak out of hand, Raelynn bit her lip and almost refrained from doing so. Still, the woman's distant expression led her to be bolder. "Elizabeth, do you really want to spend all that time planning a wedding when you and Farrell could be enjoying marriage tonight?" Elizabeth gave a little groan as she collapsed into a chair at the kitchen table. "How in the world can I tell Farrell that I want to be married right away? Don't you think he's eager for that, too? I've seen the way he looks at you, as if he could devour you half a room away. If you'd like, when Geoffrey wakes up, I could ask him if he'd talk to Farrell about moving ahead with the wedding. Are Geoffrey's headaches easing any? The laudanum helps him sleep through them, but I have to slip it to him in his food. Otherwise he'd be as stubborn as an old bull about taking it. He was in such intense agony this morning, he barely got his breakfast down. I mixed some of the laudanum in his eggs, and I had to threaten to sleep on the couch before he'd finish them, so don't pay any mind if he complains about your cooking. We're hoping to go home tomorrow, but we'll just have to wait and see if Geoffrey is up to the drive. He has been sleeping so much after his injury, there's no telling how he'll feel once he gets on his feet again. I'll miss you. Raelynn gave her a puckish grin. Not if Farrell is in your bed. Elizabeth pressed slender fingers to her lips in an effort to subdue her amusement, and then cast a shining glance askance at her friend as she flipped the end of a dish-towel toward her. You should be ashamed of yourself suggesting such a thing. Raelynn chuckled, feeling incredibly happy now that she and Jeff were together again. I may be married, Elizabeth, but I'm certainly not blind. Farrell is as nicely proportioned and handsome as my own Geoffrey. The brunette was in full agreement, and was led to recall an incident that even now brought a vivid blush to her cheeks. It was odd, the freedom she felt with Raelynn, as if she could tell her anything without being condemned. Aye, there have been many times when I've caught myself thinking how handsome he is, and yet I was afraid of being around him. I certainly didn't want to find myself acting like some of those addle-pated fillies who'd come into the shop just to gawk at him. I had my chance at doing that very thing about 6 months ago, when I went up to Farrell's apartment to tidy up. At the time, I was under the impression that he had gone out for an appointment with a textile merchant, but I soon learned the hard way that the meeting had been cancelled. The door of Farrell's bathing chamber was standing open, and I entered without realizing he was at home. He was just stepping out of the tub, reaching for a towel, when I barged in. I was so astounded I couldn't move. I just gaped at him. If Elizabeth's cheeks weren't hot enough, they fairly flamed as she confessed. My late husband didn't have much to sport with in bed, but I was an innocent and didn't know, that some men have more in their breeches. I finally collected enough of my wits to flee, and though I later got up enough gumption to apologize for my intrusion, Farrell was gentlemanly enough to brush it aside and say that it was all his fault for not warning me that he was there when it was my normal cleaning day. He acted as if nothing untoward had happened, yet to this day I haven't been able to forget that morning. Raelynn grinned back at her. Which is only one more reason you shouldn't delay your marriage. If you do, you both may find yourselves in bed together, and think of the eyebrows that would raise if anyone found out. Mama! Mama! Jake cried, running into the kitchen where the two women had been icing a cake. There's a mean-looking man standing in front of our gate. Elizabeth and Raelynn faced each other in sudden alarm, both suffering sudden apprehensions that another assailant had come. Elizabeth hurriedly pushed herself to her feet, while Raelynn caught up her skirts and dashed toward the front of the house. Gustav! Raelynn gasped upon arriving at the front window and peering through the lace panel. The German stood before the gate with a bouquet of flowers clasped in his good hand. Elizabeth groaned. I think Mr. Friedrich has come courtin'. There was more concern in her tone than the like of such a simple declaration might normally have elicited. She beckoned Jake to her, and immediately gave him instructions. Go upstairs and tell Tizzy to run over and fetch Mr. Farrell, and to be quick about it. Yes'm, the boy hurriedly replied, and charged out of the hall, his high-top shoes nearly flying over the rugs in his haste to comply. Raelynn clasped a shaky hand to her throat as she watched Gustav swing open the gate, step through, and then pause to pull it closed behind him. What should we do? He's coming in. Trembling, Elizabeth grasped Raelynn's arm. I have Emery's flintlock upstairs. She could issue nothing louder than a strained whisper. I could hold him off until Farrell comes. Do you have it in you to shoot a man? Raelynn glanced at her worriedly. Elizabeth made a lame attempt to appear confident about performing such a task, but had to confess, I've never had the need. Get it, Raelynn urged, trying hard to keep her teeth from chattering. Knowing what the man is capable of, if he isn't stopped, I think I could do it. Gustav had gained the front porch by the time Elizabeth arrived back with the pistol. She passed it to Raelynn, who immediately looked it over in some confusion. How can you tell if it's loaded? At least I know that much, Elizabeth chided, grabbing it out of her friend's hands. I loaded it before I came down here. Now get behind the door where he can't see you. Perhaps he'll go away and leave us alone if I discourage him. Upon stepping near the portal, Gustav tucked the spray of flowers within the crook of his useless arm before reaching out to knock. Only after doing so did he take his hat off, set it on the porch chair, and retrieve the colorful cluster within his grasp. Cautiously, Elizabeth swept the pistol behind her skirts before she reached out and swung the door open. Forcing a smile, she met the man's unwavering ice-blue gaze and felt a cold shiver sweep through her.
Mr. Friedrich, I believe, she said, her tone unusually high. Lifting a hand, she indicated the nosegay and cleared her throat before making another attempt to speak. To what do we owe this occasion? I have come to present my respects to Frau Birmingham, he announced officiously. Is she expecting you? Elizabeth inquired impertinently. I wish to speak with her. Gustav thrust his chin outward briefly as his eyes glinted with icy shards. Fetch her for me. I'm not sure that Mrs. Birmingham wants to see you, Elizabeth boldly stated. She thought perhaps if she could just stop shaking, she'd get through this thing without revealing just how frightened she really was. After all, you did kidnap her from her husband's home. How do we know that you won't try something like that again? Elizabeth had noticed the pale blue eyes hardening progressively, but she was hardly prepared for his roaring bellow which drew a sudden start from her. Get the Frau Birmingham before I lose patience with you, you stupid woman! Get her now! In the face of such flaring rage, Elizabeth retreated precipitously until she collided with Raelynn, who had come out of hiding. The resulting collision promptly sent the brunette stumbling forward again. Managing to stiffen her resolve as well as her spine, Elizabeth opened her mouth to speak and found to her abashment that her voice had fled. She cleared her throat sharply and tried once more. Mr. Friedrich, I will allow no man to shout at me in my own home. Calmly restrain yourself, or I shall have you removed post-haste. The German smirked at such a silly notion. Who will do that for you, Frau Dalton? The man of the house? Possibly. A male voice boomed behind the women, startling a gasp from each. Striding forward to the door, Farrell stepped past Elizabeth and nearly filled the modest doorway as he faced the German and settled his arms akimbo. Though Farrell hadn't competed in a boxing tournament in more than 6 years, he had nevertheless kept in prime condition sparring with his friends, and was confident that he could send this arrogant intruder flying without undue effort if worse came to worst. What do you want this time, Friedrich? When Jake had heard the strange man yelling at his mother, he had scurried behind a chair, where he had then crouched in trembling fear. But Farrell's presence did much to bolster his courage. Leaving his hiding place, he slipped past their tall protector and proceeded to give the shorter man a swift kick in the shin. Go away, the boy demanded. We don't like you. You little gutter snipe, Gustav railed, sending the boy stumbling backward with widened eyes. I will cut you up into little pieces and feed your carcass to the sharks. They will gobble you up as they do a tiny morsel. Reaching out, Farrell laid a comforting hand upon the lad's shoulder and drew him back against his leg. When the youngster glanced up in wide-eyed trepidation, the couturier tousled his sandy hair and grinned down at him. Don't you let that mean old man frighten you, son. Not as long as I'm around. Whirling, the boy wrapped his arms about Farrell's thigh and held on tightly. The sound of angry voices had awakened Jeff. Not knowing exactly what was transpiring, he had donned his trousers and hastily made his way down the stairs, bereft of shirt and shoes. When he espied Tizzy nearly jumping up and down in great agitation in the hallway, he inquired, "What's going on out there?" "It's Mr. Friedrich, Mr. Geoffrey," she hissed furtively, and silently pointed toward the front entrance as Jeff strode forward. "He's out there on the porch, looking all sprucified, just like some gentleman caller. I expect he's done come to pay court to Miss Raelynn." "Oh, he has he?" Despite the dull throbbing in his head, Geoffrey was more than willing to deal with his antagonist. It didn't matter that he was insufficiently dressed for the occasion, considering he had nothing more than his trousers on. His fighting spirit was definitely primed. Indeed, he now understood exactly what Brandon had felt like when he had nearly thrashed a man for forcing a kiss upon Heather shortly after Bo was born. Raelynn caught her husband's arm as he sought to step past her. When he paused and looked down at her, she beseeched him. "Please, Geoffrey, let Farrell handle this. You're in no condition to get into a set-to with Gustav." Giving her a smile, Jeff took her hand within his grasp and lifted it to his lips for a loving kiss as his eyes melded with hers. "No need to fear, madam. I'll be careful." Elizabeth backed away to give Jeff room to pass as he neared the door. Farrell caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye and moved out onto the porch, allowing his friend to follow him. But Farrell wasn't about to leave this conflict to be decided by a man who had just suffered a concussion and was barefoot besides. A thin eyebrow jutted upward as Gustav swept his foe with a sneering perusal. "I see that the good sheriff have not yet seen fit to do his duty by arresting you, Herr Birmingham. No one had as much reason to kill Nell than you. Once more, everyone knows she was killed in your stables, but here you are, free as the wind. Being friends with the Sheriff Townsend has its rewards, yeah?"
And I see that you still have aspirations of claiming my wife for yourself, Herr Friedrich. What will it take to convince you that she belongs to me?" Gustav jeered as his eyes passed derisively over his enemy's long, half-garbed form. Birmingham was not only younger, taller, and more muscular, but also trimmer. It didn't help that the man's waist was lean and taut and bore no evidence of a paunch, a problem he had been battling since the age of 10. "She'll be a widow fairly soon, Herr Birmingham, right after they hang you for killing Nell." An abortive laugh escaped Jeff. "Don't hold your breath while you're waiting for that event to happen, Friedrich. You could descend into the netherworld before your time. It is you, Herr Birmingham, who will go to hell, not me. I do not kill anyone. No, you wouldn't want to soil your clammy white hands doing that kind of dirt. You'd just let your henchmen do it for you. I was told you offered 1,000 Yankee dollars to both Hyde and Fry if they'd dispense with me in one way or another so you could have a clear path to my wife. It would be interesting to see which one of your 2 henchmen killed Nell in an effort to bring that about. Perhaps you were even responsible for the attack upon me the other night," Jeff snorted sneeringly. "Don't be too surprised if Sheriff Townsend comes calling upon you to ask you a few questions about that particular incident. I'd certainly be interested in hearing what you have to say about that myself." The idea of the sheriff nosing about his warehouse again sent the German into a blustering rage. "I have done nothing." "You've done plenty," Jeff flung back, "not to mention frightening the women and the boy. In my way of thinking, that's more than enough reason for me to send you on your way. I came here to pay court to Raelynn, that is all." "She's married," Jeff barked. "To me. Now get your filthy boots off this porch before I dust its planks with your broad backside." The German's upper lip drew up in a caustic sneer. "I am a patient man. When I have to be, Herr Birmingham, I can wait till you are dead to claim Raelynn for my own, and that I will most assuredly do. As they say, I will have her over your dead body." The man chortled at his own humor, and then, with another haughty sneer, flung the flowers at Jeff's feet. Snatching up his hat, he settled it upon his bald pate, and pivoting about face, stalked off the porch and down the walk. He didn't bother closing the gate behind him, but raised his able arm and hailed a waiting livery down the street. When it halted before him, Gustav climbed onto the step, shook his fist at Jeff for one last time, and then settled himself in the interior. The conveyance rumbled past the house, but Gustav glanced neither right nor left. "I'm glad that's over," Elizabeth sighed in relief, letting the hand clutching the pistol fall to her side. The 2 men came inside, and when Farrell caught sight of the flintlock his fiancée held, he lifted her wrist and gently plucked the weapon from her grasp. "You won't need to worry about having to defend your household from now on, madam. If you have no objections, I'm going out right now and find a preacher so the matter of our marriage can be settled once and for all." An ecstatic cry escaped Elizabeth as she flung herself into his arms. The fact that she nearly choked him in her eagerness drew a strangled chuckle from him. "Good heavens, woman, let me breathe," he begged. "Oh, I'm sorry," she whispered in blushing chagrin, and stepped back, but only momentarily. Unable to resist the nearness of his lips, she rose to the tips of her toes and brushed a quick, furtive kiss upon them. Then, in some embarrassment at her temerity, she sought to turn aside, but found his hand between her shoulder blades, pressing her against him once more as his mouth descended upon hers. Since his proposal, Farrell had carefully maintained his reserve, knowing only too well that once he started kissing her, that he'd be tempted to do much more. Only in that way had he persevered through his growing desire for her. But it had hardly prepared him for the tumultuous barrage presently going off within him as their lips merged in fervent hunger. Jeff cast a twisted grin toward them as Raelynn came into his arms. He was greatly tempted to follow suit, but he had already noticed Tizzy's jaw hanging aslack. No telling where it would be if he kissed his wife with equal fervor. "I suppose this means that you're in agreement?" the couturier inquired softly as he and his fiancée drew apart. "Oh, yes, Farrell, yes, yes, yes!" Elizabeth cried exuberantly. His white teeth gleamed in a broad smile. "Then I'd better be on my way." He placed a lean knuckle beneath her chin and lifted it. "Put on your prettiest gown while I'm gone, my love, and pack up whatever you may need to tide you over for the night. I'm sure Raelynn and Tizzy can watch after Jake until we return on the morrow. As for now, I'll be back as soon as I can." "But where are we going tonight?" He winked back at her. "To my apartment, madam. Where else?" Pausing beside Jeff on the way out, he urged, "You'd better get some clothes on if you're going to stand up as my best man, Jeffrey, my dearie.
I've never gotten married before, so I'm not entirely certain about the normal protocol, but it seems to me that you should be garbed in something more appropriate than just trousers." Jeff realized of a sudden that his headache was gone. "I'll see what I can do, fancy man. You wouldn't happen to have an extra clean shirt at your place, would you?" Raelynn slipped an arm through his. "No need for that, dear. Tizzy washed and ironed yours. It's upstairs in our room." "I'm feeling a little woozy." The twin grooves in his cheeks deepened with an unquenchable grin as he offered the excuse. "I think I need some help getting to our room and dressing myself." Leaning her head upon his shoulder, Raelynn looked up at him with softly glowing eyes. "I suppose I could lend you some assistance if I find that it's warranted. 'Twill hardly be any trouble when I'll be dressing for the occasion, too." "You gonna need my help, Miss Raelynn?" Tizzy called from the hall. "Only with my hair, Tizzy. In the meantime, you can lend whatever assistance the bride may require. Miss Elizabeth may enjoy having you arrange her hair specially nice for the ceremony." She glanced at her friend and received an eager nod. Raelynn laughed. "See there, Tizzy, you're in high demand in this house. I'll call you when I'm ready for you." Raelynn climbed the stairs under her husband's encompassing arm. Once they entered the bedroom upstairs, she was drawn into Jeff's embrace as he leaned back against the door. His kiss was long and thorough, and by the time he let her go, she was feeling a little woozy herself. "You can't possibly imagine how much I've missed you during our separation, madam," he whispered above her mouth. "I wanted to run to you every day and beg you to come back to me, but I was afraid you'd draw away from me again, just like you did that night at Red Pete's place." "Oh, Geoffrey, I don't think there was a night during our separation that I didn't cry myself to sleep, worrying about what was happening between us. You seemed so angry because of the doubts I suffered about you, and you had a right to be. I should have believed in your innocence, but I was so confused. On one hand, I was afraid you'd sever our marriage, but on the other, I was haunted by the possibility that you weren't as noble and honorable as you seemed." She laid her palm alongside his cheek. "It seems unthinkable now to imagine that I could truly, deeply love a man who's capable of such a ruthless murder." "I should have been more patient with you," he breathed, lowering his opening mouth toward hers. "You had a terrible shock." "That's all over now," she murmured, before his lips covered hers in demanding fervor. Slipping her arms close about his neck, she rose on her toes and strained up against him, aware of his hardening maleness and the hungry throbbing in her own loins. Her nipples grew taut against his steely chest and throbbed for his attention as she pressed ever closer. "We'd better get dressed, my love," Jeff muttered at last. "Knowing Farrell, he'll be back here in short order, and if we continue with what we're doing, I'm going to make that old bed squeak like it has never squeaked before." A small, frustrated groan escaped Raelynn as she drew back, but she began unfastening her bodice, at least until her husband pulled her close again and slipped a hand within her chemise. Encompassing a round breast, he stroked a thumb across the softening peak, drawing it up into a tiny nub again. Raelynn smiled up at him, questioningly, quite willing to continue the interlude, but when she leaned into him again, he sighed and shook his head. "Enough of this woman," he whispered huskily. "If we don't hurry, Farrell will be here pounding on the door." Though Jeff was feeling in dire need of a deep, warm soak in a large tub, he realized that a basin bath was the only thing he had time for. His muscles were still a bit sore after his confrontation with the masked man, but more than that, he would have enjoyed involving his wife in a good lavation as well. Many times while they were apart, he had reminisced on those moments wherein she had lain back against him in their tub. During their separation, that singular, recurring vision had nearly brought him to his knees before her. It was a relief to know there would be more baths in the future to equal those he had stored in his memory. Raelynn laid out her husband's clothes as he began to bathe, and had just settled into a chair to don a pair of stockings, when she happened to glance up and found him standing stark naked before the shaving stand. It was a sight that normally awakened her admiration, but today she was especially intrigued. It wasn't long before she had gained Jeff's undivided attention. "Have you acquired a fetish for my baser parts, madam?" he teased. "Truly, if you stare much longer, I won't be able to hide myself underneath my trousers." "Geoffrey, how would you compare to other men?" His brow jutted upward quizzically. "What brought that on?" "Curiosity." She lifted a grin to him before she raised a leg and smoothed her stocking over her calf. Considering the many explicit conversations they had been involved in many times after making love, she wasn't the least bit abashed about discussing his manly attributes. During their foreplay, he certainly had never displayed any timidity about instructing her in what pleased him, or, with rousing dedication, demonstrating the places where she was most sensitive to stimuli. "Well, are you going to tell me?" Jeff chuckled at his wife's inquisitiveness. "I've never gone around mentally measuring myself against other men, madam, if that's what you mean. That never fell into my realm of interest." Bending closer to the small round mirror on the shaving stand, Jeff plied the straight-edged razor along his cheek, scraping whiskers away as he did so. After whisking away the last of the white froth, he scrubbed a hand over his face to check for areas still in need of smoothing, and then wiped his face with a warm, wet cloth. Finally, he tossed a glance toward Raelynn and realized from the playfully baleful gleam in her eyes that she was not about to desist until he had completely appeased her curiosity. "All right, my dear. You can sheathe those blue daggers. I'll tell you what I know." Like a child who had anxiously pleaded for a story, Raelynn scooted up to the edge of her seat and waited, thoroughly captivated with the subject of their conversation. Jeff couldn't help but chuckle as he took pleasure in the utterly fetching sight. She perched like a prim maid on the stool, yet her scanty attire utterly destroyed any idea that she was priggish, for she wore nothing more than a dainty chemise that left her rounded bosom nearly overflowing its shallow bodice, and the soft pale peaks of her breasts straining against the gossamer cloth. "If only Gustav could see you now, my love, he'd run me through with the nearest sword just to have you for himself." "Oh, don't mention that cad's name. I dislike him intensely." She lifted a hand and fluttered slender fingers to hasten her husband back to their original topic. "Go on, Geoffrey, I'm waiting." "Aye, that you are, my sweet." He sighed, relenting to her winsome urgings. "When I was a youth, I had to endure a lot of ribbing when I went skinny dipping with my friends. We used to swing out over the water on a long rope tied to one of the branches of the tree that grew alongside the stream. Sometimes it evolved into a contest to see which of us could sail the farthest before letting go and plunging into the creek. A few of us had more than the average handle, and there were many humorous suggestions as to what our companions could do if the rope ever broke. Their recommendations amounted to me, or any like me, climbing up in the tree as a replacement for the rope. Their hilarity was as vast as their imagination, for they wagered that since our members would have some flexibility, everyone would be able to fly farther. Otherwise, they claimed there'd be little difference between us and the rope. Didn't their teasing make you feel ashamed? Grinning, Geoffrey raised a hand and, with a finger, scratched his cheek reflectively, very near the intriguing cleft made visible by his grin. Considering that a few of them had nothing more in their breeches than what amounted to a spit in a pot, I decided I wasn't so unfortunate after all. At least no one ever mistook me for a girl. "I like the way you look." Feeling himself responding to her ogling stare, he offered a suggestion. "I don't suppose you'd consider taking a moment of sport with your husband, would you? I could offer excuses for our tardiness downstairs." Raelynn could imagine the curious stares they'd receive upon returning downstairs. "The bed creaks too much, Geoffrey. They'd know without a doubt what we were doing." Her husband snorted. "I'm going to take you home where the bed doesn't squeak, madam, and then I'm going to keep you there until you plead for me to let you go." Her countenance brightened as she dimpled. "Promise?" He winked at her. "You have my word on it, madam." 21. Gustav Friedrich strode down the street, oblivious to anyone who was foolish enough to get in his way. Although his shining round face had become a mottled scarlet from his exertion, and his breath wheezed harshly from his stout chest, he never once considered slowing his pace. Pausing to rest would have been a weakness he despised almost as intensely as the world in which he found himself. His upper lip curled derisively as he observed the relaxed passage of several elegantly garbed couples on the street. "As if they have no care in the world," he mentally jeered. "Fools! Weak, despicable fools!" In his opinion, Charleston was a cesspool of languid self-indulgence and careless gaiety deserving only his contempt. Despite the fact that his many smuggling exploits and business affairs in the city and the surrounding area had made him a very wealthy man, he loathed the populace. People here seemed much more interested in enjoying the simple pleasures of life and being hospitable to their friends and neighbors, rather than striving and working hard in a serious quest for fortune. He especially disliked its sheriff. If not for Rhys Townsend, he'd still own Raelynn. Possessing her would have served as sweet succor for his useless arm.
He had never had a woman the likes of her before, and he was gut-wrenchingly tired of the jaded strumpets who eagerly bellied up to any man for a coin or two. Those he had attempted to ride after his shoulder had been shattered had left him writhing in shame and frustration. He had sent them fleeing in wide-eyed trepidation before the lash of his savage tongue and his bellowing rage. But with Raelynn, it would be different, he consoled himself. The merest thought of bedding her kindled that part of him which the harlots, with all their knowledge and experience, hadn't been able to stir from its limpness. Enchantingly beautiful, well-bred and elegant, not to mention sufficiently young to be easily held underneath his thumb, Raelynn would have proven a delectable morsel in his bed. It didn't help knowing that his insatiable desire for her had already resulted in a horrible impairment, one which grieved him unmercifully. Now he couldn't even bear to look at his own reflection, the girth of which was growing with each month's passing. The dead weight of his useless arm, much like the one in his crotch, was a constant reminder of why he utterly loathed Geoffrey Birmingham. The constant awareness that the sheriff hadn't yet seen fit to arrest the man for Nell's murder only served as another sharp, nettlesome thorn in his flesh. Dwelling on his grim musings, Gustav turned crisply into an alley to take advantage of a shortcut to the area where he had left the livery waiting. Oblivious to the two sailors, who, after exchanging a nod, followed him into the narrow lane, he strode angrily on, absorbed in his own violent musings and hatred. Of a sudden, his good arm was seized, and he was shoved face first against a wall, causing him undue pain as the force of the impact nearly broke his nose. He tried to look behind him, but a stout forearm wedged up close against the back of his neck. "Here now," Gustav barked. "What is the meaning of this outrage?" A chuckling breath left him gasping in a cloud of fetid stench as a hoarse whisper rasped near his ear. "Give over your money, governor, or I'll cut your throat here and now." To emphasize his willingness to perform such a deed, the sailor pressed a large blade to his victim's stout neck until a thin trickle of blood oozed from a newly inflicted cut. The other sailor wasn't up to wasting time with mere threats to get what he wanted. Kneeling beside the German, he started rifling through his pockets. When he could find no suitable amount of coin, he began searching upward underneath their victim's coat. A bulge around the man's waist made him whisk out his own gleaming blade. He made short work of the man's suspenders, and soon he was dragging the trousers downward over taut hips. Once free of the ham-like buttocks, the pants dropped forthwith around Gustav's ankles, leaving naught but the tails of his coat and long underwear covering his heavily muscled legs. The ties of the money belt were severed, and soon it was slung over a brawny shoulder. "This should tide us over for a winter or two, mate," the fellow boasted with a chortle, and clapped a hand upon his companion's shoulder. "What do we do with him?" the latter queried, looking to his companion for guidance. "Slit his gullet, what else?" Accustomed as he was to inflicting, rather than being a casualty of fear, pain, and death, Gustav was literally paralyzed by fright at the thought that he'd be murdered by a pair of lowly tars. His heart thudded against the inner wall of his ribcage, and his harsh breathing was now reduced to sharp gasps. As much as he loved money, he gave no tiniest thought to it at the moment. What loomed before him was his life in retrospect. The men he had ruined, the ones whose deaths he had arranged for his own gain, the women he had used in the foulest way possible, the elderly he had swindled and left to beg on the streets, the children he had kicked out of his way or the beggars he had backhanded and sent flying. A few of his victims had been pawns in his climb to wealth and power, others useless entities he had trod upon without regret after reaching the lofty height to which he had once aspired. Now, as he balanced on the precarious precipice between life and death, the faces of his victims came back to haunt him, at the forefront of which loomed Nell. Hadn't he promised 1,000 Yankee dollars to see Geoffrey Birmingham removed as an obstacle between himself and Raelynn? And what had followed but the death of the young mother? "Not my fault! I didn't know!" his mind screamed to the black-shrouded judge, whose skeletal visage towered above him. The gavel came crashing downward. "Guilty by all intents and purposes. The sentence is death." Not having prayed since the tender age of 6, Gustav struggled to remember just how to go about it, when a groan suddenly broke from the tar who held the knife wedged against his throat. The other sailor raised his arm with a gleaming knife clutched in his hand, but abruptly gasped in surprise. A long, bloody blade slipped free of his gut, and then quite slowly he doubled over with a muted groan. "You can pull up your breeches now, Mr. Friedrich," a familiar voice informed him. "These here towels ain't never gonna do you no more hurt." "Only?"
Gustav struggled mightily to drag his trousers up over his long underwear. "Aye, it's me, all right." Facing the younger man, the German finished tugging the waistband up over his buttocks and began buttoning the flap as he settled a glower upon the scamp, totally dismissing from his mind the fact that Olney had just saved his life. "Where have you been? I expected you back weeks ago." "I've been trying to save me arse. Me arm was busted, and I had to wait till it healed afore I dared come out of hiding. If 'tweren't for Birmingham's hired men sniping at me heels and the sheriff tracking me with his men, I'd have been able to get some rest here and there. But they nearly drove me into my grave trying to escape 'em. Me temper got plumb sore, it did. I ain't had me a real bath or bedded a wench in over a month. Considering everything I'd been through, I decided I had enough of running through the swamps and woods and could just as well hide out at that there cat house where I found old Coop the last time. Yes, sir, I'm going to have me a taste of them fancy women they've got there. In fact, that's where I was heading when I seen ye and your friends here turning into the alley." He canted his head curiously. "What's happening with Birmingham anyway? He been arrested yet?" "Nein. That stupid sheriff refuses to do anything about Nell's murder. You killed her for nothing." Olney laughed caustically. "I didn't kill the little wench. Birmingham did. I saw him do it." "You're lying, Olney. You took her out there promising to make trouble for Birmingham. Then I hear she was killed. Why would he bother to murder Nell when he has such a beautiful wife?" The curly-headed man lifted his brawny shoulder. "Maybe Birmingham flew into a rage after Nell went into his house during his fancy ball and threatened to expose him afore all them friends of his. She said she was going to tell him he were the one that filled her belly with that 'ere little bastard she whelped. The ways I figured it, Birmingham didn't want to suffer the shame of his friends thinking he'd knocked up the little twit and then sent her packing. Some men are like that, caring more about their reputations than they do about keeping themselves respectable and safely within the law. Of course, the two of us don't ever have to worry about that none, do we, Mr. Friedrich?" Though he sensed the question was spoken in derision, Gustav ignored the insinuation to his life of crime as he considered the viability of his foe being a murderer. "As much as I would like to have it so, I have trouble believing Birmingham would be so foolish," Gustav muttered. "Perhaps you were mistaken, Olney. Maybe you saw the real murderer and just thought it was Birmingham." "I'd almost be willing to swear afore a judge that it were Birmingham himself. But that ain't hardly going to happen, 'cause the minute I show me face, the good sheriff will arrest me. Ha! You'd probably tell all kinds of nasty things to the jury just to see me locked up for the next brace of years. A measly $1,000 ain't worth the trouble I'd be getting myself into. So if that's what you're expecting me to do to get it, you can be keeping what ye promised me." The ice-blue eyes narrowed calculatingly as Gustav considered what would tempt the rogue. "What about 3,000? Olney snorted. "The only way I'd do it is if you'd give me the use of your lads to spread the news that I'm back in town and that I saw Birmingham kill Nell. Your men would have to go round town stirring up the people against Sheriff Townsend and accusing him of being partial to his friends. Then they'd have to follow me to the sheriff's office, along with the people they riled, and be here to heckle Townsend when I turns myself in. I can have my men do that easily enough. When do you want them to start? I'll need a bath, a couple of hours with a wench, and 10,000 up front. 10,000? You must be mad. I will never pay you that much." Olney lifted his shoulders, blandly unconcerned. "Suit yourself, Mr. Friedrich, but I'm not doing it for anything less. I may have to spend a few years in prison, and I want a nice tidy sum to invest afore I'm taken in so's I can live like a Birmingham once I'm set free. What you ask is highway robbery." A derisive chuckle came from the younger man. "Well, me grandpa was a highwayman, so it must be in me blood somewheres. But if there's a thief betwixt the two of us, Mr. Friedrich, then I'm looking at him. You pay me wages, remember? I'm an honest, hard-working gent who knows how to barter when the time's right. 3 or more years in prison is too long a time for me to even consider the measly pickings you're willing to dole out. In short, I ain't accepting anything less than what I ask for." Gustav peered at him narrowly. "You guarantee Birmingham will be arrested if I agree?" "I guarantee." 10,000 then for his arrest. If you fail, you will be found in the river with your throat cut. That much I promise you." "Good afternoon, Sheriff." Reese Townsend spun around in quick reflex, his hand reaching for his pistol. He hadn't been able to forget that voice, not by any stretch of the imagination. It had haunted him night and day throughout all of his efforts to figure out just where that wily rat Olney had lit out to. He surely hadn't expected the scamp to come prancing himself across the threshold of his office like some dandified gent in garb that could have crossed one's eyes. But there Olney stood, big as life, leaning cockily against the door jamb and wearing a loudly checked frock coat, a red shirt, and the bottoms of his tan trousers stuffed into overrun deer-hide boots that had seen better days.
This is the end of Side 1.
There Olney stood, big as life, leaning cockily against the door jamb, and wearing a loudly checked frock coat, a red shirt, and the bottoms of his tan trousers stuffed into overrun deer-hide boots that had seen better days. "What the devil are you up to, Olney?" Reese barked, flicking his gaze out of the window at the crowd of people collecting in front of his office. His hackles fairly prickled. Something was up all right. He could feel it in his vitals. Making no effort to curb his grin, Olney sauntered forward with the air of a man who had the world by the tail with a downhill pull. His thick shoulders came up in a casual shrug. "I just thought it were time I came to pay me respects, Sheriff. Any objections?" As the younger man ambled past him, Reese wrinkled his nose and turned his face aside in sharp repugnance, as if he had just gotten a strong downwind whiff of a polecat. "You smell like a perfume factory, boy." Olney threw back his head and loudly guffawed, snatching awake the deputy, who had been dozing in a nearby cell. The older lawman stumbled to the bars and stared bleary-eyed through the barrier as he mumbled sleepily, "What's happening?" "Go back to sleep, Charlie," Reese bade tersely, sending the deputy tottering back to the bunk. Reese cocked a brow at the sly young fox who was doing everything but swishing his tail across his nose. "Don't you like me new duds, Sheriff?" Olney inquired, tossing back a taunting grin. "A bit gaudy for my taste, Olney, but then I'm not you. How'd you get the money from Friedrich to buy them?" "There you go again, Sheriff, always supposing me integrity's for hire." Reese scoffed in rampant amazement. "What integrity?" "Don't you worry none about that, Sheriff," Olney retorted hotly, coming around in a huff and thrusting a forefinger beneath the lawman's nose in an effort to dismiss his jeer. "I've got to myself plenty of that." "Yeah, you and who else?" Olney sighed heavily and shook his head as if sorely lamenting his visit. "Here I be, ready to help you solve a murder you can't unravel, and ye ain't even willing to be nice to me." He flung a hand toward the thickening throng milling about in front of the sheriff's office. "I'm sure all of them folks out there would be eager to hear what I has to say on the matter of Nell's murder, even if you ain't." Reese strode thoughtfully to the barred window and gazed out. He had a good memory for faces, and some of the men he saw looked very much like the same ones who had been in Friedrich's warehouse the night he and a whole host of friends and deputies had barged in with guns blazing. "I don't know why it is, Olney, but I have a gut feeling that your friends out there already know what you're about. In fact, I think you're just itching to tell me the name of the man you claim is a murderer. Would you like me to guess the one you're going to blame?" Tugging on an earlobe, Olney mauled a smile as he considered the sheriff's offer. "I suppose I can allow you one guess." Reese jerked his head toward the street. "Considering all those people you've brought with you on your mission of goodwill, no doubt with the idea of forcing my hand, I'm of a mind to think that you'll be naming none other than Jeff Birmingham as the murderer." Chortling softly, Olney scrubbed a forefinger beneath his nose. "You know, Sheriff, at times you plumb surprise me. You don't seem nearly as daft as I've been led to believe." "Thank you, Olney," the sheriff rejoined dryly. "I'd accept that as a compliment, but I must consider the source." "I seen Birmingham do it, Sheriff. I ain't lying," the brigand insisted irately. Reese's gaze skimmed the rascal's gaudy attire. "I assume from your new clothes that Friedrich has already paid you for submitting yourself to my authority, so you could reveal this information to me." "You might say that, Sheriff, and you might just be right. Knowing how eager you've been to lock me up, I wouldn't have even considered wandering over here if I hadn't gotten enough booty to make it worth the time I'll have to waste in jail. As it stands now, I can look forward to something real nice when I get out of prison. When I told Mr. Friedrich what I seen, he thought I'd give myself over to you just to let justice have its due." Olney snorted derisively at such a far-fetched notion. "That'll be the day for sure. Took 10,000 to make me cross your threshold today. So here I am, Sheriff, ready to confess all, My sins as well as those of your friends. You know, Olney, I can usually tell when a body is lying. I get this funny feeling in my gut that just won't settle down until I finally come to the realization that I can't swallow what's being told me. Some people lie for the sheer pleasure of it, 'cause they've got this black rot eating them up inside. Preachers might be wont to say that's the devil taking hold of them. Now, we know that the devil has you already tied up and in his bag and is looking for another sucker to catch. What I'm getting at, boy, is if you have any hope of fooling me in this matter for very long, you might want to save your breath, 'cause eventually it's not going to do you one bit of good. I'll be catching the murderer in due time with or without your help. I knows what I've seen, Sheriff, the scallywag stated flatly, his eyes purposefully dull as he fixed a level stare upon the sheriff. And it's the truth, whether you wants to believe it or not. Now, are you going to lend your ears to hear what I have to say? Or should I go inform those people out here that you don't want to listen to anything mean and ugly about your rich, precious friend? Oh, I'm not against hearing your version of the story, Olney. But know this, I'll reserve my judgments about Birmingham until I have better proof than your word. Just consider this, if you would. Your conclusions may well be the truth in your opinion, but that may not necessarily be the way things stack up in the long run. Now, if you would, I'd like for you to tell me one thing before you give your eye view of what happened. Can you positively identify the man who chased you out of Birmingham's stable that night after you witnessed Nell's murder? Olney gaped back at the sheriff in surprise. How the devil do you know about that? I've got my sources, Reese assured him with a bland smile. You stole Birmingham's mare to get away from the murderer, didn't you? Olney's jaw had fallen slack with awe, but sudden suspicion made him squint at the lawman. Birmingham say anything about that to you? I haven't talked with Birmingham about this matter since the day after Nell's murder. Dropping his gaze to the floor, he contemplated the brigand's scruffy footwear and smiled wryly. You left tracks in the paddock outside Birmingham's stable that were as obvious as a plodding cow's. If you haven't noticed before, Olney, you've got very wide feet, and you have a habit of running your boots over on the sides. There's no mistaking your footprints. Wary skepticism still troubled the face of the curly-headed rogue as he continued to eye the sheriff. So how do you know I was chased out there? Another set of prints made from smaller, fancier boots followed yours at a run, scuffing up your tracks in the paddock. Yours stopped in the spot where you hauled yourself astride the mare. From there, you took the mare over the fence to get away. The other footprints turned back and re-entered the stables. You saw Nell's murder all right, Olney, and then you lit out on the mare as if your tail had been scorched. Elijah said the mare threw you off in the woods, which left you afoot for a while. You did a lot of stumbling around like you were in a lot of pain. His eyes raked the younger man. Obviously, the mare crippled you in some fashion. Olney had thought he'd have the upper hand once he faced the sheriff, but the bloke had turned the tables on him. It was evident the man relished lifting the hair off his nape by telling him what he had seen and done, as if he had been a mouse in a corner of the stable that night. It was damn disconcerting to be the one now standing with jaw hanging aslack. Olney shook himself, managing to flatten only a few of his hackles, and finally muttered, Yeah, I took the mare. Damn near killed me too, she did. Tore me arm out of the socket when she scraped me off her. Later I found Birmingham at Red Pete's place. He and his missus were all by their lonesome till I come up upon 'em. Forced him to fix me arm, I did. He tried to tell me it wasn't him what killed Nell. He even said she'd been knifed 3 times. The scamp scoffed. I only seen her stabbed once. Birmingham wasn't lying to you, Olney, Reese informed him. Nell was stabbed 3 times. Then he must have gone back to finish her off, 'cause I only seen him do it to her once. The sheriff sought to confirm in his own mind what Olney was telling him. If the murderer actually returned to stab her twice more, then you're saying it happened after you lit out on the mare. I'm saying that all right. Did you happen to see the murderer's face clearly at any time before your departure? I seen myself a man what were all duded up in fancy evening clothes and more'n a half-head taller than me. And though you never saw his face, you can swear without a doubt that you can identify him? Reese pressed. I'd have known him anywhere, Sheriff. It was Birmingham himself, Olney answered emphatically. He nearly scared the living daylights out of me, coming after me the way he did. He almost caught me, too, he did. If not for that fool mare being there when I needed her, I'd have been a goner just like poor Nell. I ain't never seen me a man what runs that fast, and here I be, about 10 years younger than that 'ere bloke.
Reese shot him a glance that was a mixture of surprise and dawning perception. "You say the man was very tall?" "Yeah, I say the man was tall, about as tall as Birmingham himself," Olney rejoined acidly, growing vexed with the lawman's dogged persistence. "About as tall as you and that other fancy friend of yours, the one what makes ladies' dresses." He curled his lip contemptuously. "Guess he likes frilly clothes so much he had to start making 'em so as he could hide out in his fancy apartment whilst he's wearing 'em." Reese settled an incredulous stare upon the balmy fellow. "Lest you continue in your foolish assumption about Farrell Ives, boy, let me inform you that he not only retired an undefeated boxer, but for the last 10 years running, he has also been the best marksman in this area. At 60 paces he could blow your eyeballs out of their sockets without fluttering your lashes." "You sure are defensive about your friend, Sheriff," the rapscallion challenged with a sneer. "Now, are you going to hear what I have to say about Birmingham or not?" "I'll get the door, Tizzy," Raelynn called to the back of the house where the young black woman had gone to bathe Jake. "Just continue what you're doing." "Yes'm, Miss Raelynn." Raelynn stepped first to the window and cautiously looked out to make sure her visitor had a friendly face. Upon espying the sheriff, she hastened to pull open the door in some surprise. "Reese, what are you doing here?" Then her eyes swept past him to the street in front of the house and widened perceptibly as she saw the people who had gathered there, at the forefront of which was Olney with his wrists shackled. Of a sudden she knew why the sheriff had come. Olney had finally come forth to accuse her husband. "Geoffrey didn't do it, Reese," she declared, not even pausing to debate the question in her own mind any more. She was now firmly convinced that Jeff couldn't have done such a horrible deed. He was just too upright and noble to kill anyone in such a dastardly fashion. "I know he didn't." "I'd like to talk to him, Raelynn," Reese said in a solemn tone. "Is he here?" "Yes," she replied reluctantly, drawing the door open all the way and stepping back to admit the large man into the hallway. "Geoffrey had another bad headache a few hours ago, and I gave him some laudanum in his food to make him sleep. It should be wearing off by now." "I'd really appreciate it if you'd tell him that I'm here." "Come in and have a seat in the parlor," she invited reluctantly. "Thank you, Raelynn." Once he entered the house, Reese glanced around. "Is anyone else here?" "Just my maid and Jake. Elizabeth and Farrell got married this afternoon, and they're spending the night at his apartment." A wide grin spread across Reese's lips. "I'm happy to hear that. They should have done that a long time ago." "I'll get Geoffrey up. You may have to wait a few moments before he comes down. He'll need to get dressed." "I don't mind, Raelynn. I'm not going anywhere." By the time Raelynn arrived at their bedroom, Jeff was already up and splashing water on his face. As she came in, he threw a thumb over his shoulder toward the front window from which he had drawn the heavy draperies aside. "What's going on out there?" he asked, drying his face. "What are all those people doing in front of the house?" "I think if you'd care to take note more closely, my love, you'll find that one of them is Olney Hyde. Reese Townsend is waiting downstairs to talk with you. Though he hasn't said as much, I'm afraid he has come to arrest you." Jeff sighed wearily and tossed down the towel. "I'd better get some clothes on." She swept her gaze down his long, naked body, but her eyes lacked the usual twinkle of admiration. "I think you'd better. Reese wouldn't be unduly shocked if you came downstairs that way, but Tizzy certainly would." "Can you have her make me some coffee? I'm still feeling a bit groggy." He scrubbed a hand across his brow, as if seeking to banish a lingering stupor. "I don't know why I'm sleeping so much lately." Raelynn dared not reveal the reason. "I learned how to make coffee while working for Ives Couture," she informed him quietly. "I'll make you some just the way Farrell likes his, strong." A few moments later, Jeff came downstairs suitably attired in shirt, trousers, and ankle-length boots. He entered the parlor where Reese awaited him and exchanged a brief greeting with the man before facing his wife, who was just emerging from the dining room with a tray upon which resided a china coffee service and 2 brimming cups of coffee sitting atop daintily flowered saucers. Feeling in great need of the coffee stimulant to clear his muddled thoughts, Jeff stepped forward and helped himself to a cup from the tray. The coffee was still scalding hot, and he had to sip it slowly as Raelynn moved past him to the sheriff. "Would you care to have some coffee, Reese?" she asked graciously, presenting him the tray. "I drink mine black, just like Geoffrey," he announced, taking up the remaining cup and saucer before leaning back in his chair. Jeff settled on the settee an arm's length away and silently patted the cushion beside him as he caught Raylynn's eye. Giving him an answering smile,
She placed the tray on the narrow table in front of them and settled into the seat beside him. Reese took a sip of the brew and then bobbed his head in approval. "Good coffee. Just what I needed." "Thank you," Raelynn murmured, forcing a smile. It was difficult to appear relaxed, when in another few moments she might well be facing Geoffrey's arrest. "Elizabeth taught me how to make it." Reese glanced up with a grin. "You two can make coffee for me any time. In fact, I just might bring you both over to my house so you can instruct my Mary. She makes it too weak to my way of thinking. She's always trying to save a coin here and there, no matter how weak the coffee may taste afterwards. The frugality of her Scottish blood can leave a man vexed for want of a darker brew." The tense silence of the Birminghams made it evident that they were waiting for him to state his purpose for being there, and that no amount of easing into the subject could ease their qualms. Reese cleared his throat, and finally got down to the foul business that had brought him. Peering at his friend, he jerked his head toward the street. "I assume, Geoffrey, that you've seen the crowd outside," he ventured, and took another sip of coffee, loathing the task he was about. "Only made sure of his reinforcements before he ever came to see me. He swears you were the one who killed Nell." "I know that's what he thinks, Reese, but he's mistaken," Jeff protested. "I didn't kill Nell. I told you what happened, and it was the truth." "Geoffrey couldn't possibly have killed that girl, Reese," Raelynn stated once again with conviction, evoking her husband's amazement. Readily yielding her hand to the larger one that reached out to clasp hers, she pressed on with unswerving dedication. "You've been acquainted with him longer than I have. You ought to know better than anyone that he's just not capable of such a thing." Reese raised a hand to forestall them. "Please, Jeff, Raelynn, let me finish. Let me assure you both that I have another suspect in mind. But to keep you safe from that mob out there, Jeff, I've got to take you with me. If I don't arrest you, those people out there might decide to lynch you. Friedrich's men have incited them to the point that they're firmly convinced that I haven't been doing my duty merely because you're my friend. Now, what I'd like for you to do at the moment is to tell me if you noticed anything at all about the man who attacked you and your wife. We both know that he's tall, fast, and if he was able to knock a man of your size into a lamppost, he's obviously very strong. Can you think of anything else about him that may have slipped your mind? Did you happen to notice his feet?" Jeff stared at his friend as if he had taken leave of his senses. "You ask me the same question about Olney's feet, and the answer is still no. I was trying to stay alive and keep that butcher from killing my wife." He frowned at the lawman curiously. "Was there something noteworthy about his feet that gained your attention?" Reese lifted his heavy shoulders. "I never got that close to him. I was just wondering if you might have noticed whether or not he had small enough feet to wear your boots." Jeff leaned back against the settee, a look of wonder sweeping over his face. "You mean the muddy boots that Cora found in my bathing chamber while you were there looking into Nell's murder?" "Exactly." "Why would the man who murdered Nell try to kill me?" Jeff asked, unable to think too clearly even yet. "It seems more likely that someone killed her to implicate me." In growing frustration, he scrubbed a hand alongside his temple. "I'm sorry, Reese, but I'm having trouble putting all this together. I'm beginning to think that blow on my head has left me permanently impaired." "Oh, I wouldn't worry yourself about that, not while you're being given laudanum. That blame stuff can make a body nice—" Reese halted abruptly, realizing what he had just spilled. Grimacing over his blunder, he met Raelynn's worried gaze and silently begged her forgiveness. Jeff wasn't so confused that he missed the visual exchange between the two. In response, he turned to his wife. "You gave me laudanum?" Beneath his incredulous stare, Raelynn scrunched her shoulders very much like a child drawing into a tiny shell of herself. "I had to do something to ease your headaches, Geoffrey. They were making you nauseous." "But I told you I didn't want to take that stuff," he pointed out. "I prefer the headaches over the lameness of my brain. Right now I can't even think clearly enough to consider everything that is being said." "I'm sorry. I won't do it again," she promised, lifting soulful eyes to his. All of Jeff's exasperation rapidly dissipated before his young wife's obvious contrition. "Lord, madam, you could steal the heart from the devil himself," he murmured in awe. Locking an arm in a fierce embrace about her shoulders, he pulled her close against him. After agonizing through the weeks of their lengthy separation, the last thing in the world he wanted now was to cause her more anguish. Dropping a kiss upon her head, he whispered against her sweetly scented hair, "Don't fret now, love. Please, I can't bear it." Reese didn't even attempt to curb a grin as he considered the pair. He did, however, help himself to another cup of coffee. "I suppose this means that everything is all right in your home camp, eh, Jeff? I mean, other than the fact that I'll have to arrest you for a time." His gaze dipped to the gentle fullness beneath Raelynn's skirts, which in all the excitement the other night he had overlooked. "I see you're going to have your hands full as new parents next year. My Mary and I will be busy in the same way, but I rather suspect ours will be coming before yours. First thing you know, Jeff, we'll be having grandchildren." "Whoa!" Jeff cried, and gave a brief laugh. "Let me enjoy siring a few more before marrying this one off, Reese. I'm not that old yet." "No, I guess you're not, considering you're 2 years younger than I am. Mary has her heart set on having a large family, but she'll either be having one every year for the next 8 years, or I'll still be siring them into my 50s. But then Mary will always be young, at least in my eyes." "Let's get back to the man who attacked us the other night," Jeff urged. "I'm wondering what you may have learned about him since then, and why you think he may have murdered Nell." "Only said the man who chased him out of the stables was very fast, and it caused me to recall my own amazement over how quickly your assailant left me behind. Of course, I can't rightly say for sure if there's any connection between the two incidences, but it seems mighty peculiar the way Olney and I were both awed by the swiftness of the men with whom we each had come in contact. The murderer whom Olney saw, and the man who attacked you the other night. Now, I know you're no slowpoke, Jeff. I remember the races we used to run as boys, and you won your fair share of them. But you never impressed me as being overly fast. I mean, to the point that you'd leave people agog. I can only think, and hope, that the man who murdered Nell is the same one who attacked you. If it is, that would definitely make my job a lot easier. Then I'd only be searching for one man instead of two. But as of yet, neither you nor Olney have a clue what he looks like," Jeff pointed out. Olney was under the misguided idea that it was me, but that assumption might have come about because the murderer brought Nell out after she had gone into my bedroom, supposedly, to have a talk with me. Olney said the man was tall, dark-haired, and dressed in evening garb, which at the time fit my description. How are you going to find a man like that among all the people living here in Charleston when I can't even tell you which of my guests matched that report that night?" Reese pursed his lips and blew out a long breath as he pondered that question. "That, Geoffrey McDeary, as our friend Farrell would say, is a matter that would snarl any cat's tail." A knock on the door prompted Reese to lift a hand to urge Raelynn back into her seat. "No doubt that'll be Charlie, wanting to tell me those folks out there are getting a little anxious to see me do my duty." Pushing himself to his feet, he moved from his chair and went into the front hall where he opened the door. "Yeah, Charlie." "Sheriff, Olney is getting those folks out there riled up. You want me to gag them or something?" Reese muttered a curse underneath his breath, and in an impatient tone bade, "Tell them to hold on to their shirt tails, Charlie. Mr. Birmingham and I are coming out shortly." Returning to stand beside his chair, he faced Jeff directly. "We'd better be going now, or Olney will have that crowd out there storming this place." "Why in the devil did you bring that scamp along with you, Reese?" Jeff asked in vexation. "You should have known he'd make trouble." "Well, as usual, Charlie took his own sweet time about repairing a few things around the office. This time it just happened to be the new cell doors that were supposed to be put on several days ago. He'll have to get that chore done as soon as we get back so we won't have Olney disappearing on us again. As long and as hard as I've been chasing after that rascal, I don't want him slipping through my fingers again." Leaving the settee, Jeff approached the sheriff and reluctantly stretched forth his wrists. "Those people out there will expect to see me in shackles, Reese. You'd better do your duty." The lawman snorted. "I've got news for them, Geoffrey, my boy. They're not going to see it, at least not while I'm sheriff." "I'll get my wrap," Raelynn choked, struggling hard not to break down as she moved around the table. Jeff faced her and shook his head, causing his wife to look at him in stunned disbelief. "I don't want you to come out with me, Raelynn. There's no telling what that crowd may be tempted to do once they see me, and I don't want you getting hurt, please. For my sake, just stay in here where you'll be safe." Her eyes grew bright with brimming tears in the midst of their doleful pleading. "But, Geoffrey, I want to be with—" "No, my love, I cannot allow it," he stated, his own voice fraught with emotion. "You're staying here inside the house where you'll be safe, and that is final." Reese cleared his throat uncomfortably as Raelynn, blinded by the wetness welling upward over her lashes, stumbled toward the dining room. Jeff muttered a curse, annoyed by the whole situation, especially by the fact that he had to leave his wife alone in the house with no greater protection than Tizzy and Jake. He followed her to the adjoining room and, as he came up behind her, laid an arm around the small of her back as he swept her far beyond the door to a spot where Reese couldn't see them. Turning her about to face him, he crushed her to him as his lips plummeted down upon hers. Her lips tasted salty from her tears, but they parted eagerly beneath his ravaging mouth and questing tongue. She answered him with a zeal to match his own, and soon she was straining up against him as if beset with the desire to become totally merged with him in both body and spirit. When Jeff finally drew away, Raelynn's limbs were shaking uncontrollably and seemed incapable of providing her support. Weakly, she leaned against him and squeezed her eyelids tightly closed, causing tiny rivulets to spill freely down her soft cheeks. His lips pressed against her brow for a long moment, until he heard her sniff, and then, with a tender smile, he stepped back and fished into his trouser pocket for a clean handkerchief. Like a father with a child, he dried her eyes and gently bade her to blow her nose. She complied and looked up at him through a blur of fresh tears. "I'll get your coat," she muttered thickly. "It has turned nippy outside." Some moments later, Sheriff Rhys Townsend escorted his lifelong friend down the front walk, out through the white gate and toward the waiting wagon. Most of the rabble were strangers to both Rhys and Jeff. If their clothes were an indication, then they were from the poorest section of town, which left open the possibility that at least some of them might have been paid to come out as part of a vigilante group. They harassed the sheriff in sneering tones, accusing him of favoring his rich friends and taking sides against an ordinary working man like Olney. As for Jeff, they were not above calling him names like child molester and filthy murderer and spitting at him as he passed. Beneath their hateful, jeering slurs, even his deeply bronzed face darkened to a ruddy hue. Raelynn stood at the window, making no effort to restrain the flood of tears streaming down her cheeks and along the pale column of her throat. Well over a month ago, she had been dismayed by the sheriff's lack of action in arresting her husband. Now she was filled with a burgeoning resentment that he had allowed this particular situation to occur. He had literally been forced to arrest Jeff, in spite of the fact that he believed him innocent of the crime. When Jeff reached the wagon, Olney was already sitting in its bed under the watchful eye of the deputy, who perched on a side rail. Although Jeff sought to join Olney in the back, Rhys promptly summoned him to the front of the buckboard, a seating arrangement that gained more sneers and catcalls from the crowd. "You gonna let him go as soon as you get him out of town, Sheriff?" a deep voice heckled from the crowd as the sheriff climbed into the buckboard. At this taunting, Rhys slowly turned to scan the faces of the people who were closing in around the conveyance. He met many eye to eye. "You think you forced my hand to arrest a murderer," he rumbled, gaining their silence. "Well, you're wrong. I'm merely making sure Jeffrey Birmingham comes to no harm from you or others like you. I don't think he's guilty of Nell's murder." Sudden jeers prompted Rhys to lift a hand to halt the interruption. Though some were still muttering, he continued speaking, forcing them to fall silent. "In time, you'll be able to recognize that what I now say is true. But until then, mark my words well. If you should cause anything of a violent nature to happen here in this neighborhood or any place else in this city tonight, I'll be coming after you. I've seen your faces, and I'll hunt you down to the last man if need be. I won't abide a lynch mob taking control of either this city or this matter. I've already sent for reinforcements from neighboring towns to guarantee that law and order is respected here." His gaze swept the uplifted faces. "You think you're right, but I know you're wrong, and I'm going to make every effort to prove that in the next several days. Until then, I'd suggest you take my warning. My friend Jeffrey Birmingham has never killed anyone." Rhys allowed the silence to drag on a lengthy moment for emphasis before he smiled tersely and completed his statement. "But I have." As Rhys sat down beside Jeff on the front seat and took the reins in his hands, Charlie settled into the bed of the wagon beside Olney. He had no complaints with the sheriff. He had learned years ago that people were better off not getting into a squabble or trying to butt heads with Rhys Townsend. The man had his own way of doing things, and for some strange reason, they always seemed to turn out right. 22. Cooper Fry braced a shoulder against the heavy wooden plank and shoved through the main door of Gustav Friedrich's warehouse. He saw the German immediately on the far side of his office, sitting behind his massive desk where he could usually be found nowadays. His lame arm apparently had made him reluctant to endure the tawdry surroundings and noisy bedlam of the cat houses, where on a frequent basis he had once been inclined to spend hours wallowing in prurient activities and women, in his case, half a dozen at a time. The German's wealth had bought the harlots cheaply enough, but it certainly hadn't helped lately to ease his dark moods. Nevertheless, Fry had come for the specific purpose of relieving the man of a small measure of his riches. The ice-blue eyes lifted slowly from the ledgers and settled upon the Englishman. During his short association with the Englishman, Gustav Friedrich had at times found it amusing to hear what Cooper Fry had up his sleeve, for the man was immensely clever when his brain wasn't pickled by hard liquor. He was also a crook through and through. Of that there was no doubt. Gustav hadn't forgotten that it had been Fry's sly tricks that had cost him Raelynn and, in a roundabout way, the loss of his arm. One day he would make the Englishman rue his deception. Leaning back in his massive chair, Gustav tapped the feathered end of his quill against the finely tooled leather surface of his desk as he smirked in wry amusement. "So, Cooper Fry, to what do I owe this occasion? I rarely see you sober, so it must be something important. What is it this time? Something different altogether? Or is it money, as usual? Since that is nearly always the case, I can only wonder what you're willing to do for some coins this time." Cooper settled himself without invitation into a chair across the desk from the German. "I've been keeping my ears open and staying abreast of the happenings and going-ons in and around Charleston. This very afternoon I heard Jeffrey Birmingham's been arrested for Nell's murder. Since he has, I thought you'd feel obliged to give me what you promised the last time we talked." "For what?" Gustav demanded in wide skepticism. "What have you done that is worth this interruption? Can you not see I'm working on my accounts? And you should know from past experiences that I dislike being disturbed when I am involved in my work." Cooper gave the German a facial shrug. The man's dislikes didn't bother him overmuch. "If I hadn't killed Nell, Jeffrey Birmingham wouldn't be in jail now. And as I remember it, you promised me 1,000 Yankee dollars if I caused a split betwixt my niece and that there fancy bloke she married." The German shot to his feet in rapidly rising fury and slammed his palm down flat upon his desk. "You are lying. I spoke with Vic Olney earlier. He told me that he saw Birmingham kill the girl. So what are you trying to do? Claim my money for something you did not do?" Fry sneered in rank distaste at the mention of his rival's name. That young scamp was always trying to undermine his efforts to get a few coins. Olney is mistaken, as usual. Birmingham didn't kill Nell. Gustav's eyes blazed as they met the man's bland stare. "Why don't you tell me just what in the hell happened out there that night? I hear one thing from Olney, now you tell me another. I want to know which one of you is really lying and trying his best to cheat me." "I suppose I can appease your curiosity," Fry allowed. He'd never liked Gustav, and if not for the man's wealth, he'd have found a way to be free of the tyrant. You sees, I got wind that Olney was going to take Nell out to make a ruckus at Oakley during the Birmingham's ball if my nephew by marriage didn't cooperate, as it were. So's I decided to go have a look-see round here myself. Excepting I adds me a foul time finding myself a horse, what with all the liveries hired out to escort guests to their fair. By the time I arrived, the shindig was over. Still I looked about the place real careful with a lantern burning low-like, just to see what might have happened, and that's when I come across Nell, lying with a gut wound in a horse stall. There she was, just her and her babe. She was in pain, all right, but it appeared to me like she was going to make it through just fine when she got herself a little help from her doc. At first, I thought Olney might have stabbed her with the knife I saw lying nearby, but Nell told me some stranger had done it to her. She said she'd gone looking for Birmingham to warn him one last time about the shame he'd suffer if he didn't meet her demands. When she slipped into his bedroom, she said it weren't Birmingham there at all, but a stranger who'd been prying on a box on Birmingham's desk. Nell said she tried to leave real quick-like, but the bloke caught her, put a knife to her throat, and threatened to slice it open if'n she screamed. After the rain, it was real muddy outside, and he didn't want to get his fancy shoes dirty, so's he hauled her to the bed and sat on her whilst he put on a pair of Birmingham's boots. Why didn't he just kill her in Herr Birmingham's bedroom? He could have saved himself a lot of bother. What with him being a guest, I suppose he didn't want a hue and cry made over her body whilst he was still in the house. Gustav thrust his chin out musefully as he considered the man's conjecture. Then he waved his hand officiously. "Continue." "The fella took her out to the barn and stabbed her.
He was gonna knife her again, but according to Nell, he heard a noise, and that's when Olney ran out of the next stall. The gent raced after him, but Nell figured Olney took off, 'cause she then heard a clatter of hooves rattling off in the distance. The stranger came back to see about Nell, but she played real dead-like. Guess he fell for her again, excepting she weren't dead. That's when I started thinking to myself, here you'd gone and promised me $1,000 to split the newlyweds, and here a stranger were to blame for it all. That's when I decided to finish Nell off myself. He laughed shortly. She screamed when she saw me intent, but it did a little good. Still, me timing was a bit off. I seen a lantern coming from the house and quickly snuffed out me own. I hid myself in another stall, and that's when Birmingham himself come out to have a look-see round the barn, excepting he didn't get no farther than poor Nell. She was still alive when he reached her, and she mewed on about her loving him and how sorry she was for e'er lying about him siring her babe. A short time later, me niece come out searching for him, and from the way things looked, she got it into her head real fast, like that Birmingham had killed the girl, 'cause me niece went flying back into the house like someone had torched her petticoats. So, Fry, you are satisfied that you were the one that put a wedge between Birmingham and your niece, except she was in the same house with him when I went to Frau Dalton's. No matter that, Fry waved his hand, dismissing the importance of that bit of information. What matters is the fact that Nell would still be alive if it weren't for me, and Geoffrey Birmingham wouldn't be in prison now, 'cause Nell would have told everyone he were innocent of stabbing her and getting her with child. She were kind of lovesick over that there rich gent, and you can bet she wouldn't have let him suffer more than a day's time in jail afore she'd have spilled out the truth, maybe even as to how I'd put her up to claiming Birmingham as a kid's pa. Gustav made no effort to hide the sneer in his tone as he voiced a conjecture. I take it, then, that you want payment for what you did? 1,000 Yankee dollars, just like you promised, Mr. Friedrich. Otherwise, I'll have to send word to the sheriff that me niece's husband ain't the bloke he wants, that he should be looking for a fancy stranger who attended Birmingham's shindig. Gustav's mouth twisted downward as he considered the Englishman's threat. He had already given Olney 10,000 for Birmingham's arrest, and that deed had been accomplished. Considering the unfavorable sentiment that event had already been evoked against his rival, Gustav had every hope that before too much time elapsed, Geoffrey Birmingham would be hanged for Nell's murder, which would leave Raelynn a bereaved widow. Once that happened, then he'd be able to collect everything he wanted from her. However, Fry could muddle up everything before the hanging, but Gustav wasn't about to stand for that. I will pay you the $1,000 to keep your mouth closed, Fry, Gustav agreed at last, bringing a cocky grin to the Englishman's face. The German drew out a small strongbox from his desk, unlocked it, and counted out the necessary gold coins. If I don't give you this, I know you well enough to be assured that you will keep your threat and have Birmingham set free. His wife is me niece, after all, and as they say, blood is thicker in water. Fry collected the coins in a leather bag and then jauntily returned to the front portal, where, with a casual salute and a succinct smile, he took his leave. Damnation! Gustav roared, slamming his fist down upon his desk. Pivoting about face, he stalked through the dark halls of his warehouse. Where is everybody? Morgan? Cheney? Muffet? Where are you? No answer came, and he strode deeper into the structure until he could hear men grunting as they stacked wooden rifle boxes. Morgan, where are you? Here, sir. Loading the rifles like you told us to do for shipment upriver. Forget that for the moment, Gustav commanded sharply. I have more important work for you to do now. Cooper Fry left here moments ago. He has become a hazard to our business ventures. I want you to, how shall I say it, put him out of his misery. Fry has a bag of coins on his person. If you 3 lads do away with him, then that will be reward. You may share it evenly or separately. It does not matter to me which one of you do it, as long as Cooper Fry is silenced permanently. You understand? Cooper Fry strolled away from the warehouse, feeling very cocky with 1,000 Yankee coins in his possession. It had been a while since he had had his mind clear of the dulling intoxicants he was wont to liberally quaff, and at the moment he was convinced that he could do no wrong. In fact, he had already planned his next venture to enlarge his wealth, possibly by as much as a few more thousand. It entailed arranging a meeting with an old acquaintance whom he had diligently been avoiding. This fellow was exceedingly more dangerous than the German, but if he kept his wits keen and clear, he had no doubt that he'd come out the victor. After all, this was his lucky day. It was a rare occasion indeed when Cooper Fry sauntered down Meeting Street to the best hostelry in town and crossed its threshold. It wasn't that he disliked being in such a place. His reluctance to enter the establishment was simply due to the fact that he normally couldn't afford anything that was worth having on the premises, and that, when he came in, the manager, along with almost everyone on his staff, looked at him as if he were something tainted that had just been washed up from the sea. Previously, he had always left the place feeling the throes of deep depression, which had only driven him to imbibe all the more. At least now he had money in his purse, but sorrowfully not enough to abide overlong where the taste of luxury was so pronounced and far too tempting for him to ignore. A small bribe of a coin paid to a fetching maid just slightly past her prime left him reasonably assured that his note would be given to the occupant of the suite his acquaintance was letting. Even so, he followed covertly until well assured that the delivery had been made to the specified room. The maid had given the missive to the man's steward, and then bustled back toward the area in which she had been working, humming happily to herself until her breath was snatched inward in shocked surprise as a large hand clapped rudely between her buttocks. She whirled with eyes blazing, and, before Cooper Fry could stumble back to a safe distance, clamped a hand to his crotch, catching his manly possessions in a fierce grip that made him soar to the tips of his toes. "Don't do that again, you blackguard," she hissed through gnashing teeth. "Even you do, I'll tear 'em out. So help me, I will. Do you ken?" To make her point, she increased the pressure until Fry began to mumble all sorts of pleas and promises. "Do you ken?" He nodded speedily, affirming the fact that he'd do anything if she'd just let him loose. Finally, she conceded to turn him loose and did so with a satisfied chuckle. Cooper's breath left him in a relieved whoosh as she stepped back and dusted her hands as if intimidating him had all been in a day's work. "Bitch," Cooper mumbled none too loudly, and glowered after her as she pranced off with skirts swaying from stem to stern. His face contorted in a grimace as he twitched and tugged at his breeches, trying to right everything. What he feared most now was that he had been permanently shriveled. Fry gradually collected his aplomb and straightened his clothes, shoddy as they were. Assuming an air of one who had immense wealth, he returned to the lower foyer and strolled out into the crisp, late afternoon air. He had no doubt that his associate would keep the appointment. It was certainly in the man's best interest to comply.
This is the end of this cassette. This is cassette number 10.
Assuming an air of one who had immense wealth, Cooper Fry returned to the lower foyer and strolled out into the crisp late afternoon air. He had no doubt that his associate would keep the appointment. It was certainly in the man's best interest to comply. Of course, Cooper Fry had been careful to arrange a meeting where the two of them would be well in sight of people. It was much safer that way. "Damn it, Reese, you've got to let me go," Jeff demanded hotly as he whirled to face the lawman, who at the moment was leaning back in his chair with his feet propped on his desk. "By now, most everyone in Charleston knows I've been arrested, and that knowledge will surely mean danger for my wife. Whether it's Gustav or the miscreant who attacked us, they'll likely see her as a bird in hand while I'm conveniently locked up and out of the way." "You're not locked up, Jeffrey," the sheriff pointed out, not unreasonably. He swept a hand toward the only occupied cell in the jail. Now that the doors were on both cells, he could even feel confident about keeping his young prisoner. "Olney is locked up. You're free." He indicated the wide area in which his guest was striding irately about, as if that one needed a reminder that he was roaming about the office unhindered and of his own accord. "In fact, if you don't stop pacing about, you're going to wear a damned hole through my floor." "I'd like to wear a hole through that thick pate of yours, my friend. Maybe then you'd be able to understand what I'm talking about," Jeff retorted, pivoting about. "Can't you understand that my wife is virtually alone in Elizabeth's house, with only her maid and a 4-year-old boy to come to her aid if something happens? Gustav has already been there, pressing his case to have her for himself, and no telling what the hooded demon who attacked us might be tempted to do in my absence. I tell you, Reese, you've got to let me go." Now, Jeffrey, I've got everything under control," the sheriff assured him. "I've spoken to Elijah, and he'll continue to watch over your wife. If anything happens, he'll let me know."
That's not nearly enough to satisfy me, Jeff argued. Not now, not while I'm in here. Reese heaved a sigh, growing a bit frustrated with the unyielding persistence of the man. Look, Jeffrey, why don't you just go lie down in your cell for a while and take a nap or something, he suggested. Maybe then you'll calm down and see my point. If I were to let you go, then you'd likely be strung up, and what good would you be to your wife then? Pausing, Jeff set his jaw thoughtfully aslant and considered his situation, giving Reese justification to think that he intended to be more reasonable now. That supposition was served quick death when Jeff stated his deductions. I could just as well walk out of here. You haven't arrested me, and you know damn well that I'm innocent. So I guess basically that leaves me a free man. Seriously testing that theory, he grabbed up his frock coat and strode toward the front door. I'll see you later, Reese. Charlie, Reese barked, overturning his chair in his haste to get to the portal first. He did so, but only barely. I'm here, Sheriff, the deputy replied, shuffling in from the back room. Reese met the glaring emerald eyes that were level with his own, and though he never wavered before them, just the same he felt the hackles rise on the back of his neck. He faced a man equal to his own height, and though lighter by a couple of stone or more, was still very much in prime physical strength. Jeffrey Birmingham could be damn pleasant, as Reese well knew, even easygoing, but there was no doubt about it, steel formed the core of his backbone. It didn't take but a moment for Reese to realize just why the Birminghams were considered dangerous men to rile. If those deep green shards couldn't stab a person to the heart, then it would be the men who possessed them who'd continue the fight until the last foe and culprit was hung. Handcuff Mr. Birmingham to his cot. What? Jeff cried in spiraling rage. Damn it, Reese, you're not going to do that to me, not when my wife may be in danger. The sheriff pushed a hand against the hard, muscular shoulder, trying to shove his friend back away from the door. Get in your cell. No, damn it, Jeff snapped, coming around with a clenched fist. It wasn't much more than a tap on the head, but after his recent concussion, it was definitely enough to send Jeffrey buckling to the floor and into the realm of oblivion. Reese beckoned for Charlie to come help him, and between the two of them, they managed to get the unconscious man into the cell where they stretched him out upon the cot. That should keep Mr. Birmingham quiet for a while, eh, Sheriff? The deputy remarked with a rueful grin. You still want me to handcuff him? No, just leave him be. He's going to be mad enough when he wakes up without adding mayhem to folly. We'll just lock the door to make sure he stays in here once he comes round. Reese shook his head ruefully. If we come through this thing with our hides still intact, Charlie, it certainly won't be because Mr. Birmingham won't be trying to skin us. Hey, Sheriff! Reese turned toward the occupant of the other cell. Presently, the curly-headed rascal was lounging upon his cot, looking for all the world like he was enjoying himself. The young rogue took great delight in harassing him. Indeed, he just wouldn't give up. What do you want, Olney? Scratching his chin, the scamp turned his head on his pillow and grinned back at the lawman. You afraid of Birmingham? If'n you ain't, you sure act like it. Reese sighed heavily. Be quiet, Olney. Cooper Fry waited at the Provost Dungeon, an old custom house which the British had used to lock up prisoners during the war, until half an hour past the time he had specified in his note. Considering everything, he had thought it would be a befitting place to meet, but he now decided that it would do him little good to stay around any longer. Obviously, the man wasn't going to come. Leaving Exchange Street, he turned north toward Market Street, and after entering that area, bought himself an apple to munch. He had just braced a shoulder against the trunk of a tree when an elongated shadow fell upon him and stretched out across the ground beyond him. In the next moment, he felt a knife prodding in the area of his ribs. "Afternoon, Coop," a husky voice greeted near his ear. "Morgan?" Cooper Fry tried to turn, but the point of the blade gave him another goading, reminding him to keep still. "What are you doing?" "You made Mr. Friedrich real mad this time. Me and the boys were sent out after you, but I found you first, so's I'm supposing that means I keep the reward all to myself." "What reward?" Cooper's eyes cut to the left as he strained to catch a glimpse of the man. "The reward you're carrying on you. I'll take it, if'n you don't mind. I got it in the shirt, but if'n I tries to give it to you now, people'll think you're robbing me and call the law." Morgan thought about that not more than a moment. Friedrich wouldn't like Sheriff Townsend involved in this matter, and neither would he. Let's go closer to the bay, where there ain't as many folks that'll be around to watch us. As Fry hesitated, the blade nudged the flabby roll around his waist. "Get going, before I lose patience with you." Cooper Fry reluctantly complied. When they were well out of sight of witnesses, he began dragging off his coat. It was still attached to one hand when he brought it around with a vengeance, striking Morgan hard across the face and sending the knife flying and its bearer stumbling backward with eyes smarting. In the next instant, Cooper scooped up the weapon and plunged it into the soft paunch of his would-be assailant. When it was drawn out again, Morgan gave a gurgling sound and collapsed to his knees. Fry smirked in satisfaction for barely a moment as the man crumpled in a knot at his feet, and then he glanced about, finding the way entirely unencumbered with people. Lucky day it was indeed, he thought, as he made good his escape. Barely had Cooper Fry dozed off than he was snatched abruptly awake by a weird, low, caterwauling wail that sent shivers spiraling up his spine. His eyes popped open, and warily he rolled them about their sockets until his gaze lit on something huge and monstrous looming above him. It had no face, only a loose, blank mask of deep blackness from which sunken cavities served as eyes. At first he was convinced that he was dreaming. His second conclusion was exceedingly more terrifying. He was a man with little conscience, that being a poorly stunted nubbin which had never troubled him overmuch. He did, however, have a vivid imagination and a deep dread of spirits, which he was still convinced had haunted his grandfather's house where he had grown up, upon the property of which a later discovery had found a boarded-up well filled with the skeletal remains of nigh to a dozen men. The shape that hovered above him now had all the same appearances of a spectre from hell. "Ghost!" Fry screamed in a whisper, the best his constricted throat could issue forth. He thought of Morgan right away. After all, it had happened only 2 or 3 hours ago. Or was it some dreadful spirit from a past encounter during which he had deemed the taking of a life in his best interest? A whole host of names had long been forgotten from such incidents. Then, if the visitation wasn't frightening enough, Fry's fumbling brain fell upon a prospect that was far worse. Had the darkly cloaked form come to herald his death? Frantically clawing his way up against the headboard, he croaked, "Are you Banshee? I thought I heard you howl." "Wake up, man. You heard nothing more than a tomcat yowling outside your window," a cold voice jeered. A soft, merciless chuckle deepened Fry's descent into a terror of the unknown. "Of course, there are some who've been led to think that I'm a messenger from Satan, and to be fair, I must allow that they have had just cause to think that way." Even as Fry tried to sort this out in his sleep-dulled brain, a new panic surged upward within him, chilling his heart as a shaft of moonlight glinted on the length of a gleaming blade. A strangled sound emitted from his tightening throat as he felt its deadly edge press against his windpipe. "I suggest that you try not to shake overly much," the apparition cautioned in a tone of exaggerated concern. "I have a remarkably steady hand, but even so, accidental slips have a way of occurring." Fry croaked a response which amounted to little more than a hastily babbled agreement. The intruder chuckled again. "Tell me," he urged, "have you any idea who I am?" Fry nodded frantically. Much to his sorrow, he knew exactly who was here with him, the very one who had first stabbed Nell. "And do you know why I've come?" I left you a note asking you to meet me, mate, but you ne'er showed up. I'm not one of your snivelling mates, so don't call me that again." The abrasive voice snarled as the edge of the knife encroached menacingly. What would you like me to call you, my lord?" "That's better." The knife was withdrawn ever so slightly. "How did you know I was here in the colonies and where I was to be found?" Fry could hardly think when his every thought was focused on the sharpness of the weapon grating against his whiskers. Though the constraint had eased to some degree, it still remained precariously close to a vital vein. "Please, I'll tell you, if you give me room to breathe." An evil, jeering hiss was emitted from the dark mask as the pressure lessened some slight degree. "Think before you speak, Fry. I will tolerate no lies." "I know, my lord. Well, for one thing, Nell was still living when I found her in the stables. I helped you out, I did, by finishing what you started, but afore I did, Nell told me she'd come upon a stranger whittling on me niece's coffer in Birmingham's bedchamber. I figured it could only be one of 3 blokes interested in that 'ere box, and since you're a man of taste, I decided you'd be at the best inn in town. Then, too, I thought your friends would be of a mind to send you to take care of business, seeing as, how you were the most, efficient. Barrett's daughter is not your niece, you uncouth bastard, so don't put on airs with me. You'll never be part of the nobility.
You're just a common tar who has a fair memory when he's sober, and once had the good fortune to become mates with the real Cooper Fry before he was swept overboard and drowned." The aging seaman chortled. "Aye, young Coop always liked to talk about his family, he did. Worked to me advantage right nicely, too. I knew his stories about his home and folks well enough to fool his own sister, I did." His lordship laughed caustically. "Yes, and much to our regret. You talked her into sailing here to the colonies. I always had a hankering to settle down in this here part of the world, but every ship I signed on to took me anywheres but where I wanted to go. Convincing Lady Barrett of the merits of living here wasn't too hard, considering the ridicule she and her daughter had fallen prey to after Lord Barrett keeled over. It was certainly the best way I could think of to get myself over here, so's I pleaded poverty till she agreed to loan me money for passage. In so doing, you left me and my companions wondering if we could trust you. I decided forthwith that we couldn't, so I followed. After all, I was the one responsible for letting the missive fall into Barrett's hands. It was my fool luck that my servant mistook Barrett for the one he was supposed to meet, and it was Barrett's greater folly to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. But, of course, it didn't help that the courier to France had been delayed. But that is neither here nor there. Barrett is dead, thanks to you, and right now all my companions and I have to worry about is the whereabouts of the information he sequestered in his resolve to present it at his trial. Considering all the transfers up the scale of individuals responsible for passing it on to the king, I suppose he had a right to feel wary of it falling into the wrong hands. After what we had done to the man, one could hardly blame him for being cautious, even about those who tried to help him. He refused to see anybody until you came along. Indeed, if not for your chicanery in claiming to be his wife's brother, Barrett would have presented his evidence, and my companions and I would have been arrested. For that I must be grateful. But I can only wonder what you're up to now. If you found the message and intend to use it against us, be assured I have ways of dealing with men like you. So I'll ask you outright. What do you want from me? I did find the message, Governor, just as you thought, and after taking a look-see at it, I can understand why you were so afraid of what you'd lose if it fell into the wrong hands, your life at the very least. No doubt it would have served England's enemies well, what with it reporting, amongst other things, the weaknesses in His Majesty's military defences. Too bad it bore the signatures of you and your two companions. If not for that, you needn't have gone to so much bother trying to get it back. Such knowledge could bring about your death, Fry, the gravelly voice warned. Oh, aye, I knows that for sure, Governor. That's why I haven't talked to another soul about it until now, my lord. You certainly took your own sweet time getting the news to me. Nell has been dead for over a month. I had to work on me courage, Governor, seeing as how I left London without telling you and all. I was afraid you'd cut me up with that knife of yours, but I finally decided to take me chances and tell it to you outright, like the honest man that I am. Lord Marsden laughed disparagingly. Somehow I just can't believe you, Fry. You know as well as I do that you're not very honest at all. Now would I seek you out if I didn't mean to give you the parchment? Though his lordship was suspicious of an ulterior motive, he was nevertheless curious. Where did you find the missive? In Barrett's personal coffer, as I had once thought it might be? Aye, Governor, but it took more'n just opening the lid to find it. I scratched my noggin many an hour puzzling over that box, but then I had time in me hands, sailing all the way from England. If you hadn't suggested there might be a hidden compartment in the box, I'd have given up long before I found it. Nearly took me 2.5 months to finally figure out how to get into the damn thing. But there it was, just like you said, right in the bottom of the box, the very same you tried to get into afore you stabbed poor Nell. The cloaked form turned aside to gaze upon the moonlit scene stretching out beyond the window. I thought it would be there, he murmured thoughtfully. But after framing Barrett on treasonous charges and having my claims deemed ludicrous by many of his peers and those in much higher places, I was afraid to even go near his estate for fear his friends would be watching. You were my last resort, and of course, when you managed to get into Barrett's cell with claims of being his brother-in-law, I had high hopes that you'd be able to find what we were searching for. Once again, the menacing figure faced the shaggy-haired fellow, but now his hissing voice was imbued with a caustic sneer. I never expected you to bungle your visit and kill him before you had the missive well within your grasp. Fry protested. How was I to know the poison would work on him as fast as it did? I thought I'd have plenty of time to question him. I gave it to him in a little wine, just like you said. And then, followed your directions to the letter by informing him of what I'd done and promising him an antidote if he'd give me the paper, or the very least, tell me where it was to be found. But the poison belly hit his belly and then he was gone. Fry snapped his fingers to lend emphasis to his declaration. At fast, damn him! No, 'tis you who'll likely be damned, Fry, for being the conniving scoundrel you are, the hooded one countered. You not only turn on your foes, but your friends as well. My companions and I didn't realize you weren't to be trusted when you overheard us talking and offered us a solution to our dilemma. You took our money, and then you turned right around and encouraged Lady Barrett to leave England. Now, I've heard enough of your feeble excuses. She was going to flee the country anyway, Fry declared in an anxious rush. She couldn't bear the jeers of even the common folk living around where she'd taken a cottage. I knows that for a fact. One of 'em threw a cabbage at me whilst I was visiting the Barretts and nearly knocked me cross-eyed. I did everything a bloke could have done in a situation like that. Didn't I convince Evelina Barrett that I were her brother? Do you think that were easy? Fry got himself so worked up and exaggerating his excuses, tears of misery sprang into his eyes. His knobby chin even quivered. I've been living as Cooper Fry so long now, sometimes I don't even remember me own name. By the way, what is your real name? We never got around to that. Fenton. Oliver Fenton. It mattered not a whit to the man who heard it. Well, Fenton, where is the missive now? Oliver Fenton still had a card he hadn't played yet. Seems as how you and your friends were so anxious to get into your thankful little grasp months ago, I thought we could come to some kind of new agreement about what you'd been willing to pay to get it back. Be warned, Fenton, the visitor rumbled. I'll not tolerate being skimmed by the likes of you again. When have I ever... You took payment from me and my friends, Prescott and Havelock, and we trusted you to find the letter that had fallen into Barrett's hands. We paid you a goodly sum and promised you more. His voice hardened. The first portion you guzzled down in England in spite of the fact that you produced absolutely nothing to appease our fears. Now I can only wonder what more you may be wanting. Only what you promised me, my lord, and a little bit more to allow me to buy a proper pub. What? The darkly cloaked one scoffed in rampant disbelief. For you to drink up all the profits? Where is the message you found? In safe keeping, my lord. The knife pressed against Fry's throat again, this time drawing blood. Tell me where it is, damn you! If you kill me, my lord, you'll ne'er find it. It's in someone else's safe keeping, and should they hear of me death, they'll be taking it to the Barrett girl, or as she's known now, Mrs. Birmingham. The devil you say, Marsden barked. Why would you have it sent to her? From what I hear, she and that Yankee husband of hers forbade you to even set foot on their plantation, much less allow you to approach them here in Charleston. You could say I owes the girl one for poisoning her pa and letting her ma starve. Besides, after I'm dead, it won't matter to me any more if I don't have any money. That'll be the only good I'll be leaving behind me. The seaman chortled. Besides, she and her mister ain't likely going to be the ones that'll kill me. Fine, upstanding people, they are. Lord Marsden saw the logic in the man's reasoning and sensed that this time Fenton wouldn't be moved from his stand. And why should he? In this case, he had the upper hand. If the girl received the missive, she would definitely see that it was carried swiftly back to England by reputable barristers, and they, in turn, would set about clearing her father's name and condemning those guilty of not only framing him, but of treasonous acts against the crown. Abruptly, Marsden removed the knife. So, Fenton, how much more do you want? And how do you intend to carry out this trade so each of us can be assured that we won't suffer the consequences of trusting the other? I want at least 5,000 more. A long silence answered him as his lordship limped slowly away. His rasping voice spoke from across the room. Go on. Now, I knows if I don't keep me into the bargain, you'll be coming after me looking for blood. That, so to speak, will warrant me good behaviour. As for myself, I want you to send your servant with the 5,000 Yankee dollars to the name of the cat house that I'll be directing you to. Once there, your man will be given further instructions as to where to go. After I have the money in hand, he'll receive the message in a wooden box that will be sealed to keep your secret secure. Then I'll send your steward home to you in a carriage. That really doesn't guarantee that I'll be getting the missive after you get your money. There must be a better way to handle this matter. I knows what you can do with that 'ere knife of yours, Governor, and I also knows what other things you can do, like running for the sheer pleasure of it. Now, to tell you the truth, I ain't never seen that afore. But then, I guess that's what keeps you fit and happy, liking peculiar things like that." Fenton laughed briefly. "You can bet I ain't going to be around long after I receives me money. And just to keep you satisfied it's been a fair trade, I'm going to keep me word for a change. Maybe then you won't be of a mind to comes after me with that big knife of yours." The grating voice finally responded. "You may live beyond this night after all, Fenton. Just be careful to do exactly as you have said. Otherwise, I won't rest until I've seen your carcass buried in a slime pit." The door closed behind the darkly cloaked visitor, and Oliver Fenton finally slumped away from the headboard and let his breath out in a long sigh of relief. Throwing himself from the bed, he poured himself a stout drink and tossed it down with the flip of his wrist. He lit a lamp and for a moment considered his shaking hands. One thing was for sure, he was getting too damned old to be scared out of his wits. Stumbling footfalls in the hallway made him stiffen in sudden apprehension. He could only think that his lordship had had a change of heart and would be concluding the matter with a murderous deed, but the voice of the fellow passing the room was slurred from heavy imbibing. Fenton released his breath for a second time in so many minutes, deciding it was only a drunk searching for a vacant bed in the boarding-house. He had no wish to endure the presence of another in his rented room, and to forestall such a possibility, stepped to the door, opened it, and peered out. He had closed it again, and was about to lock it when the plank was shoved suddenly inward by a brawny shoulder. Stumbling back with a gasp of surprise, Fenton gaped at the two men who approached him with knives drawn. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was seized, but the sound was effectively silenced by a deep slit across his throat. His eyes widened as he realized it hadn't been his lucky day after all. He gulped, gurgling up blood, and then toppled forward to the floor. In the yard outside, a cloaked form came around with a start as a shriek of terror filled the night. His eyes searched out and found the room in which he had just visited, and as he watched in gathering dread, two men immediately began crawling out through the windows. They scrambled across the roof, and as one paused to throw down an object that looked very much like a knife, the other one dropped to the ground below. Both left as quickly as they had appeared. A woman's voice screamed, piercing the stillness of the night. "Fetch the sheriff! Cooper Fry's been killed!" The dark shade turned and hurriedly limped into the trees. He knew where he must go now. 23. The garden was damp with the morning dew. Behind him, the house his uncle owned as silent as a tomb. After a midday Sunday feast, his relatives had retired to the drawing-room to play whist. Personally, he had never had too much interest in those card games, and looked in on his older brother, who had ensconced himself in the library. No entertaining diversions to be found there, he thought. Finally, he wandered out into the garden to have a look around the mansion that had been handed down through a long line of ancestors. A wrought-iron gate separating the neighboring grounds lent strong evidence of an abiding friendship between the two landowners. Beyond it, he had occasionally glimpsed a little auburn-haired girl playing with her dolls and a cat in the adjoining garden. The animal was ever wont to come slinking through the ornate gate to investigate the neighbor's softly tilled soil. Appearing quite large with its gray puffed fur nearly standing on end, the feline usually poked its pink nose into this and that until it found a suitable spot. Today the cat came to sniff around his polished riding boots. Rubbing itself against the fine leather, it purred as if pleading to be picked up. Willingly he complied, and scratched the cat behind the ear just as he had always done with the cats back home. Upon hearing the creak of metal, he glanced up to find the little girl, with a tentative smile upon her face, standing near the open gate as she peered about inquisitively. A butterfly soared close overhead, and squealing in glee, she held out a hand as she chased after it. He chuckled at her efforts. "You'll never catch them like that, little miss." The girl seemed startled by his voice, and, looking around, gazed up at him with a curious frown. She saw her cat in his arms, and her aqua-blue eyes twinkled back at him, as if that made him acceptable. "Here now, let's get you home before your parents have to come looking for you," he gently admonished, sweeping her onto his shoulder. She gave a little cry, as if afraid of being so high, and grabbed a handful of his hair to secure her lofty perch. An auburn ringlet tumbled down around her lace collar as she looked down at him. She managed a hesitant grin, and then a nervous giggle. It began to rain, a gentle misting rain that dampened her curls and his uplifted, smiling face. Jeff bolted upright, abruptly snatched from his dreams. That's when his head exploded. Damn, he muttered in agony, and clasped the heels of his hands to his temples as he bellowed, Reese, what the devil did you do to me? A soft chuckle from nearby made Jeff squint against the glare of the lantern that hung in the aisle between the cells. His eyes probed the gloom beyond the circle of light until he espied the young rapscallion who had started all of this. Afternoon, Birmingham, Olney greeted with a cocky grin. How you feeling this evening? Maybe you don't know it, but you've been out for quite a while. In fact, the sheriff was of a mind to think you were going to sleep clean through till morning. Guess he figured it was safe to leave you. Be quiet, Olney, Jeff snapped. In spite of the throbbing in his head, he swept his gaze carefully about the confines of the jailhouse and found it empty save for Olney and himself. Though he was sure his head would likely come off, he staggered to the cell door and reached out to shove it open. Much to his amazement, it wouldn't budge. Angrily, he shook it, and then, leaving his forehead close against the bars, peered down the narrow corridor leading to the back of the building. Damn it, Reese! Come open this door, he railed at the top of his lungs. You have no reason to keep me locked up in here. The curly-haired scallywag snickered in amusement, and lying back upon his bunk, folded his arms beneath his head and crossed his stockinged ankles. The sheriff and his deputy went out a while ago. Someone came flying in here, saying a man had got his throat cut at some boarding house. There's just you and me here now, Birmingham. Yep, the ways I figure it, Sheriff Reese wanted to keep you for a spell. Maybe just to show you who's boss. I'll show him who's boss, Jeff promised with a snarl, eyeing the ring of keys hanging on a lofty hook across the narrow hall. He stumbled back to the cot, picked it up, and promptly smashed it to the floor, breaking off a wooded leg. Flipping it over, he proceeded to kick off the rest of the supports, and then used one to break apart the frame. All of this was enough to make Olney sit up on the side of his bed and chortle. I always knew you had a bad temper, Birmingham. You haven't seen the half of it yet, Olney, Jeff assured him, finally freeing a side frame from the cot. It was just about the right size, slightly longer than he was tall. Jeff took up the rail and stepped back to the bars of his cell. Sliding the piece of wood through the iron barriers, he grasped one end firmly and, slipping his free hand through another section of bars, maneuvered the end of his makeshift pole until he had positioned it just beneath the ring of keys hanging from a peg on the far side of the corridor. Fishing around until he had the end of the shaft in the circlet, he took his time easing the ring off the dowel. He grinned broadly in satisfaction as the metal loop slid downward along the wooden shank right into his grasp. Olney had watched in rapt attention for the last few moments. Now he closed his mouth, realizing it had plummeted open in surprise. Perceiving some hope for his own escape, he approached the bars of his cubicle as Geoffrey unlocked his cell door and stepped out. The rascal licked his lips, already tasting the freedom that could be his if he could only get the other man to comply. Hey, Birmingham, how about letting me out too? I really didn't do anything deserving of being locked away for years to come. What about attempted murder? Jeff asked curtly. As my butler can attest, you tried to kill me when you and the rest of Gustav's brigands forced your way into my house. Oh, but that was just a bloomin' accident, Birmingham, Olney cajoled and reached out a hand imploringly, hoping the man would relent. Please, you gotta understand. I didn't mean to shoot you. My pistol just went off by itself. Jeff clasped the ring of keys in his hand and, taking aim, sent them sailing back to the peg from whence they had come. Then he settled his hands on his lean hips and shook his head sorrowfully, as if sorely lamenting his perfect bullseye. Now, I really didn't mean to do that, Olney. I'm sorry. They just landed there by accident. Olney snorted, sounding much like a bull elephant. Yeah, sure. And you're a black-hearted liar, Birmingham. Realizing his headache had eased, Jeff decided he felt remarkably well and content with himself, at least enough to toss a grin toward the young miscreant as he strode past his cell. Like you, Olney. Her cat bounded along beside her as she tottered past flowers taller than she. Musicians were playing in the neighbor's yard where a number of guests had collected, luring her ever onward to the garden gate. Through the ornate filigree adorning the iron barrier, she espied several couples swirling about the marble terrace adjoining the elegant mansion. Entranced with a childlike fascination for fairy tales, knights in shining armor, and beautiful ladies, she watched the graceful dancing, her small body swaying to the music. Her cat purred as it brushed against her skirts. Inquisitively, the animal turned to peer into the adjoining garden, and then, with lithe grace, leapt through the bars.
The feline paused to investigate a recently tilled flower bed near the opening before sauntering leisurely onward to other areas, by slow degrees nearing the cluster of people who sat in a group near one corner of the terrace. Suddenly, a loud barking rent the peace, and a large dog raced across the lawn toward the cat, who hissed in sudden fear and scurried to the safety of several large encompassing shrubs, through which the canine could not readily pass. Frantically searching for an opening, the dog raced back and forth in front of the bushes until a loud whistle drew his attention. A tall young man with short-cropped black hair strode into view and issued a brusque command, sending the dog lumbering back toward the house where a servant put him on a leash. The nice man squatted near the shrubs and coaxed the cat out of hiding until it came into his arms, where it purred contentedly beneath the long, slow, gentle strokes of his hand. Tossing a glance toward the gate, the gentleman broke a flower from its stem and came forward with a grin. Smiling into the aqua-blue eyes that watched him intently through the bars, he swung open the iron portal and stepped through. He whisked the animal to the ground and then, with a gallant bow, offered the flower to the little girl. Smiling timidly, she accepted the young knight's gift and sampled its fragrance. The petals tickled, and she wrinkled her nose as she giggled. Leaning her head far back, she peered up at the one who loomed over her. The early afternoon sun shimmered behind his head, and the brilliance of the halo around his dark head made her squint and rub her eyes. Yawning, she dropped her head and fingered the petals as she examined the pretty flower. "Looks like it's your nap time, little miss," the handsome knight remarked with a chuckle. "Perhaps I should take you back to your parents before you fall asleep out here." Bending low, he lifted her up into his arms and followed the winding trail back toward the neighboring mansion. After another yawn, she began to sing a tune her mother had taught her. Her tall knight joined her. He had a nice, soothing voice, and soon he was waltzing her along the path, evoking more giggles. Once they gained the clearing near the place where her mother had been gathering flowers from their garden, the young man sat her to her feet and was about to turn away. But she caught his hand and grinned up at him until he squatted down. Throwing her arms about his neck, she kissed him on his cheek and then ran laughing to her mother, who had turned in time to witness the exchange. Smiling, her parent invited the man in for a cup of tea, but his uncle had invited guests over to meet them, he explained, and hurried back along the trail. Tilting her head from side to side, she began to chant a sing-song ditty as the sun smiled down upon her and a butterfly flitted past. Raelynn came awake with a start, not entirely sure why she had been snatched so abruptly from her dreams. She lay for a moment, trying to discern what was wrong, all her senses keenly attuned to the sounds of the house. A distant thump intruded, and, in trembling apprehension, she waited to hear more, hoping it had come from a neighbor's house. Another thud and a chair scraping over a bare floor downstairs brought Raelynn out of the bed in an instant. Shaking uncontrollably, she searched down the length of her bed, patting her hands over the rumpled covers as she sought to locate her robe. She found it near the foot and donned it in frantic haste. She stumbled over her slippers and slid into them, all the while mentally sorting out what she must do. If the noises had indeed been created by a human, then she could entertain no hope that it was her husband returning. Before departing, Rhys Townsend had taken time to assure her that he would be keeping Jeff locked up for his own safety. Nor could she believe that it was Elizabeth or Farrell returning. When the newly wedded couple had left, they had said they wouldn't be coming back until Sunday night at the earliest, still a good many hours away. Cautiously, Raelynn crept through the impenetrable blackness until she reached the door. Once there, she turned the doorknob ever so carefully and eased the portal open. She was thankful for the shaft of moonlight streaming through the windows at the far end of the hall, for it allowed her to see her way clearly. A concern for Jake and her servant drew her down the corridor toward Tizzy's room. Slipping within the cubicle, she paused within the door to let her eyes adjust to the dense shadows until she could make out the girl sleeping soundly in her bed. Raelynn approached and, leaning across, pressed a hand over the maid's mouth. Tizzy came upright with a muffled gasp and searched about with widened eyes until her gaze lit on her mistress. The spark of fear shining in her dark eyes ebbed as her brow gathered in confusion. "Don't make a sound," Raelynn whispered, leaning near the girl's ear. "There's someone moving around downstairs, so listen very carefully, and please, please don't make any noise. Slip into your robe, wake Jake up, and wait for me in the landing. I'm going to fetch Miss Elizabeth's pistol from her room, and then, if I can, I'm going to try and lure the intruder away from the kitchen.
Make sure the path is clear before you slip downstairs, so watch and listen very carefully to determine where the man may be. You're to leave by the back door. Go directly to Mr. Farrell's apartment and tell him that I'm here by myself and that there's a prowler in the house. Do you understand?"
"Yes, Miss Raelynn," the girl whispered back worriedly.
"But Nathan, it's Mr. Friedrich downstairs. You're going to be in more trouble than I'd be if I not stayed. Why don't you let me draw him away from the back door, while you leave and take Mr. Jake to Mr. Farrell's? That way you'll be safe and sound." "No argument, Tizzy. Just do as I say," Raelynn insisted. "Mr. Friedrich won't kill me. He wants me too much. You, he might. Now get yourself up and hurry. If I get a chance to slip out of the house, I will, but I've got to make sure that you and Jake are safe before I do." Tizzy heaved a reluctant sigh, but she had no other option. She had to obey. She set about fulfilling the behest as quickly as possible, and, some moments later, waited at the top of the stairs with a cautious hand over Jake's mouth as her mistress began a cautious descent. Raelynn winced as the step upon which she had cautiously lit popped beneath her weight. In the next instant, she heard a bump in the dining room. In Elizabeth's absence, the draperies of the front parlor had been left open, and one glance confirmed that there was no one in the room. In a rush, Raelynn completed her descent and flew to the parlor from whence she dared to call out, "Who's there?" No verbal answer came, only another thump. "I know there's someone here in the house," she cried in quavering tones. "Now who are you?" A strange scrape, much like a foot being dragged across a section of floor, made her start and clasp a trembling hand to her throat. If she had had any doubt before, then her suspicions were now thoroughly confirmed. There was an intruder prowling about. "Gustav, is that you?" she called in a faltering voice and tried desperately to pluck up her courage. "If it is, you'd better be warned. I have a loaded pistol in my hand and I'll use it if I must." Out of the corner of her eye, Raelynn saw Tizzy and Jake scurrying into the hall. Lest the man hear them moving about, she continued talking. "You shouldn't have come, Gustav. Sheriff Townsend will see your intrusion into this house as reason enough to arrest you. This time you won't be able to claim innocence." Another scrape of a chair almost sent Raelynn flying back upstairs in spiraling trepidation. By dint of will, she held her ground, even though it took every effort for her to remain where she was. If not for her shaking, she might have felt a lot braver about the situation. A large, dark shadow emerged from the dining room, and Raelynn gasped as she realized it wasn't Gustav at all, but their cloaked and hooded assailant. She screamed, totally forgetting about the pistol she clasped, and raced into the hallway. She fully expected to be caught by a man whose swiftness had aroused the sheriff's awe, but much to her bemusement, he lumbered after her as if impeded by some unknown hindrance. Indeed, he seemed to be dragging a foot behind him. Now recognizing an imminent threat to her life, Raelynn darted into the dark kitchen and tore around the huge hearth in an anxious quest to get to the back door, only to cry out in sudden alarm as she went flying over an overturned chair, an obstacle that had been deliberately placed in the shadows across the path to the back door where it wouldn't be readily seen. No doubt Tizzy had been creeping cautiously through the kitchen when she had come upon the chair, but Raelynn had been too caught up in a frenzy to escape to notice. Tumbling forward, Raelynn made every effort to spare her baby injury by twisting to the side. Alas, she forgot about the large crock that stood at the far end of the brick hearth. Her head caught the brunt of the impact, leaving her senses jarred. Dazed, but still determined to find safety, she forced herself to keep moving and managed to crawl beneath the table where she huddled in the shadows near the far corner. Barely a moment later, the darkly clothed shade stumbled into the kitchen and then came to a halt, evidently mystified by her whereabouts. Very slowly, he crept to the back door. He snatched it open abruptly, wrenching a surprised start from Raelynn, but she clasped a trembling hand over her mouth, stilling herself for that moment when he would turn and start searching the kitchen for her. Hardly daring to breathe while her assailant was so near, Raelynn waited in heightening anxiety, her heart thudding wildly in her chest as she crouched in a small knot within the gloom. She became increasingly mindful of the man's laborious panting, and considered that very odd indeed for one who could run so swiftly. Indeed, he wheezed as if afflicted with some strange malady. Considering the physical prowess he had already exhibited, the man should have displayed no exertion at all, especially from so simple a task as walking into the kitchen. But that didn't appear to be the case at all. Then she recalled that moments earlier she had heard him lumbering behind her. That memory certainly didn't conform to Reese's premise that the attacker enjoyed running. Perhaps she had been mistaken about this being the same man who had launched his attack upon them in the fog.
Raelynn thought. But then the hood and the cape were the same, weren't they? Crouching in her lowly hiding place, Raelynn debated her chances of reaching the dining room door before the man became aware of her hiding place and blocked her path. The way he was plodding along, she just might be able to do it. In the waiting silence, Raelynn heard the front door open, bringing her to alert attention. The visitor's footsteps were too quickly muffled by the hall rug to allow her any hope of recognition, but her eyes widened in sudden apprehension as she saw the darkly cloaked intruder draw a knife from the enveloping shroud he wore. Turning, he advanced toward the dining room with a rapid but halting gait. Raelynn's mind flew. Tizzy hadn't been gone long enough to allow any possibility that the new arrival was feral, so who, other than Geoffrey, was making his way into the house?
This is the end of Side 1.
Raelynn's mind flew. Tizzy hadn't been gone long enough to allow any possibility that the new arrival was feral, so who, other than Geoffrey, was making his way into the house? Finding no other name but her husband's to lay to the one who had just entered, Raelynn scrambled out from underneath the table and behind the man's back, dashed through the doorway leading to the hallway, trying desperately to cock the weapon she clasped as she ran. Such a task proved much harder than she had supposed, and she cursed the foul thing as a tool of Satan and raced with all of her heart and strength in a frantic effort to outdistance the masked prowler. When she reached the parlor door, the culprit was just leaving the dining room. Rhys Townsend glanced in her direction, having heard swiftly racing footfalls approaching from down the corridor. Oblivious of the intruder entering the parlor, he never saw the knife hurtling toward him. "Rhys, look out!" Raelynn screamed. The lawman threw himself to the side, but much too late. He gasped as the blade sank into his chest and staggered unsteadily as his knees slowly gave way beneath him. In the next moment, he collapsed against a chair and then slowly slid to the floor where he sat, feebly trying to clasp the hilt of the weapon. Intent upon his murderous game, the villain advanced upon the sheriff with an awkward hop and a skip. Raelynn gnashed her teeth in fierce determination and drove the side of her palm downward upon the firing mechanism. It clicked into place just as the man jerked the knife from Rhys's chest, wrenching an agonized cry from the lawman. The assailant drew back his arm, fully intending to plunge the knife in again for good measure. In the next instant, the pistol exploded, sending a lead ball through the culprit's hand. The devilish demon roared in pain as the blade went flying out of his grasp. Clutching the wounded extremity, he seemed to writhe in agony as his breath slashed harshly through the air holes in his mask. Then he stumbled about to face Raelynn, and the moonlit glow streaming through the parlor windows glinted off the eyes hidden beneath the slitted openings, making the hooded beast seem truly demonic as he rasped in guttural tones, "Bitch, I'll kill you yet!" Lurching toward her, he snatched a handkerchief from a pocket in his cloak and wrapped it about his bleeding hand. Then he put into play his hitching gait that, though clumsy, seemed far too fast for her to escape. Raelynn's hands still stung from the force of the exploding pistol. Had she been given enough time to reload the weapon, such a feat would have been difficult, for now she was shaking uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth to still the tremors, she raised the useless flintlock behind her head and threw it at her adversary. It caught him alongside his darkly garbed cheek, causing him to curse and bat it away with his good hand. The moonlight touched upon his hooded head, illuminating the cloth to a midnight gray while darkening the eye-holes to a flinty black. His gaze now seemed centered unrelentingly upon her as he hobbled toward her. Raelynn whirled, knowing full well where she was going this time, out. Spurred on by the realization that the man would kill her if he caught her, she raced for her life, back over ground she had covered moments earlier. Already breathing heavily from her attempt to reach the parlor ahead of her assailant, she was nevertheless desperate to get away. That goading fear put swift wings to her feet. In the kitchen, she fairly sailed over the same chair that had brought her down earlier. In the next moment, she was yanking open the back door and flying across the roofed porch. Hearing swiftly lumbering footfalls following in her wake as she ran into the yard, she threw a fearful glance over her shoulder to find the man crossing the porch in hot pursuit. An instant later, her breath left her in an audible oomph as she ran full bore into something very solid. A tree trunk might have gained the same results, but this solidity proved all too human as long arms came around her, wrenching a scream from her. In her panic, her mind settled on the obvious. There was not only one madman after her, there were two. "Raelynn!"
The familiar voice was the last she'd expected to hear, but it was definitely the most welcomed. Still, there was a demon with a knife behind them, seeking to reap a grim harvest. The man would kill them both if he could. "Geoffrey, look out! He knifed Reese!" Jeff had left the jail without a single weapon in his possession. Still devoid of one, he pushed Raelynn behind him and braced himself to meet this oncoming foe barehanded and head-on. His adversary lifted the blade high for a downward thrust into the chest of this new threat, but Jeff grasped the front of the black mantle and, with a hard driving knee to the groin, brought the knave crumpling forward with a half-wheezing, half-gagging groan. For good measure, Jeff repeated his assault with every hope of crushing any little pebble that remained in the other's loins. The cloaked miscreant collapsed in a billowing heap of writhing torment upon the ground at Jeff's feet. That worthy snatched the hood off with such force that the culprit's head lolled loosely around his darkly clad shoulders. Jeff was intent upon rendering the fellow his just due, and once again seized the front of his cloak. Hauling the man upright, he slammed a hard fist into his jaw, jerking that one's face about. He wasn't above turning the other's cheek with another driving blow. Indeed, he proved unrelenting as he slammed another right into the now sagging jaw and followed it with several more blows until their would-be assassin drooped unconscious within his grasp. Jeff finally relinquished his hold and allowed his opponent to collapse in a dark heap upon the ground. Only then did Jeff reach down and turn the other's face to the meager light of the moon. "None other than Lord Marsden," he sneered. "Marsden," Raelynn gasped, stepping beside her husband. "But why, Geoffrey? What did we ever do to him?" "The key to this, my love, may well be what he did to your father. He's an English lord, is he not? And he said he knew of your father's trouble, so undoubtedly he came from England fairly recently, perhaps on your heels. Let us even suppose that he didn't come for the purpose of acquiring land for his daughter, but on a definite mission to find something of great value or importance, possibly even a letter that verified your father's innocence, which at the same time might have proven Marsden's guilt in the matter. If he had thought your father had sequestered such evidence in his coffer, then that would explain why someone, perhaps even Marsden himself, tried to pry open the secret compartment. When I discovered it, it held nothing at all, but that's not to say that Fry didn't steal what it contained when he had it within his possession." "You found such a niche?" Raelynn asked in amazement. "Aye, I did, the night you ran away from Oakley." Raelynn searched her mind. "Perhaps, as you say, Cooper Fry discovered the compartment during the voyage and took whatever it contained." "We'll have to ask him about that. As for Lord Marsden, he was at our ball. Perhaps he was even in our bedroom when Nell came to the house to threaten me. He may have killed her just to keep her quiet. As we're both aware, this man is partial to knives. He stabbed Reese, too." At that precise moment, Deputy Charlie came huffing and puffing around the corner of the house with a large pistol clutched within his grasp. Becoming suddenly aware of the pair of shadowed forms in the yard near the house, he settled into a stance with legs splayed and then clasped the butt of his weapon in both hands, taking aim. "Hold there! Put that damn thing down, Charlie, before you blow somebody's head off," Jeff barked. "Mr. Birmingham?" The deputy sputtered in confusion, letting his arms drop to his sides. I thought we had locked you up at the jailhouse." "I let myself out," Jeff informed him succinctly, and indicated the unconscious man on the ground. "Tie this bag of bones into a bundle, Charlie. I'm going into the house to see about Reese. My wife said this devil knifed him." "Knifed Sheriff Townsend?" Charlie's voice held a note of weakness that conveyed his sudden concern. Jeff gestured toward the senseless man. "If this heap of dung moves while you're watching him, kindly lower the butt of your pistol upon his head with enough force to send him into the netherworld. You'll be doing us all an enormous favor." Half turning, he laid an arm about his wife's shoulders and drew her close against his side. "Tell me, my love, are you all right?" "Yes, just a bit shaken, that's all." It was so very nice to be safe within her husband's arms once again, but she couldn't hold back the sobs as she fell against his chest. "Oh, Jeff, that horrible man, he would have killed me if he hadn't come. I tried to warn Reese after he came into the house. I had a pistol in my hand, but by the time I managed to get it cocked, it was too late. Lord Marsden threw a knife at Reese, and I saw it sink into his chest. He might even be dead now." "Let's go see about him, my love." Jeff urged thickly, and then hurriedly cleared his throat, trying to force back the emotion that welled up within him. It threatened to rise to the surface again as he thought of the close camaraderie he had enjoyed with his childhood friend throughout the years. He knew Reese's death would be a hard loss for him to bear. Jeff solemnly closed the kitchen door behind Raelynn before stepping ahead to pick up the fallen chair. Settling a hand upon the small of her back, he guided her toward the dining room door by way of the meager glow radiating from the small, flickering fire in the kitchen hearth. Moonlight streaming through the parlor windows aided their progress around the dining room table. They were just stepping beyond that piece when a familiar voice bellowed from the parlor. "Damnation, where is everyone?" In the shadowed gloom, Jeff and Raelynn looked at each other in surprise. Curiosity spurred them on, and they rushed into the front parlor where Reese had managed to prop himself up against the arm of a chair. "You're alive!" Raelynn cried with a joyful laugh. "Of course I'm alive," Reese rumbled, clasping a hand to a bloody area below his shoulder, "though no thanks to that fella who knifed me." He turned a suspicious squint upon Jeff. "How the bloomin' devil did you get out, may I ask? I left you locked up hard and fast." "Not so hard and fast," Jeff countered with a chuckle. "I'm here to prove that." "That damn fool only get away too?" Reese demanded angrily. "Nope, he's safe in his cell. At least he was when I left. And unless he's a contortionist, I would imagine he's still there. Good thing for you. I'd have chewed your eye—" Catching himself abruptly, he eyed Raelynn through the meager light and cleared his throat sharply before rephrasing his threat. "Chewed your head off, that's what I would have done." "How bad is your wound?" Jeff asked in anxious concern, kneeling beside him. "Bad enough to have thrown me on my rear," Reese grumbled, and then winced sharply as Jeff sought to remove his coat. "Don't be in such an all-fired hurry to see the damage. It'll still be there, even if you take your time getting to it." "Sorry," Jeff murmured in chagrin, and proceeded more slowly. Raelynn had fetched swadding cloths and towels for Reese's wound, and then hastened to light several lamps in the parlor. She placed one on the table beside Reese as Jeff eased the sheriff's coat off and spread the bloody shirt to examine the wound. The puncture was located beneath the lawman's shoulder, safely away from his heart and lungs, but deep enough to require a physician's care. Jeff sat back upon his heels and grimaced. "Doc Clarence will have to tend to this, Reese. Did you bring anyone besides Charlie with you?" "Yeah, there should be a few more deputies out front somewhere. At least that's where I left them when I came inside to check on things here in the house. The rest of my men are at Friedrich's warehouse. That's where I was when Elijah finally located me. After seeing a cloaked man entering through the front door of this place, he rode out to find me, but he had to follow my trail from the jail. If not for the man who had gotten his throat slit at a boarding house, I'd have been here a damn sight sooner." Remembering the kinship between the dead man and the young woman, he lifted an apologetic gaze to her. "I'm sorry to tell you this, Raelynn, but the man who was killed turned out to be your uncle." Jeff and Raelynn both stared back at Reese in stunned surprise. Finally, Raelynn managed to clear her throat enough to ask, "Cooper Fry, you mean?" "Aye, Cooper Fry. I had a gut feeling Friedrich was somehow connected with his murder. Earlier in the afternoon, one of Friedrich's men turned up dead, and after finding Fry, I figured some chicanery had been going on, like maybe Friedrich had sent his men out to finish Fry off. Going on that premise, I swore in some deputies and launched a raid on the warehouse. This time we caught the bald-headed demon red-handed with crates of stolen rifles and supplies in his possession, which we cheerfully confiscated. Now we have all the proof we need to hold him on several charges, at the forefront of which will be the murder he arranged for Fry. Lord only knows how many more he has killed for this reason or that, no doubt for his own gain. As for the smuggled firearms, it seems that he has been selling them to various customers with bad reputations for some years now. I saw that much from Gustav's records." Reese chuckled. "The man just happened to be working on them when we broke in, so there was no hiding them this time. After what we've already discovered, we'll be able to send Friedrich to the gallows in short order. In the meantime, Reese, we'd better send someone over to fetch Doc Clarence for you," Jeff insisted, pressing a towel over the wound. "Hold this tightly in place, while I go to find someone to send." Taking a lamp with him, Jeff stepped to the end of the porch just as a shirtless Farrell came sprinting up the walk on bare feet. It was rare indeed to see the couturier dressed so casually. Only when he was involved in a little boxing practice did the man dress down. This time, apparently, he had considered his appearance far less important than Raelynn's safety. "Jeff!" he cried, coming to an astonished halt on the front steps. "Tizzy said you'd been arrested, and that Raelynn was here by herself with an intruder in the house. Is she all right?" "Aye, but Reese has been wounded." "What the hell happened?" "Our cloaked assailant returned, tried to do away with my wife, and knifes Reese instead." "Is Reese seriously hurt?" Farrell's voice had lost some of its strength. "According to Raelynn, our hooded adversary, Lord Marsden, tried his best to kill him, but Reese should be all right once Doc Clarence closes the wound." "Lord Marsden?" Farrell said in stunned amazement. "Why—" "It's a long story, and I'll tell it to you when I've got more time." "Did Marsden get away again?" "No. This time he got caught. Charlie's watching over him in the backyard. I've got to send somebody back to relieve him and another rider to fetch Doc Clarence for Reese. His men are supposed to be out here someplace. I hope they'll be showing their heads as soon as they recognize us." Farrell waved Jeff back into the house. "I can find them. Just go back in there where you're needed." "Thanks, friend." A pair of hours passed before Charlie drove Dr. Clarence, his bruised lordship, and a bandaged Reese to the jailhouse. The latter had refused to go home until he had made sure that everything was as it should be at his office. By the time they arrived, the other deputies he had recruited had locked Gustav Friedrich and his men, including the pair who had killed Fry, in the cell Jeff had earlier vacated. For the sake of his own skin, Olney had chosen to keep his distance from Friedrich, but he was nevertheless wide-eyed with curiosity as Reese and Charlie entered with their newest prisoner. Another bunk was brought in from the back room and placed in Olney's cell. It was upon this that the still-dazed Lord Marsden carefully reclined before Dr. Clarence bent to the task of treating the cuts and bruises that marred his face. "Find another place for those keys to hang, Charlie," Reese bade his deputy. "I don't want Friedrich or any of his men pulling the same trick that Mr. Birmingham did." Grinning, he peered at Gustav as he drawled, "Though I can't rightly imagine that whole company of brigands having anywhere near the wits my friend has." Gustav snorted in rank disgust at the situation in which he found himself. "You're the Dummkopf, Sheriff Townsend, if you think that you will keep me here. I am a very rich man. I will hire the best lawyers." "Considering what you've stolen, Mr. Friedrich, most of your money will go toward reimbursing your victims. You won't be allowed to keep it." Gustav showed his yellowed teeth in a snarl of rage. "You cannot do that to me." "Oh, I wouldn't be doing it to you myself, but I'm sure the judge shall, once I give over all the evidence that's now in my possession. In fact, if you're still living past the end of this year, I'll be surprised." The normally florid tones of the German's face waned to a much paler hue, and shakily he went to a corner of the barred cubicle where he lowered himself with some difficulty to the floor. It was the only place where one could sit and think. Turning, Reese pressed a hand to his injured shoulder as he allowed himself a grimace of pain. He went to his desk where he poured himself a small draught of whiskey from a small jug he kept handy for the purpose of flushing minor wounds and easing the pain of injuries, of which he had had his share throughout his years as a sheriff. Opening a side drawer, he fished through its contents until he found what he sought, and closed his hand around the small item that he had placed there for safekeeping a number of weeks ago. He winced again at the searing discomfort in his shoulder and realized that his strength was fading and that he wouldn't be on his feet much longer. Still, there was one more thing he had to do before he went home. Making his way to Olney's cell, he waited outside the door until the deputy who had entered with the doctor came to unlock it. Then he crossed to the cot where his lordship was presently being treated. "How's your newest patient, Doc?" A perplexed frown creased his brows as the physician straightened. "I don't know, Reese." "What do you mean you don't know?" "His lordship has a few bruises and scrapes on his face. What's so confusing about them?" "Lord Marsden is running a high fever." "You mean he's sick?" "It appears so." "Too bad," Reese replied blandly. Detecting the lawman's sarcasm, Lord Marsden cocked a split and swollen brow at him, but winced in sudden regret. "Have you come to gloat, Sheriff?" "Whatever makes you think I'm gloating?" His lordship snorted in disbelief. "You were wounded by my hand, were you not?" "Yep." "And you are Birmingham's friend, are you not?" "That I am," the sheriff acknowledged, immensely proud of that fact. "The very best, you might say." "Why wouldn't you gloat?" "You've got a point there," Reese rejoined. Marsden sneered. "You colonials are all alike. Addle-pated bastards, the lot of you." Dr. Clarence and Sheriff Townsend exchanged a meaningful look before Reese quipped, "I suppose that's a sight better than being an arrogant dunderhead." Lowering his gaze thoughtfully to the floor, Reese grew suddenly intent as he peered at a spot. Though it cost him much pain, he bent down and made a pretense of scooping something off the floor. "What's this?" He held the item up for the doctor to see. "This yours, Doc?" Lord Marsden snatched the snuff-box from the sheriff's grasp. "That's mine, you callous oaf! I must have dropped—" Suddenly, realizing his error, he stuttered and reached out to return the porcelain box to the lawman. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. It isn't mine at all." "Oh, but it is, your lordship," Reese countered with a wry grin. "You dropped it in Birmingham's bedroom the night you took Nell out to the stables and stabbed her." Dr. Clarence gasped in surprise and looked at the Englishman in sudden distaste. Coming to alert attentions, Olney sat up on his bunk. "Not him," the younger man argued. "He can't even walk straight, and he's slow as molasses in a hard winter." "Perhaps he is now," the sheriff agreed, "but several weeks ago he was fast enough to almost catch you when he chased you out of the stables." He gestured casually to the older scab on the man's hand, which was very close in size to his most recent wound. "You see this? I gave this to him when he was trying to knife Mrs. Birmingham almost a week ago, so this is the same rogue I tried catching. He was certainly fast enough to leave me in the dust, but since then he has been more or less hindered by a wound inflicted upon him by Mrs. Birmingham." A look of sudden dawning swept over Dr. Clarence's face as he remembered Farrell laughing his head off about the long hat-pin that Raelynn had jabbed into their assailant's backside. Lowering a frown upon the man, he urged, "If you're having problems with that injury, my lord, you'd better tell me now. A tainted sore may be what is causing your fever, and if not treated, you could die." In swiftly advancing alarm, Lord Marsden shrank back upon the bed. His voice had dwindled to barely a whisper as he acknowledged, "My hip is swollen." "Any known reason why it should be?" Dr. Clarence prodded. "I sat on a pin," his lordship snapped. Dr. Clarence made no effort to deny the man's claims. "Would you mind letting me see your backside?" Marsden reluctantly complied by loosening his trousers and very carefully turning face down upon the cot. He did so with a great measure of discomfort, not knowing at this point which gave him more anguish, his front side or his backside. The Birminghams had left him extremely tender in both areas. Dr. Clarence pulled the man's pants down and smothered a gasp of surprise when he saw the red streaks flowing outward from the blackened, pus-filled wound. On further examination, he found that the man's right buttock and thigh were noticeably larger than his left. Indeed, from all appearances, the doctor had little choice but to believe that the infection was of a serious nature. In his years as a doctor, he had amputated many a limb, but severing a buttock was something he had never done before. "We'll have to put a poultice on your hip to try and draw out the poison," the doctor mused aloud. "But I must warn you, it may be too late." "You've got to do something," his lordship insisted. "You can't let it continue to fester. Why, I could die." "I'll do what I can, my lord, but I can't promise anything." Reese was on his last legs and wearily bade Charlie to take him home. By the time he was ready to leave, Dr. Clarence had finished applying a poultice to Marsden's rump. That was all he could do for the time being, and begged a ride home. When they stopped at Reese's house, he went in to assure Mary that if her husband's wound didn't fester, he would be going about his duties in a week's time, whereupon Reese promptly told the physician that he didn't have that much time to waste. It was the soft-spoken Mary who quietly promised the doctor that Reese would rest as much as was required to expedite a proper healing. It was mid-morning by the time the harlot, Trudy Vincent, found her way to Elizabeth's residence and delivered a small packet to Raelynn Barrett. Amid tearful sniffles, she explained to the dumbfounded girl, "Your Uncle Coop told me if something bad happened to him, I was to give this here package to you, and to tell you he found it in your pa's coffin or some such place, and that by rights it belongs to you. He said something about the missive being able to clear your pa's name and convict the real scamps what did him dirt." Raelynn clasped the precious envelope to her bosom. "Thank you most kindly, Miss Vincent," she replied, tearing up from sheer joy. Begging a gold coin from her husband, she paid the woman for her trouble. It was the very least she could do for such a wonderful gift. The strumpet had never earned a gold coin in her life, and though she hadn't been of a mind to be generous with her information when she had first arrived, she was now grateful enough to relate the rest of the message that the man whom she had known as Oliver Fenton had bade her to give to the girl. "He also said to tell you that it were Lord Marsden what killed Nell, and that your real Uncle Coop was drowned at sea when he was but a mere lad. Old Coop sailed with him then. That's why he knew so much about him. He'd have written all this down for you himself, but he weren't especially handy with quill and ink. He did all right when he had to, but writing out words weren't something he was especially fond of." Jeff was feeling especially benevolent himself after hearing what the woman had to say, and gave her another gold piece for good measure. "My wife and I both thank you, miss." "Just call me Trudy, Governor," the harlot replied with a buoyant grin. "That's what everybody calls me." She clutched the coins to her bosom. "I'm the one what should be thanking you both for these here coins. Old Coop," she shook her head and began again, "that is, Oliver Fenton and me, we got on real good together. Afore he were killed, we were planning on going north and starting us up a pub. He said it weren't safe living here with Mr. Friedrich and others always trying to do him harm." She heaved a sigh. "I expect truer words weren't ne'er spoken, seems as how he got his throat slit by that old Carp's men. That Marsden fella, got Nell, were nigh as bad." Trudy sighed, deeply lamenting the girl's death, before she peered up at Jeff again. "I knew Nell real good. You could say we're even friends. Once I tried to talk some sense into her about following you around and a-mooning after you. If'n 'tweren't for her thinking herself in love with you, Mr. Birmingham, she might never let that Irish sea captain take her into his bed whilst they were staying in the same inn. She said he looked a powerful lot like you, but he had to sail off a couple of days later. What with the short time he were humping Nell, that he don't know he left his kid grown in her belly. One day maybe he'll sail around this way again, and I can tell him what a fine little boy he and Nell made together." Raelynn extended a hand in friendship to the woman. "Thank you for coming here today, Trudy," she murmured as the harlot accepted her offering in some amazement. "Thus far you've managed to enlighten us far better than anyone has managed to do. I'm immensely grateful, so much so I doubt that I could fully explain. Though at odd and sundry times I've perceived some of what you've told us to be true, I never knew the whole of it until now. I'm immensely relieved to discover that there is actually someone who is cognizant of the truth and can explain it in detail. Thank you for everything." "You're kindly welcome, Miss Birmingham." Jeff was not above asking the strumpet, "If my wife and I escorted you to the sheriff, would you be willing to relate all of this to him? It would make his investigation easier." Trudy thought about it briefly, and then nodded. "I can do that, Mr. Birmingham." She shrugged. "Besides, I'd like to see all of them murdering rascals locked up for a change, instead of roaming free and doing their dirt to right fine folk, like ye and your pretty missus." Oakley was the same as Raelynn had remembered it, but in many respects she came home a changed woman. She now revelled in a newfound wealth of aspirations and expectations. She was fully confident that once barristers delivered Marsden's document to trustworthy noblemen within close proximity to King George of England, that in the not-too-distant future her father's name would be cleared, whereupon Marsden's accomplices, Lords Prescott and Havelock, would be arrested and brought to trial for treasonous acts against the Crown. Thanks to Trudy, rumors were now making their way throughout the city of Charleston, carrying the news that Lord Marsden was Nell's murderer, not Geoffrey Birmingham, as many had supposed. Trudy was also letting it be known that an Irish sea captain had sired Nell's son, and that here, too, Geoffrey Birmingham was totally innocent of the deed some had been wont to lay to him. All of these revelations pleased Raelynn immeasurably, but she was also infinitely gratified that no question now remained in her own mind as well as others that she was Oakley's mistress and beloved wife of Geoffrey Lawrence Birmingham, gentleman planter and entrepreneur extraordinaire. She was thrilled that she was going to bear him a child, and fully confident that in years to come they would have many more. If Providence proved kind, they would eventually grow old together and have grandchildren. At the present moment, however, she was thoroughly content to enjoy her happiness just as it was.
A few days after arriving home, the couple had gotten word that Rhys Townsend had returned to work, still suffering some from his wound, but nevertheless hale and hearty. Lord Marsden, on the other hand, had lapsed into a feverish coma brought on by a deepening infection. At the moment, Gustav Friedrich and his men were still sharing the same cell at the sheriff's office, and Olney was still ensconced across the hall from them with the ailing Lord Marsden. It seemed that Olney was not willing to trust his life to his former employer, or to be anywhere within vulnerable contiguity to him. He was $10,000 richer now, having turned himself in to Sheriff Townsend to bear witness against Geoffrey Birmingham, erroneous though his story had been. Still, as far as Olney was concerned, he had earned the money, for he could have gone to parts unknown and retained his freedom. He could expect to spend a few years in prison for wounding Geoffrey Birmingham, whereas Friedrich would likely hang for all the murders he had bade his men to commit, none of which Olney had taken part. The tars he had knifed in Friedrich's defense he kept to himself, and fervently hoped the incidents had been forgotten by the German, who had never been one to give much heed to favors he had been granted. Still, he could have pleaded self-defense, for at least one of them had tried to kill him. Friedrich, of course, had nothing more to lose by telling all, and if he remembered the incident, he would surely cause Olney trouble. After all, others' lives meant nothing to him, which of course made Olney all the more willing to tell what he knew about the man and his operations, at least while he was privately sequestered with the sheriff. The newlyweds, Farrell and Elizabeth, had come out to visit Geoffrey and Raelynn, and had made a proposal that the latter could hardly resist. At Oakley, the couple would be happy to provide her, after the birth of her child, with complete wardrobes for every cycle of the year for as long as she cared to sketch new gowns for them. Not only would they benefit from her designs, but she would be a walking testament to the beautiful quality of clothes they made in their shop. Jeff allowed his wife to make the decision, drolly quipping that if she accepted, then he would be able to keep his money and still appease his desire to see her dressed in the height of fashion. Raelynn was delighted to take the couple up on their proposal. It was definitely work that she enjoyed, and as long as she could stay at Oakley where she was happiest, then it definitely seemed that she would be favored with the best from both worlds. It was shortly after supper on a quiet, warm, early November evening that Kingston came into the dining room where the couple were lingering over their tea and coffee and announced that several wagons had stopped in front of the house. He went on to explain, "They be foreign folk, Mr. Geoffrey. Gypsies, I think they call themselves. Anyway, they be wanting to know if you'd be of a mind to let 'em camp on your land tonight. They says they's on their way to Georgia, and don't means to do you or your land any bother. But earlier today a couple of their chillens got sick from eating fermented berries, and the motion of the wagon is just making them chillin' that much sicker. They says if'n you be of a mind to let 'em stay, they'd play some music for you before they goes a ways off and makes camp. They's wanting you to know, too, sir, that they's honest folk, not given to stealing or hurting others. They makes a living playing music, sir, that's all." "Oh, how nice," Raelynn warbled, taking her husband. "I see no harm in letting them, providing it's only for one night." Slipping an arm through his, she laughingly bade, "Then come, Geoffrey, let's go outside on the porch where we can listen to their music." Arm in arm, they strolled out into the hall where Kingston awaited them with a shawl for his mistress. Jeff settled it around his wife's slender shoulders, and once more gallantly presented his arm as they stepped out onto the portico. To their amazement, they found almost a dozen musicians with instruments in hand collecting on the front lawn. Only one spoke well enough to be understood, but even then his efforts confused them. However, the melodious strains of his violin and the accompanying guitars, flutes, and other violins transported the couple into a realm of rare pleasure. The music fell as silk upon their listening ears, stirring their hearts with joy and admiration. Whether lively or soothing, the tunes evoked pleasure, so much so that Raelynn soon found herself in her husband's arms being waltzed around the length and breadth of the porch. Stars twinkled through the leaves, and the gracefully sweeping limbs of the huge live oaks that encompassed the grounds. The fragrance of fall was in the air, eliciting a headiness that neither man nor woman could deny. They were happy, content, and feeling wonderfully alive. "My goodness, sir, you do go to a lady's head," Raelynn remarked in breathless wonder. "I haven't been this entranced with a man since I was about 3. "What happened when you were about 3, my love?" "I can't remember all of it, but I can recall being in a garden with my cat and my dolls, and it started raining. We rarely get a downpour in England, just a soft, gentle rain. That's the reason English gardens are so lovely, I suppose." She laughed suddenly and shook her head at her whimsical memories. "Sometimes I wonder if I have just dreamed it all." Her husband's eyes gleamed back at her as they caught the glow of the huge lanterns burning beside the front door. "My uncle had an estate in London, and when I was much younger we used to visit him as a family. I remember being surprised by how cool it was there, at least compared to here. It rained almost every day." "That's true," Raelynn agreed with a soft laugh, and then stopped suddenly, caught by a memory. "It's odd, but I think I've been dreaming about that lately." She fell silent again, chasing a fleeting vision, really just a sensation. She was a child again, very small, in a garden. Someone had lifted her high. "Strange that you should say that, my love," Jeff murmured. "How so, Geoffrey? We dream about all sorts of different things." "True, but what you mentioned was somehow familiar." His brows gathered as he tried to recall what it was exactly. "I think I may have been dreaming about London recently myself." "Did it make such a great impression on you?" she asked teasingly. "I liked it well enough, I suppose. I remember that my uncle's estate had a walled garden our mother always raved about. She even brought a few of the plants back to Hearthaven when we returned." "We had a walled garden on my father's estate. It was my favorite place. I had the most wonderful adventures there, searching for elves and pixies." She giggled. "I even met my Prince Charming." Jeff shot her an amused glance and laughed. "Should I be jealous, or was he some gallant squirrel, perhaps?" "You have cause to be envious," she goaded sweetly, dimpling. "I fell in love with him." Jeff's brow jutted sharply upward as a lopsided grin turned his lips. "So tell me about this errant rogue who stole your heart. Was he as handsome as I?" "Very princely in both manners and good looks." "What traits did you like best about this dandified coxcomb?" Raelynn braced an elbow on his shoulder and musefully laid a finger alongside her cheek. "He had black hair, I think. An iron gate provided a passage through our walled gardens. I wandered into his one day, possibly in search of my cat. He saw me and took me back to my home. I remember feeling a little frightened when he lifted me onto his shoulders. They were very broad, as I remember." Her smile deepened at her childhood fantasy. "And in case you're wondering, it started raining." Jeff was now staring at her most peculiarly. So much so that Raelynn rushed to assure him, "He wasn't really my Prince Charming, Geoffrey, but when I was so young he seemed that way to me." In slow deliberation, Jeff asked, "Did this Prince Charming ever give you a flower?" Raelynn stared up at her husband in surprise. "How could you possibly have known that, Geoffrey?" "Because many elf who kept wandering into my uncle's garden. She was such an endearing little thing that I could hardly mind her visits, but I did try to convince her to stay closer to home. She agreed most prettily that she would on condition that I would dance with her," Raelynn completed in awe, stunned almost beyond words. "You picked me up. I sang a song and you joined me, and then we danced. It was a glorious time, a memory I've held dear all these years. But after that, you went away, and I never saw you again." "My uncle died, and we no longer had any cause to return to London," he replied softly, in his mind's eye seeing once again the little girl she had been. Raelynn stared at him. From that time forward, he had been her beau ideal, the chivalrous Prince Charming for whom she had unknowingly longed throughout the years and miles that had separated them. "Do you actually think we were meant for each other from the beginning?" Jeff smiled. "My heart never found ease with another woman, and yet, when you ran into my life that day in Charleston, it was as if you had stepped from a dream that I had been nurturing all these years. I was utterly swept away by joy at the idea that I had found my beloved at last." Her softly glowing eyes delved into his as she, in some awe, whispered through sweetly smiling lips, "Geoffrey, you have been the only man I've ever loved. You were my princely knight when I was but a child, and now, as my husband, you are the joy of my life. I am so pleased to be your wife." "Excuse me," a deep male voice bade from the narrow lane in front of the house. Startled from their shared revelry, Geoffrey and Raelynn broke apart and looked around. A tall, broad-shouldered, good-looking man swept off his hat and came forward to the steps leading to the porch. "Are you Mr. Birmingham?" the man asked with an Irish-infected brogue. "Aye, I'm Geoffrey Birmingham.
I also have a brother Brandon who answers to that name. Jeff motioned in a westerly direction. He lives several furlong away. I believe ye be the one I've come to talk with, sir. And your name? Captain Shannon O'Keefe. Trudy sent me to you. A look of wonder swept over Jeff's face. Are you Daniel's father? I believe I am that, sir. Nell were an innocent when I took her into my bed, and I've no cause to think she'd have gone to another man's bed in so short a time. Have you come for a visit? I've come to claim me son, give him me name, and let me sister, who's barren, raise him as her own. She's been pining her heart out some years now for a wee babe to call her own, and since I've no wife of me own, 'tis fitting I let Bryden take care of him, whilst I pay his board and keep, at least till he's old enough to go to sea with me. Jeff crossed the porch and stretched forth a hand in friendship. We're delighted to see you, sir. We've been worried about the boy, wondering what kind of future he'd have without his father's name. It's a relief to know he'll be cared for and loved. Raelynn snuggled closer against her husband until her head was resting beside his on his pillow. Have you thought of whether you'd like a son or a daughter? Geoffrey swept the curve of her belly. If given a choice, I'd like to have at least one of each. Not at the same time, surely, she protested, giggling. She grinned at him and traced her fingertip over the tiny half-moon scar at the side of his mouth. I'd like to have a son who looks like you. Beau certainly looks like Brandon, Jeff mused aloud, flicking his brows upward in a shrug. 'Twould seem that there is a strong likelihood of that being the case. But then I think we should have a daughter who looks like you. Raelynn pressed his hand over the place where their baby was moving in her womb. Do you feel him? A busy little squirrel, isn't he? Her husband commented with a chuckle. I don't mind, Raelynn replied, and sighed contentedly. It reassures me that all is well. Jeff placed a doting kiss upon her brow. Aye, madam, all is well. You are in my arms where you've always belonged. The world is truly a fine place when we're together, isn't it, Geoffrey? It is indeed, madam. It is indeed.
Kathleen E. Woodiwiss, Cotton Erickson,